Welcome, everybody. Welcome to today's episode of The Law of Self-Defense, day 2 of the Hannah Gutierrez Rust Armor manslaughter trial. Also evidence. Court should be starting up momentarily. The feed, well, let me put this up. That's what we'll be doing today. The feed from the court is live, but it's just showing the exit sign at the moment, I believe. Yep, that's all we have. I'll bring that up in just a moment. Yesterday, in day 1, we had the opening statements of the state and the defense, a pretty bad one from the state, a reasonably good one from the defense, still could have been better, lost a lot of energy towards the end there, and we had direct testimony and cross and redirect from the first officer to be on the scene, a very young officer. Defense tried to make him look like he didn't do a great job. And we also had a direct of a more senior officer on the scene who arrived shortly after the first. By the way, if you're a Law of Self-Defense member, when I put up the replay versions of the coverage, I will break out the various bits of testimony and label them. So if you ever want to go back and hear one witness or just hear the opening, you'll be able to do that quickly. And if I can, I'll add a brief description of a summary of each person's testimony. That may take place over a day or two after the day's events, because I'm already here 8 hours a day, folks, live streaming. So it takes a little more time to do that extra effort. But I promise to do that for the Law of Self-Defense members, so you have a more efficient way of moving through the content if you wish. And as always, we'll be addressing comments and questions almost exclusively from Law of Self-Defense members. The good news is it's dirt cheap to be a Law of Self-Defense member. You can do it for just 99 cents, folks. 99 cents gets you a 2-week trial membership, which will cover you for this whole trial. And after that, if you choose to stay a Law of Self-Defense member, it's still dirt cheap. It's only about 30 cents a day, less than $10 a month. You can take advantage of that 2-week trial membership for 99 cents at lawofselfdefense.com/trial. I'll remind you all of that several times over the course of the day. But that's where we pull our comments and questions, is from the member chat in the live stream to the Law of Self-Defense member dashboard. I only rarely look or consider addressing questions from elsewhere. I don't know if I'll have any guests today. A bunch of people are invited, and but everyone is busy, of course. Anybody we would have is busy, and some of them are live streaming this trial themselves, so which is certainly worth doing. I thought I had a message from Runkle, and now I can't find it. Too many forms of communication. I know Runkle is in some manner tracking this trial, because I saw him tweet that he was going to do some kind of summary of the day's events. Yeah, Elsie says you should make it so the members show up on YouTube somehow. It's so much easier to use the YouTube app for streaming. Well, you could have both open if you wish, but that's beyond my technical capability. And folks, there's a reason we do this. We prioritize our Law of Self-Defense members. We could be asking for $5 or $10 super chats on YouTube, and then you'd be giving your money to YouTube. And if YouTube ever got mad at me, they would just kill my channel, and then we would lose our ability to connect with you. They can kill my membership at Law of Self-Defense. That's why we do that. It's a protective measure, so we're not. Otherwise, I'd have to be really careful about what I talk about on YouTube, and I don't think anybody wants that. Oh, here we go. Court is in session, so let me hear this and make it bigger and turn on the volume. Oh, there's no volume from the court yet. And I have been asked to make myself smaller while the testimony is going on. So I will try to remember to do that. If I forget, don't hesitate to remind me in the chat. We don't have any testimony yet, but in a moment, I'm sure we will. There's the judge. Oh, I got to open up another document for my note taking. There it is. Hannah Gutierrez, trial day 2. Notes. And this will go into the day 2 folder. And let me copy over some basic information from the previous day. Judge Mary Marlowe Summer. So far doing a pretty good job, except she doesn't own a hairbrush. I just don't get it. Prosecutors are Carrie Morrissey, who's very good. She was one of the defense attorneys in the Dean Cummings, New Mexico murder trial. Did an outstanding job. I looked at my contemporaneous notes and I remember praising her performance. And she's doing quite well here. Her co-counsel is Jason Lewis, who did the opening. Not a great opening. Rather disappointing. Defense counsel is Jason Bowles,
I hope this
who seems to be
That's what they said.
okay so far. Todd Billion is co-counsel. He's the guy that looks like Law and Lumber. He's got a beard. Jason Bowles is completely bald. You see him. You see them on the left there. In fact, I'll go ahead and make it larger so we can. So this is the bald Jason Bowles. This is Todd Billion next to him. That's Carrie Morrissey, and that is Jason Lewis, co-counsel for the state. So Carrie Morrissey was defense counsel for Dean Cummings, but she's been appointed special prosecutor. So she's on the state side in this particular trial. She's very good, very smart. Chatting with the judge, making sure everything's in order. I do have to say both sides have been very interacted very professionally in the courtroom. Sometimes you see a lot of heat between the state and the defense. I've not seen that yet. Although I must say in many of the motions they were trading back and forth before the trial, it got a little contentious. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, the Jason Lewis, co-counsel for the state to Carrie Morrissey, gave the opening statement. Very, very monotone, very nervous, came across as very nervous, not compelling. Just seemed unable to speak like in a normal conversational tone, which seems odd. I mean, it's a pretty high-profile case, although there's nobody in the courtroom. Yeah, I said myself regarding Carrie Morrissey in the Dean Cummings trial that if I were being charged with murder in New Mexico, I would absolutely hire her to be my defense counsel. It's always nice to see a good lawyer. They're not always good, right? And you've heard me critique lawyers. Well, I'm critiquing her co-counsel right now. I don't mind criticizing lawyers when I don't think they're doing a top shelf job. But so far, everything I've seen to Carrie Morrissey is very good. All right. So yesterday, we heard from LaFleur, who was the first officer on the scene. He's now works for Santa Fe Police Department. At the time, he worked for the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office. And he still seems very young. He was subject to quite a bit of criticism by the defense in terms of how things were organized. When he arrived, witnesses were allowed to commingle. Evidence wasn't secured correctly, according to the defense. Nicholas LaFleur was the first. And then we had a more senior officer who's now retired, but also worked for the sheriff's office at the time, Benavides, I believe his name was. See if I can find that. I don't remember his rank. I'll have to check it out. So we had the state opening by Lewis. Defense opening by Bowles. This is all yesterday. Then we had Officer LaFleur, Officer Benavides, or I should say Deputy Benavides and Deputy LaFleur at the time. And then we had a final witness who was evidentiary witness. Let's see.
I got it on my cheeks.
And defense attorney Todd Billion has been doing the crosses so far. And he's good. I like Bullion. Very, very low key, but gets to where he needs to get to. It does make the cross come across as boring. There's a typo in my description. Alec, not Alex. Yeah, sorry. I don't know if I can fix that on the fly. Try. I will try to fix it on the fly. Still nothing from the court. And there she is, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed. I have to say, she looks. If she lost a little more weight, she'd probably be pretty attractive. In fact, I would, if I were her lawyers, I would have forced her to lose a little more weight. Have her look as attractive as possible. She certainly looks way better than the purple, yellow-haired freak that was on set at the time the shooting occurred. But a big part of her defense is simply going to be, listen, she was young. It was her second gig as an armorer. She wasn't being allowed to do her job properly. Give her a break. That's a big part of the defense here. Was this criminally negligent in the context of those circumstances? As opposed to, I can assure you, if she was a male, a white male, middle-aged armorer with plenty of experience as an armorer, there'd be zero sympathy. So yesterday was a long day, folks. I have to say. I'll try to do today in one shot with no breaks. And just eating a snack here and there. See if I can update that description. I did update it on YouTube. And now I've updated it on the member dashboard. You may need to refresh the page. Yep, if you refresh the page, it'll work just fine. And you won't miss anything. There's only we don't have any audio from the court yet. Just visual, muted. So most of the responding officers, LaFleur and Benavides from the defense, has been, you did a bad job collecting evidence. You did a bad job securing evidence. You did a bad job securing witnesses. You allowed them to congregate. They tainted each other's testimony. People could have planted evidence, all that stuff. And the response is basically, listen, there were 3 of us there, 3 of us cops, and 200 people wandering around. So we did the best we could under the circumstances. The states also made a lot of the fact that different rounds had different appearances, different color primers, different, they call it patina on the brass casings. The idea being, generally speaking, the state is arguing that it should have been obvious to Gutierrez that there were live rounds mixed in with the dummy rounds. And therefore, that's the negligence, that she failed to recognize this and ensure that it didn't happen. The defense is going to argue that it's not that clear cut. There's lots of variables in the appearance of the ammo amongst both the dummy rounds and the blank rounds and the live ammo. The difficulty, of course, for the defense is the quantity of live ammo should have been 0. Another facet to the defense is that the live ammo came not from Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, but from some other party, the guy who was responsible for providing the props, Sean Kenny, from a company called PDQ, and that he had a staff member, an employee on the set, and the defense is suggesting that it might have been from Sean Kenny from PDQ that the live ammo found its way onto the set, not because of Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, and that they manipulated the evidence on the set to make it look like it was her fault and to cover up their own contribution.
Okay.
All right, looks like everyone's coming back from a last bathroom break.
Yes, George.
So we have Carrie Morrissey, we have Lewis here, and there's a third guy, pretty nicely dressed, but I don't think he's a lawyer. I think he's the state's IT guy. And they have had substantive IT problems already yesterday, just in the first day. All right. Hey, today's show is sponsored by none other than CCW Safe. CCW Safe, a provider of self-defense legal services, what many people mistakenly call self-defense insurance. There's a bunch of companies out there that purport to do this kind of thing. A lot of them suck. CCW Safe is the one I trust. I'm personally a member of CCW Safe. My wife is a member. If you're interested in this kind of coverage, I would encourage you to learn why I chose them to be my provider of self-defense insurance. You can learn about that at lawofselfdefense.com/trust. I have a 2 or 3 minute video. Best of all, if you go to lawofselfdefense.com/trust, you'll get a coupon, a discount code for 10% off your own CCW Safe membership. Don't be spending $50 a month with a company that's not going to have your back if you actually need them. And they're out there, folks. Some of the biggest ones are like that. This is the one I trust to have my back should the worst happen and I'm compelled to use force, especially deadly force, in defense of myself, my family, or my property. CCW Safe. Learn more at lawofselfdefense.com/trust. And back to court. Where did court go? Whoops. There it is. Oh, they're standing up. Usually means the jury's coming in. Volume should be up. Volume should be, I'll boost it. Yesterday we got it pretty good, the volume.
Where are the headphones? George is getting them. Okay. All right. You may be seated. Let's wait. We need the headphones.
And I just need to get set up.
All right. Can you get your witness back on this? There you are.
Sure.
I think my headphones are breaking. I was having intermittent trouble with them yesterday. Oh, yeah, there's a weird-looking lady in the background at the defense table, right behind Carrie Morrissey here. She had the most bizarre hairdo yesterday. It looked like she was going to a weird hairdo party. I ordered a very expensive set of professional earbuds yesterday. These are These are the kind I usually wear on my motorcycle, and they're a little fragile.
Morning, Ms. Popple. Good morning.
All right, you're still under oath.
Yes. Yesterday, we were discussing a Mary Kay bag that was located.
Is the volume really
in a
low?
prop truck. Do you
It'll
remember
lost
that?
the
Yes.
number. Tell me in
Okay,
the
so-
chat.
Oh.
You speak into the mic.
Sorry.
That's why it was low.
Yesterday, we were discussing a
Oh, Lord.
Mary Kay bag that was located in the prop truck. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So let's go ahead and continue there. I am showing you what we've marked as State's Exhibit 44A. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is this a photo of?
This is a close-up of what's inside that Mary Kay bag.
I'm going to zoom in a little bit here. What are these over here on the right?
Those are spent blank rounds.
Okay. And what are we looking at here?
This-
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What is the exhibit number of this?
This one is 44B.
44.
I apologize.
Thank you, no problem.
Yeah.
Thank you.
This is an overall view of what's inside that Mary Kay bag.
Okay. And so were there things underneath these boxes?
Yes.
And what was underneath the boxes?
I believe there were additional rounds underneath those boxes.
Okay. And
A big theme of
you
this
know what
state
we're
is that
looking at
Hannah
here
was
on the
very
side?
disorganized.
This is the outside pocket of that Mary Kay bag.
Okay, and I'm sorry, this is State's Exhibit 45. Maybe I need another cup of coffee. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 46. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what's that?
This is the inside of that bag once those ammunition boxes were removed, where you can see loose rounds.
All right, thank you. And State's Exhibit, excuse me, 47. What are we looking at here?
This is the middle portion of that bag.
Okay. And do you recognize State's Exhibit 48?
Yes.
And what is this?
This is a box of ammunition marked as dummy rounds 45 LC that was removed from that Mary Kay bag.
And State's Exhibit 48A, do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what are these?
This is the foam insert containing dummy rounds that was removed from that box.
And how many rounds altogether, if you recall, were in there?
17.
Okay, thank you. State's Exhibit 49, do you recognize that?
These are those same rounds removed from the foam insert and laid out.
Okay. And what's the round that you have there by itself up at the top?
That round that's moved sideways posted a concern at first because it was not making any noise with ball bearings inside like the rest of the rounds were.
Is this the same Dentix round that we admitted into evidence yesterday?
It is not.
It is not. Okay. This is just a round that was in that box that didn't shake.
Correct.
Okay. And did you do anything with that round?
We sent that round to the FBI because it was of concern, and their determination was that the ball bearings were stuck inside of it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That was the reason it wouldn't rattle?
Correct.
Okay. State's Exhibit 50. What are we looking at here?
This is an ammunition box of marked as 3840 dummies that was removed from the prop truck.
And are all of the rounds in that styrofoam insert 3840 dummies?
No,
What other calibers in there?
some of them are 4440s.
All right. Any 45 Colt rounds in there?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. State's Exhibit 51. What are we looking at here?
This is a close-up of those same rounds.
Okay, and we can kind of see the head stamp there. Can you see that?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 52. What's this?
These are those same rounds laid out.
And the rounds over on the right-hand side, what are those?
The rounds that are over on that side that are laid sideways, those are the 3840 rounds.
These are the 3840s?
I apologize. Let me refer to my report.
Sure.
No, the 4440s. And Carrie's so sharp. And look how organized she is. It's very, everything's numerically ordered, just the way she wants it.
No, I'm sorry. Those are the 4440s.
And the chrome and shiny brass that we're looking at here on the left, what caliber are those?
Those are the 3840s.
Okay, great. In terms of the 4440s here on the right, do all of the 4440s that you have, dummy rounds that you have in evidence, do they all have that same projectile that we can see here?
Yes.
And is that projectile dissimilar than the projectile of the live rounds?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 53. What's this?
These are the rounds that were provided to Detective Hancock from Hannah Gutierrez during her interview.
Okay. And were they all dummy rounds?
Yes.
And the 5 on the left, do they shake?
No.
The one on the right, does it rattle?
Yes.
Rattle rather than shake, I apologize. State's Exhibit 54, what are we looking at here?
This is the close-up of the projectile that was recovered from Joel Souza's shoulder.
Okay. And just to be clear, this is the only projectile that was that was taken into evidence from presumably from the injuries of the victims.
Correct.
Okay. State's Exhibit 55. What's this?
This was a bag of spent casings that was located inside the Mary Kay bag.
And State's Exhibit 56.
These are those same casings laid out.
And I see that you have some separated up here on the top left. Do you see those?
Yes.
I'm going to move to State's Exhibit 57. What's this?
This is a close-up of those same rounds.
The casings?
Casings, yes.
All 4 of these spent casings, are they all 45 long Colt or
Yeah.
45 Colt?
Yes.
And are they all Starline brass casings?
Yes.
It would appear that they all have silver primers.
Yes.
Are these casings basically identical to the casing that was taken from the scene and sent to the FBI?
Your Honor, and I'm gonna object on the leading, and it can be rephrased, so it's not leading.
Sure.
Also ambiguous. She's been getting away with a lot of leading.
Did you find any spent casings on the prop cart?
Yes.
How many?
1.
And can you tell us what that one looks like as compared to what we're looking at here in States 57?
Yes. The casing that was located on the cart is a silver primer and states 45 Colt with the Starline brass logo.
All right, thank you. States Exhibit 58. Do you know
I think that
what
might
we're
be the
looking at
first
here?
objection to
Yes.
leading.
And what is this?
Defense first objection to
This
leading.
was a shirt collected from the scene that was marked as item 18.
Do you know which of the victims this belonged to?
I believe this was Joel Souza's shirt.
Okay.
There's the
State's
blood.
Exhibit 59, do you recognize that?
This was that same shirt, just from the opposite of view.
And let me stop you there. I'm going to go back to State's Exhibit 58, and I'm going to blow it up here. Do you see here where it says marker 18?
Yes.
What does that mean to you?
What that correlates with is what I marked it with our crime scene evidence markers on scene. So it was marked on scene with a yellow marker that stated as 18.
Okay. State's Exhibit 59. What writing do you have here?
I have it as from Med 60.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you again. I think you indicated that this was the same shirt that was in 59, is it? Or I'm sorry, 58.
It is not. I apologize.
Okay, so let's move to State's Exhibit 60. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what are we looking at here?
This is the shirt collected from Med 60, which was the ambulance, from a viewpoint of it laid completely out.
And who was wearing this shirt on the day of the incident?
I believe this shirt belonged to Halyna Hutchins.
All right, thank you. And these
Carrie's
have
doing
already
great
been
with the
admitted
Soapy
into
witness.
evidence, but State's Exhibit 61, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And did you take this photo?
Yes.
And can you tell us where you took the photo and why?
This is the inside of Lieutenant Benavidez's vehicle, where the 2 boxes of ammunition that were handed to him were secured.
State's Exhibit 62, what's that?
This is a close-up on those ammunition boxes.
And in State's Exhibit 62, can you clearly see that label?
Yes.
Can you tell us what the label says?
45 Long Colt Dummies, JS.
And when you say JS, you're referring to those small letters in the center?
Yes.
All right. And State's Exhibit 63, what's this?
This is that same box.
Only, where was this photo taken?
This was in my office, in my processing room.
Okay. State's Exhibit 64.
This is the inside of that box.
And this round here, we may have already discussed it. Was this round sent to the FBI?
Yes.
Was it determined to be a live round?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 65, what's this?
These are those same rounds removed from the foam insert and laid out.
Okay. And if you know, and if you need me to bounce back to the previous photo, I'm happy to. From looking at this, do you know which of these is that live round?
The live round in this case would be next to all of the rounds that have the hole drilled through the side.
Here?
Yes.
Let's talk about that. I want to make sure. Let me ask you this. When you took the rounds out of the styrofoam insert and you lined them up, did you line them up in the same order that they were in the styrofoam insert?
No.
Okay. Why did you put these 5 at the bottom by themselves?
Because they were a different type of round.
Okay, and so how are these 5 over here on the left different than the rest of the rounds from the box?
So they have the hole drilled through the side.
All 5 of them?
Those 4, and then the one on the end would be the live round.
Okay, this one right here.
Yes.
Alrighty, thank you. State's Exhibit 70. Well, let me stop for a second. I think you testified yesterday that you participated in a search warrant at PDQ Props. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you collect any live ammunition from PDQ props?
Yes.
Okay. And let's turn to State's Exhibit 70. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is this?
This was a box of ammunition that was recovered from PDQ props.
A box of ammunition?
Yes.
Was it live or dummy or blank?
Only live ammunition was collected from PDQ props.
Okay. When you were there, were there other types of ammunition there also?
Yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit 71, what are we looking at here?
This is the live ammunition that was recovered from PDQ props.
And this live ammunition that was recovered from PDQ props, is it visibly different than the live rounds that were found on the movie set?
Yes.
And how is it visibly different?
So there were different types of live ammunition collected from PDQ, including different stamps on that ammunition.
And let me ask you this, the projectile shape, is the projectile shape different in these than in the rounds that were found on set?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 72, what are we looking at here?
So this is a close-up of some of that live ammunition.
And can you tell us what color primers the live ammunition from PDQ props has?
This ammunition that we're looking at now had brass.
Okay. And that's, is that different than the live rounds that were found on set?
Yes.
Did you bring another piece of physical evidence with you at my request?
Yes, I did.
If you can help me.
This is Marissa Popple, a crime scene technician, obviously.
I'm going to mark this item as State's Exhibit 91. Ms. Popple, do you recall yesterday when we discussed State's Exhibit 79?
Yes.
And remind us what State's Exhibit 79 is.
This was a live round that was deconstructed by the FBI.
And where did this live round come from?
If I can see the label on it, apologize. So this live round originated from the box that was handed to Lieutenant Benavides.
Okay, and that's the box that just has the one live round in it that we looked at the photo of?
Yes, with the silver primer.
Oh, I'm not connected anymore. Okay, and that would have been State's Exhibit 64 for the record is what we're referring to.
Yes.
And what you brought me today, State's Exhibit 91. Let me try to get it out of the. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
This was,
Let me back it up for just a second so we can see more. Okay.
this was a round collected from PDQ that was then sent to the FBI, and the FBI deconstructed it.
Okay. What was the purpose behind sending the live rounds from the set and the live rounds from PDQ to the FBI?
They did an analysis of the gunpowder components in both rounds.
Okay, great. So what we just saw in State's Exhibit 79, this is similar. Do you agree? It has a casing and a projectile and a container of gunpowder.
Yes.
Can you see the gunpowder that I've zoomed in on there?
Yes.
And does that look to be the same just visibly from just looking at it? Does that,
I'm not object to that.
It's just appearance.
I'm not quite sure what the way you're, she's phrasing it.
Yes, it just, I guess, it's okay. Sometimes it sounds leading to me, but it's okay. We just go for it.
All right, thank you.
is this different than the other exhibit, the gunpowder?
Yes.
Okay, it looks different, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm going to have to go back and capture that image.
Give me just one moment to review my notes.
Of course, the FBI would have done a chemical analysis and found them to be different chemically.
And just for completeness, do you also have a large amount of blank rounds in evidence?
Yes.
How many blank rounds do you think you have in evidence?
I would say probably close to 1,000.
And approximately how many gun belts do you have in evidence?
I believe 3.
And approximately how many guns do you have in evidence?
Around 15 or 16.
And those are real functioning firearms?
Yes.
One of the defense arguments is that the live rounds came from PDQ, not from Hannah. So they're trying to distinguish between the live rounds collected at PDQ and the ones found on set. The state is.
I'll pass the witness.
Okay, that's it for direct.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Cross-examination by Attorney Bowles for the defense.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Now, I want to talk to you first about your training and your job and what you've been trained on as a crime scene technician. Can you tell the jury a little bit about your training?
Yes, I have my bachelor's degree in forensics. I've had over 1,000 additional hours of in-classroom training over various different forensic areas, such as blood pattern analysis, latent print analysis, crime scene reconstruction, those kinds of areas.
Okay, and has that included firearm and ammunition training and determining the difference between types of ammunition?
Not that specific, no.
Okay, so what is the scope of your training you've had on determining different types of ammunition?
I mean, are you specifically referring to?
Calibers, 4440, 38, 45, you've been trained on recognizing the differences?
That I have, yes.
Okay, and how about recognizing the differences between dummy rounds, blanks, and live rounds?
I have not been to that type of training, no.
Okay, so your testimony earlier when you were talking about the dummy rounds and the various measurements and that, you have not been trained in that area?
No.
Okay. Now, part of your training in terms of verifying that a round is either a dummy or a live round is you need to send that to the FBI lab for confirmation. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Because some of the dummy rounds appear like live rounds. They look like live rounds, correct?
Yes.
In fact, the round that came out of the box we saw earlier that did not shake, you sent that off to the FBI lab because you wanted to confirm what that was, correct?
Yes.
And part of the thing the FBI does is they take apart the round and they determine if it has powder in it. Is that right?
Yes.
And when they do that, that tells them basically if it's a live round or a dummy. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
So would you also agree in your training that you've never been taught that you can eyeball a dummy and determine if it's a dummy or a live, or eyeball a round and determine if it's a dummy or live?
No, I've not been trained in that area.
Okay. And you would also agree with me that you can't look at a picture of a round and determine necessarily if it's a dummy or a live?
I would disagree with that.
And why would you disagree?
The rounds that have holes drilled into the side of them or the primers removed appear to visibly be dummy rounds.
And those do. Now, how about the rounds that don't shake, don't have a hole in them, and you're looking at that? You can't tell just by looking at it that's live or dummy, correct?
Correct.
And that's why you sent that one off to the lab again, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to show you what's been marked as defense I. Now, show counsel. You want to approach the witness?
Yes.
Did you take this photo?
All right. Looks like Carrie Morrissey is not comfortable with the defense photograph. All evidence has to have provenance. We have to know where it came from. It can't just magically appear.
Okay, ma'am, I am gonna approach and see if you recognize this photo that we've just been talking about. I'm not gonna introduce it, don't ask you if you.
Sure.
And this is defense I. If you could take a look at that. Ma'am, do you recognize that photo?
I do not.
Okay, and so you didn't take that photo?
No.
Okay. What is in that? I know we're not gonna move to introduce it, but what is in this?
She's never seen the picture before. She didn't take the picture. I don't think she can answer that question without it being completely speculative.
And it? Not to go into detail, but what is it? Just for the record. It's a picture.
Like,
I'm just
Jason,
asking.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bowles, since you're cross, can't you just lead her in that question? And
I
then
can.
we don't get
Sure.
out in
I
the
just wanted
weeds.
her to say it. Yeah, that's fine. This is a picture with rounds in it in a box.
Yes.
Okay. And if I could have that back. Thank you. Okay, ma'am. So in terms of recognizing live versus dummy rounds, you would also agree with me that you have not been trained on the shininess of rounds and how that you can't tell a dummy or a live from their shininess, right?
Correct.
Okay. And yesterday there was some talk about patine.
We're
or
back to
patina
patine.
on some of the rounds. Did you remember that?
Yes.
And actually what that is just oxidation on the round case, correct?
Yes.
So in other words, when a round sits around for a long enough, oxygen interacts with the metal and it's just going to turn a little color, correct?
Yes.
And because oxygen does that to the outside of the round, you don't know whether that it doesn't matter whether there's a patina as to whether it's live or a dummy, correct?
Correct.
Because they have the same cases.
Yes.
Okay. Now, with regard to the FBI, there were several things that were sent to the FBI. You testified yesterday for testing, correct?
Yes.
And there was DNA testing requested on the revolver that was used by Mr. Baldwin, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that that was submitted.
Yes.
Now, yesterday you talked about somebody told you at the FBI that the live rounds could not be tested for DNA. You remember that?
Yes.
Who did you talk to specifically?
I don't recall who I specifically spoke to at the lab
Okay. Did you make that call?
to not send them.
No, did you make the call to the FBI personally?
Yes, I did, along with their representative for our area, who was Agent Cortez.
Cortez. Okay. Now, were you aware that we had requested those rounds, fingerprints and DNA be taken from them?
That you requested it?
Yes.
No.
Okay. You were never told that?
No.
Okay. And you're also aware that those live rounds were never tested for their fingerprints.
I was not aware of that. It was my understanding that they were tested for fingerprints.
Well, then you're not aware that I asked Detective Hancock to do that and it wasn't done? You're not aware of that?
Objection to the former question. He's asking her to speculate.
Well-
How would she know what he says to Detective
He's-
Hancock?
He's not asking her to speculate, but she's answering your question about whether you are aware. I don't know if this, I think you can follow up about why, what's the purpose of asking this witness about those things?
Yes. And yesterday you testified that these live rounds had been sent for fingerprints.
That was my understanding.
But that you didn't talk to Detective Hancock to see that she didn't do that?
It's my understanding that it got done.
Where's the report on that?
The FBI report on that?
Yes.
I would assume that the FBI would have it.
Okay. And are you familiar with that report and Mr. Ziegler's report?
I am not.
Okay. So you haven't read that recently?
Not recently, no.
Okay. So you don't have firsthand knowledge that those live rounds were tested for fingerprints, correct?
Correct.
So you're just going on an assumption.
It
That's
was
what you understood.
the information that I had from the lab.
All right, just wait, all right?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
I'm sorry to interrupt. He's setting things. Okay,
Oh,
No.
okay.
sorry to
Oh,
interrupt you.
no, sorry, Your Honor. Okay, so again, that was just what you thought, but it wasn't. Anyway, we'll get into that with Detective Hancock. Okay. With regard to your role as a crime scene technician, you also took a series of photos of different scenes, correct?
Yes.
And that included the church,
Yes.
and that included the prop truck,
Yes.
and that included Seth Kinney's business PDQ, correct?
Yes.
Okay. With regard to the prop truck, do you recall when that search warrant occurred?
For the prop truck
Yes.
took place on October 27th.
Okay. And when did the search of Seth Kinney's PDQ business take place?
November 30th.
And then the incident on set, the shooting on set, that occurred October 21st, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So October 21st, the prop truck is searched 6 days later. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then Seth Kinney's place is not searched for over a month, correct?
Yes.
So during that month period, you have no idea whether Mr. Kinney disposed of rounds or got rid of rounds. You have no idea whether that happened.
No.
Okay. And were you aware that Mr. Kinney had received rounds from the set of Yellowstone 1883?
Yes.
Because one of those things inside his shop said live 1883, correct?
Yes.
Now, that, as I understand, that was empty at the time of the search warrant, correct?
No.
That canister was not empty?
The box marked live ammo 1883 is the only area we found live rounds.
Okay. Did he not have any other live rounds in that shop?
I don't believe so, no.
Because there were, and we'll show pictures in a little bit, but there were tons of ammunition boxes, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So did you search all of those boxes? Did you look into all those boxes?
I believe so, yes.
Every one of them.
I can't be certain.
Okay. Because there's a lot of them. You remember
Yes.
that? Yeah. Did you, in fact, just take Seth Kinney's word on what was live and what was not?
No, I know that boxes were dug through and it was a time-consuming process.
Now, you didn't seize all of the rounds from that 1883 can, did you?
I collected the live rounds that were in the box marked 1883 that were 45 Colt.
Did you get all the 45 rounds from that canister?
Yes, all of the 45 rounds.
And did you ask him whether he had gotten rid of some of the rounds or used some of the rounds prior to you all getting there for the search?
I did not interview Seth Kinney.
Okay. So you don't know the answer to that?
No.
Okay. Now, earlier, you showed a picture of the Mary Kay bag. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And there was a box inside it with blue writing that we saw. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And it said something like dummy rounds 45 LC.
Yes.
And you know that that's Seth Kinney's box, correct?
Yes, I know.
Okay. And that box was found in the prop truck?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you're not aware whether Sarah Zachary may have taken anything from the prop cart to the prop truck, or are you?
I do not know.
Okay. So if she had removed anything from the prop cart and taken it to the prop truck, you would not know that. Is that what you're telling the jury?
Correct.
So Seth Kinney's box, you have no idea whether that was on the prop cart, but it was moved to the prop truck, do you?
No.
Now, are you aware that you responded to the scene at the time of the shooting, right? Right after the shooting.
Yes.
How long did it take you to get there after?
It took me several minutes. We had a meeting in our criminal investigations division first before we all headed out to the scene.
How long did it take you after those several minutes to get to the scene?
I do not recall.
Okay. Was it 30 minutes? Was it an hour? How
It
long was the drive?
Was, I would say, 30 minutes at most.
Okay. So when you got there, were you aware that other sheriffs had gotten there?
Yes.
At what time, how long after, if you know, did those sheriffs report after the shooting? How long did it take for them to get there?
I do not know.
Okay. At the time you got there, did you see whether Mr. Baldwin was segregated in a vehicle?
I don't recall.
did you see that Miss Gutierrez was though? Did you s-
Yes, I recall her being in the vehicle.
do you recall seeing Alec Baldwin talking on his cell phone and just walking around?
No, I don't recall that.
Okay. You haven't seen any pictures like that or video or anything like that?
In the following days in media, yes, I've
Okay.
seen him on the phone in photos.
So you're aware now, you can tell the jury he was not segregated.
I do not know.
Okay. Now, with regard to your work on set that day, you took pictures when you responded to the shooting. Did you do any interviews, anything like that?
No, I do not interview.
Okay. And your job at that time as a crime scene technician is to secure the scene, secure the evidence. Would that be fair?
Yes,
Part of your goal in securing the evidence is to make sure that you get it right, you get the chain of custody right, and you make sure that's logged. Is that right?
yes.
Why is the chain of custody so important?
The chain of custody is essentially the tracking of where the item originated from to who has possession of it now and everything in between.
Okay. And if there is a break in the chain of custody, that's a problem for you in terms of verifying that evidence, correct?
Yes,
Now, if before you got there, Miss Zachary had thrown rounds away and she had taken items from the prop cart to the prop truck, that could cause problems with the chain of custody, correct?
well, if someone were to remove evidence from a scene, it wouldn't just cause problems for chain of custody, it would cause problems because we no longer have that evidence.
Correct. In fact, if you don't have evidence, it's lost. That's a serious problem in a case like this, correct?
Yes,
And this is a death investigation. So you would ideally want all of the evidence that might be relevant for a jury to see later, correct?
yes.
Now, are you aware here that Miss Zachary actually threw those rounds away?
That's beyond my scope of knowledge.
Okay. And again, we're talking about those getting thrown away. But now let's talk about if items were taken from that prop cart to the prop truck before you got there, would you agree that breaks the chain of custody? It disturbs the scene. Would you agree with that?
Yes,
So in other words, when you get there and you take pictures of the prop cart, you wouldn't know if that's how it looked at the time of the shooting, would you?
no,
And we saw a picture of those boxes that went into Deputy Benavides' truck. Do you recall that?
yes,
Now, later on, I know you put them back in the cart to take pictures, correct?
yes.
So, and I know you weren't intending to do something, but when you placed them back, you have no idea if that was where they were before.
That was not the reasoning behind placing them into the scene.
I understand, and I'm not trying to say your reasoning a certain way. I'm just saying that you did not know when you placed them back for a picture that that's exactly where they were before.
Correct.
So when the jury looks at a picture of the prop cart now, they don't know if that's where those were at the time of the shooting. And that's not your fault. I'm just saying that that's a fact, correct?
Correct.
And in terms of evidence, when you're trying to, as a crime scene technician, you don't want people, for example, to reach across the crime scene tape and either grab evidence or put evidence on a cart, correct?
Correct.
Now, similarly, you would not want, as a crime scene technician, for an officer to handle a weapon with his bare hand. That wouldn't be ideal, would it?
No,
And in fact, you're trying to get DNA later and fingerprints, but did you see the camera of the Deputy Benavides that handled that weapon with his bare hand?
yes,
Okay, and again, that's not ideal, is it?
no,
In terms of that, those rounds, you talked about the box, and you talked about different boxes that were found in that day, correct?
yes,
Now, you have no idea whether Miss Zachary or Miss Gutierrez-Reed used those rounds on a day and then put them back in a different box, do you?
no,
So if you, for example, if these rounds were used the day before and they were changed out into a different box, you would have no way of knowing that, would you?
no,
So in other words, when we just went through a direct examination that these rounds came from this box and these rounds came from that box, you really have no idea where those rounds originated from, which box, do you?
My statements for where they originated at that time.
Yes, so that was just that day. But my question is, you do not know if 3 days before these rounds were in that box and these rounds were in that box. Is that fair?
Yes.
Now, and I'm not, well, when you say the boxes were handed to Benavides, isn't it true that actually he just grabbed those boxes?
I do not know.
Okay, so when you said they were handed to him, you really didn't know that.
No, that was the information that I was given.
Okay, but again, the lapel cam, everybody can watch it and see it, but for example, it doesn't look like anybody handed it to him. But you haven't seen it?
I'll just object to the form of question. She's indicated that I don't think she knows.
No, you're right. She's right. I'm sorry. Yeah. So I'll move forward on that. Now, I do want to show you some pictures that we're going to label, and I think by stipulation that we would ask these to be introduced. And if it's possible, if Mr. Bullion could.
J through what?
J through N.
M as in Mary?
N is in Nancy, Judge.
All right, so, they're moving for the admission. Do you have any objection?
I don't have any objection as long as they are certain that these are photos that Ms. Popple took.
So you can see when you hear only one side of the argument, the state side about how we can identify the actual source of these live rounds from because of these characteristics or those or the box they were in or the color of the primer, it sounds a lot less confident when you hear the defense cast these questions about all that.
Take the photos and see if she recognizes them.
There's quite a few, Judge. It'll be much faster to do it this way.
All right, if the state isn't objecting,
That's
go ahead.
fine. Let's just show her what you have.
5 of them, right?
No, I think.
There's 5 sets of photos.
Oh,
Well, they should be individually labeled exhibits. Maybe J through N is not enough. Maybe they're doing J1, J2, J3, L1, L2, L3. I guess we'll see. But every exhibit should have its own unique identifier.
No objection, Your Honor.
all right.
Okay.
J through N is admitted to the series of photos. You may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor, and we'll try to move fairly quickly through this.
The jury can stand up from top. Is that what you're asking?
Yes. Which one do you want to start with?
Okay, if we can start with the photos from the Seth Kenny business, PDQ props.
Mr. Bowles, are you intending to admit every single photo there?
Yes.
Yes, but we don't want to show them all.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
we're just going to kind of,
no problem.
okay. And ma'am, can I first ask you, did you say that you had taken some of these photos or all of these photos?
Yes, all of these photos.
Okay. And again, this is from the search warrant of Seth Kenny's business in
Yeah.
November? Okay.
Yes.
Now I want to say, just quickly, what is this shot?
This is the back alley entrance into the building.
Okay, next.
that same alley entrance.
Excuse me, can you say on the record which exhibit?
It's J. They're en massing. They said it was J.
All right. Mr. Baldwin,
When you
what was it?
switch to K, let us know.
Yes.
When you switch to K, let us know.
Yeah.
You can't get those pictures any bigger, just out of curiosity? I mean, it's up to you, but.
Yes, can we make those a little bigger, Mr. Baldwin, if you zoom in? Okay, and ma'am, did you say what that one was?
This is another angle from that back alley.
Okay, next.
Again, a different angle from the back alley. The gate leading into the back alley.
Now, is this how this looked? Okay, this one too. This is how this looked when you went in?
Yes,
Does that appear to be disorganized?
yes,
And again, this one is very disorganized?
yes.
Okay, next one. What is this?
Good Lord.
This is facing the entrance from where we came in.
Again, there's stuff everywhere. You agree with that?
Yes,
Okay, the next one.
I believe this was a look into a closet.
Okay, and is there pizza boxes there?
Yes,
Did you know if he lived here too, Seth Kenny?
I do not.
Okay, and go to the next. All right, and is that the one, Mr. Baldwin, with the rounds? If you can show that. Okay, what are these we're seeing?
These were boxes and boxes of ammunition.
And this is what I was kind of mentioning earlier. There was a lot of these, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and there was other places where these were. Okay, here are these more boxes,
yes,
and are these all different kinds of ammunition?
I believe so. Yes.
And again, I think you said you couldn't recall whether you all went through all those boxes.
No, I could not recall.
Okay, and keep going. Okay, and we're flipping kind of quickly, but what is this this machine?
I believe this was a vise that was sitting on a counter.
Okay, and then more ammo boxes.
Yes.
Now zoom in on this. Did you see any of them with the JS?
Yes.
And you know, that's a fairly common box. Have you seen that in Seth Kenny's business as well?
Yes.
Now, these ammo boxes in general, you're aware, aren't you, that they can be purchased off the internet for 25 or 10 bucks?
I don't know that. So.
Okay. I mean, but these are standard little white boxes. They're all over the place. Are you aware of that?
That they're standard white boxes. Yes.
Okay. And these, I mean, you're familiar with these, aren't you, in your job? You see these type of boxes?
I see ammo boxes, not necessarily all white ones with certain stamps on them.
Okay.
I used to buy these on the
how often
regular.
do you see JS?
Not a lot.
Okay. But you do see them from time to time.
Not that I recall.
Okay. Well, there's a lot there.
Well, yes, in
Yeah.
this case, there were a lot of JS boxes, but in
Okay.
my 7 years crime scene tech, I haven't seen a lot of JS boxes.
Do you know what JS is?
No.
Okay. Okay. Next one. And again, we got 32 Smith & Wesson, 22. These are more ammo, right?
Yes.
Okay. Next.
More-
Again, the JS. Is that the JS there?
Yes.
Okay. If you can move forward. Okay. And what are these?
These are spent casings.
Do you see the primer, how it's dented?
Yes.
What is the significance of that?
That means that this round has been fired, so a firing pin has created that indent in this casing.
Are you aware that there's a thing where a primer can be slightly dented, and then if it was struck again, it could go off? Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not sure what you're referring to.
If a hammer hits a primer and it doesn't strike it hard enough, it can create a small indentation or dent in that,
I'm gonna
correct?
object. I think this is pretty far outside her scope of expertise, and we've got plenty of other witnesses who can answer
Sure,
these
we
questions.
do.
Okay,
Okay,
let's
we
move
do.
on.
Okay. If you can move to the next picture, Mr. Baldwin. And then again, what are, just, if you give the jury just an idea of what these are, is that more ammo?
Yes.
Okay. And again, and that one in particular was just in a gray tub.
Yes.
Okay. And the next one. What are some of these pictures?
This was the front room area.
It looks like a hoarder's house, folks.
Again,
For
is
those
that
of you
more ammo
listening.
boxes in this particular picture?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and again, is that a JS notation?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you can move forward, please, Mr. Billion. Okay, when you go back one, is that a gun belt?
Yes.
Okay. You go forward. And again, more ammo?
Yes.
Okay. And we've seen enough of those. If unless you have anything in particular, but that's we get the flavor of those. If you can move to the church pictures.
Like, is that K now?
There's a couple that are different.
Okay, go ahead. Put those up.
We're still in J.
Okay, what is this picture?
This was a box that was located marked live ammo 1883.
And again, that was what we talked about earlier.
Yes.
Okay. And what is this one?
This is an overview of where that box was located.
Okay. And finally, what is this one?
This is what was inside of that box.
Okay, and there's several in that live ammo. There's several boxes here, correct?
Yes.
What is that? What were those that said lead?
I don't recall.
Okay, you don't recall what was inside those?
No.
Okay, they're labeled various types. Did you go through all those?
Yes.
But you can't tell the jury today what was in them?
I don't recall what was in them. I only collected 45 live rounds out of this box.
Okay, and here's 45 LC. Is that right?
Yes.
What are those loose rounds around it?
Those were, I believe some of them were live 45 rounds.
Okay, were those collected?
Yes.
Okay. And how about these?
This was a close-up of what was in that box marked 45 LC.
Okay. And do you know what is in this picture?
This was a green ammunition box that was located.
Okay. And these appear to be more dummy rounds. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, if we can move to K.
Is there going to be some kind of demarcation so that we know which is J, which is K?
Yes, Your Honor. We need to go back and make sure that that's demarcated.
Okay.
We'll do that. Well, while we're finding that, I have a couple more questions. The round you talked about in government or states 49 earlier that had ball bearings in it that didn't shake or apparently were stuck inside. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that was the one you sent off to the FBI lab.
Yes.
So that would have been a round potentially on set that didn't rattle.
Yes.
And that
This is very sloppy labeling of the exhibits, but I wonder if they're doing it on purpose.
potentially on set that did not rattle, correct?
Yes.
But you had to send that off to the FBI lab for confirmation to determine that, correct?
Yes.
And that's not something either Miss Zachary or Miss Gutierrez-Reed had the luxury of on the set, did they?
No.
Okay. We also heard yesterday Miss Morrissey shook a round into the microphone. You remember that?
Yes.
And asked everybody if they could hear it?
Yes.
Again, that's not something Miss Zachary or Miss Gutierrez-Reed had the luxury of on set, did they?
Of rattling around?
Of having a microphone so they can rattle it and have everybody hear on a microphone.
No, they didn't have a microphone. That I
Okay.
know of.
Okay, do you have the church pictures ready?
Yeah.
Can we put those up? Can you just quickly tell us kind of what we're looking at here? Is this David Halls?
I don't know who the individual in the back is. I was taking a photograph of the back of Mr. Baldwin.
Okay, so earlier, did you tell me you didn't see Mr. Baldwin?
This was the only interaction I had with him was photographing what he was wearing and then taking the clothing that he had on.
Okay, well then you knew when you photographed him, he wasn't segregated in a car.
Well, when I photographed him, he wasn't. I have no idea what he was doing before or after that.
Well, right then he's standing outside. How long did you see him?
My interaction with him was probably less than 10 minutes.
Your Honor, she's indicated that she has no idea whether he was segregated or not, and we have plenty of other witnesses that can reasonably answer this question.
That's okay. He can ask that question and I
And
think
then
he
I'll
got
move
the
forward.
answer.
Yes, and I'll move forward after that. Okay, so ma'am, what is this?
This is the outside of the church.
Okay. And this one?
Another angle of what's outside the church.
Do you know what the cart is that we just saw?
I'm not sure what you're referring to. The cart that's in the photo now.
Yeah, just we went by it. If you could go, go the other way.
There.
This
Oh,
one.
That was one of multiple equipment carts that was located outside.
And when you say equipment carts, were these, so these were on set, productions carts when you got there?
Yes.
Okay, keep going. And what is that? That big structure in the back of that photo?
Are you talking about the small structure or are you talking about the white structure?
The white structure.
I believe that was the prop truck.
Okay. And do you see that that appears to be outside of the crime scene tape?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and these are more photos of the church, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What is the next?
The prop truck, search warrant.
Oh, the prop truck. Okay, can we put those up?
most
And this
common thing in
prop
the
truck
world is
search
for
was
witnesses to appear
October
nervous
27th, correct?
Yes.
on the
Okay.
stand.
Mr. Bowman, what is the letter on these?
This one is M.
M as in Mary.
Okay, just a minute. Did we finish K and L or?
Yes.
Okay, well, all right, so we went into K. You didn't tell us when we went into L.
I apologize, Your Honor. All the church photos were L that we just saw.
All right, let's make sure that when you send them to the jury, they have them properly marked, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. All
Yes.
right, M.
Okay, this is M as in Mary, this series. Now, what is this here?
This is the outside of the prop truck.
Okay. And move, if you can. This is the exterior and side of the truck.
Yes.
Okay. And what is this picture of?
This is the side door entrance into the truck.
Okay. And this is the interior?
Yes.
Okay, and this is a gun belt in the interior of that truck?
Yes.
Okay. And what are these we're seeing now that we're zooming in?
This in particular is a 45 LC ammo box.
Council approach for a moment.
Yes, Your Honor.
I wonder when they're going to take a morning break. The judge might be watching the jurors nodding off. Yeah, there's a lot of cows in Florida. You wouldn't know it if you only are a tourist visiting the coast, but you drive across the width of Florida, you will see your fair share of cows for sure. That's addressing a comment in the Law Self-Defense chat. You too can be a Law Self-Defense member. That's the only place we'll address comments and questions. That I'll address comments and questions is from the member chat on the member live stream on the member dashboard. Become a member for just 99 cents for a 2-week trial membership at lawselfdefense.com/trial. There we go.
It's received here in court. Thank you.
All rise.
All right, you may be seated. As a reminder, you all need to have your badges. That's, Barry Massey and Beth Wojan went to a lot of trouble to prepare them, to get you in, and you need them when you come in
She's
here.
talking to the
Okay?
press.
All right, very good. Thank you. You don't need me. I'm going to go.
All right, there's our break. Probably be 10 minutes. I'll keep an eye on it. So, Law Self-Defense membership. Try it out for a 2-week trial for just 99 cents, folks, at lawselfdefense.com/trial. Get emailed instantly instructions for how to join us on the member live stream. Any questions or comments you post there, I'll be happy to address. If you're posting comments and questions in YouTube, Twitter, or on Rumble, I'm almost certainly not going to see them. So try out membership. And after the 2-week trial, by the way, folks, it's still dirt cheap to be a Law Self-Defense member, only about 30 cents a day, less than $10 a month to be a Law Self-Defense member. Lots of benefits. You get transcripts of most of our shows. We don't do transcripts of the trial shows because they'd be thousands of pages long. But most of our hour-long shows, we provide transcripts to our members, copies of whatever source videos we're analyzing. And of course, again, we address comments and questions for members and generally not anybody else. Try it out. 2 weeks, 99 cents, folks. You can't go wrong for 99 cents. lawofselfdefense.com/trial. All right. So what else do we have to talk about? By the way, if you are a Law Self-Defense member already, or if you're not, but you'd like to take more advantage of what we have to offer, you might consider becoming a Law Self-Defense Platinum member. Platinum members are the only ones who have access to my legal consult services if they're involved in a use of force event. I'm doing a consult right now for a Platinum member who was involved in a use of force event, is facing multiple felony charges. He gets that legal consult for free. When we used to do outside consults, they were a minimum of $10,000 for a consult. Now, we don't take $10,000 anymore because we don't do consults for people who are not Platinum members. The good news is you can be a Law and Self-Defense Platinum member, get that guaranteed legal consult coverage, and we have excellent outcomes, folks. Get that guaranteed legal consult for free. For free if you're a Platinum member, and you can be a Platinum member for only 82 cents a day. And for that 82 cents a day, we also throw in thousands of dollars of our educational content, books, courses, and much more. Learn all about it at lawofselfdefense.com/82 cents. All right. So let's take that down. Let me see if there's any particular questions in the member chat that have already come up. Lots of people in the chat this morning. Let's see. Bup, bup, bup. Law Self-Defense member Eric says, Andrew, I've been closely following SB1 in Louisiana, which is our constitutional carry bill. It's all but certain to pass. Just thought I would bring it to your attention if you weren't aware. Great. Great. That's awesome. Big fan of constitutional carry, especially following Bruin, which demands that an infringement of the Second Amendment have some historic tradition behind it from the period of the founding. There were no permits at the founding for possession or carry of a gun. So they're facially unconstitutional, the entire permit process. Eric says, oh, SB2 in Louisiana removes liability for permit holders, which I thought was interesting. I don't know what that means, Eric. I'll have to check that out. Removes liability. All right, so let me see if I have the... Well, that's not it. I'm trying to find the interrogation video for Alec Baldwin, the long one. Oh, here it is. All right, I'm going to play this for a bit, folks, while we're waiting for the court to come back, okay, to keep everybody entertained. And I'm going to take myself off camera because I have a couple of administrative things to take care of. Here we go. He's just sitting down now. So this is Baldwin's police interrogation the day of the shooting, shortly after it happened.
Hi, Samantha. So, know why you're here for this incident that was reported. unfortunate earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know you already agreed to talk to us and everything, and that's great. We're just gonna go over the rights. She's gonna read these to you. As you understand them, and just sign an initial, and then, if you read the bottom and agree to talk to us, then sign. As you understand them, yes.
Yeah, so first one, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say may be used against you. in
Don't do it,
court or
folks.
proceedings. You have the
Don't
right
do
to
it.
consult with an attorney before making any statement or answering any questions, and you may have him or her present with you during questioning. You may have an attorney appointed to you to represent you if you cannot afford one or otherwise obtain one. If you decide to answer any questions now with or without a lawyer, you have the right to stop questioning at any time or to stop questioning for the purpose of consulting a lawyer.
So my only question is, am I being charged with something?
No, we're just
Yeah.
reviewing.
I don't, that's what
Not
I'm,
yet.
that's what
But it's,
I'm not worried because I'm not, yeah.
we
If
have
you're
to do
charging
our
me with
job
something,
at
Yeah, no, just tell me that.
advising you your
You want me
rights
to write my
because
name here?
this is an
Look
investigation.
how friendly everybody is.
It's a formality. Have to do
Just
it.
a
if you're-
formality.
you
You do
appreciate
it, you
it.
do whatever you want.
Don't worry about it.
What is today?
Everything's
It is
fine.
the 21st of October.
Oh.
Long day?
Long
What's
day.
interesting, not to digress on some commentary here, is that we've done this for 2 weeks and we did it the right way every day. Every day. You're on a set, you rehearse, they bring you what's called a cold gun. The gun is either completely empty, the chambers, or there is a cosmetic
But it
piece.
wasn't, was it,
So, for
Alec?
example, if you're the camera, and this is gonna sound silly and specific, but if I'm pointing the gun close to the camera, you wanna see into the cylinder that there's material in there, cosmetic material. So those rounds are cosmetic rounds.
Right.
They put them in, and you rehearse, or even in a shot when you don't fire.
Mhm.
I pull the gun, and you see there's some material inside the cylinder. They'd hand me a cold gun, no charges. They always hand you a cold gun with nothing in it to rehearse. And then,
But
when
they
you
didn't, Alec.
shoot, if you are shooting loads that are flash loads, and they're usually in 3 denominations, quarter, half, or full load rounds, so that the flash is bright, and the sound is loud, louder, loudest. Full load is loudest. So if you're outside, you want a full load bang, you want a loud sound. If you're inside, you can do a quarter load. Right before you shoot, everyone preps, crew puts the earplugs in, some put headphones on. The camera's there, very often there's a loose, tight screen, but you're the camera operator and there's the camera, so I should always shoot off camera. You never shoot into the lens. And you shoot it, there's a flash and a sound. Now, I went to lunch, she disarmed me. I sat
She
down,
being,
Hannah, the
Hannah.
the armaments person. She was always handling the guns, or 99% of the time. So I would, if I had a cosmetic rifle with no rounds, I'd hand it to one of her assistants. I'm sitting there, she disarms me, we go to lunch, we come back from lunch, and they hand me the revolver, the Colt.
and I just like the
Her.
name, it's
Hannah.
Hannah again.
They arm me, and you're assuming, as we've done every time, that it's a cold gun for the rehearsal.
Oh, you know what they
And I
say
put
about assuming.
The gag in the shot, you're the camera, because I have a coat, and I have a holster, and I pull the coat over, and I kind of cup my hands like I folded my hands. And then I'm gonna slowly sneak the revolver, the Colt out, and turn and shoot these other guys, or try to shoot them. I take the coat over the thing, the camera's there. I believe, my recollection is she was there, turned a bit, like talking to him. So I think she was hitting the right armpit. But this is all I know, and that is that I take the gun out in the rehearsal. He wants it very dramatic and very slow, kind of sneak up on them. I take the gun out, and as I take, as it clears, as the barrel clears, I turn and cock the gun in rehearsal. I turn and cock the gun goes off.
Okay.
It's supposed to be a cold gun. Nothing. No flash charges, nothing. Now, this is a puzzle to me. This is making me very emotional now, but in my time, and I'm older now, but when I was younger and I was shooting guns and films, I've never seen a theatrical flash round where the material went through someone's armpit, came out their body, and hit somebody else in the shoulder.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if your department is prepared to go find out what comes out of his shoulder surgically. Is that a live round?
That's what we are actually looking
Is that a
at.
lot? Because it doesn't make any sense otherwise.
Yeah.
It hits her in the armpit, comes out her shoulder, goes into his shoulder, and he just told me on the phone, I talked to Joe. He said, they showed me the x-ray, and the shape of the thing in my shoulder is the shape of a bullet. Now, all the rounds, I was told, you need to verify, I think this is an important note, they take the gun, they enter the, and all the rounds that are in there were either dummy rounds, no flash, cold rounds, or rounds with a flash. In the rehearsal, there should have been nothing. It should have been a cold gun with no rounds inside or dummy
If only you
rounds,
had checked,
cosmetic
Alec.
rounds. No flash. I take the gun out slowly, I cock the pistol, bang, it goes off, she hits the ground, she goes down. He goes down.
At this point, Alec Baldwin is not aware that Hannah is that Halyna Hutchins is dead.
Screaming. He said, Jesus Christ, and I'm going, and I thought that maybe sometimes the wadding can come out if you're closer to get a burn. 2 actors who killed themselves with guns, with theatrical guns, John Eric Hexum and Brandon Lee, they put the live round in, and I'm told even with the flash powder, you can cause contusions and you can do a brain bleed and die, which both of them died.
Right.
I think with Brandon Lee, there was a piece of material lodged in the thing that shot from the, or something.
Yeah.
I don't remember vividly, but my point is, I've been doing this, I shot enough guns in my day in movies, I've never seen this before, where a flash round.
All of this is going to come back to haunt Alec Baldwin because it's hard to say, I've shot enough guns, I've had all this training, I know what guns are and how they work, and then pretend you shouldn't be held responsible for mishandling a gun.
But from my understanding is, can I borrow your pen for a minute?
Of course, you could even borrow mine.
My understanding is that in a bullet, you know, here's the thing with the pin, and here's the bullet itself. And now here, when you have a cosmetic round, no flash, no nothing, they drill a hole in the side of the brass to signify that it's a cosmetic round. There's nothing in there. There's no powder. But when you have a flash round, and there's stuff in there, wadding and powder to make the charge. This material here, that is the bullet, is made of a clay or some material that just disintegrates. So what you have is bang, and you see the flash go bang, and you hear the sound, but nothing, there's no projectile.
Mm-hmm.
And what I'm curious about is what came out of that bullet that went through her body and into his shoulder.
That's pretty powerful.
All of this, he knows what a he knows what a dummy round is. He knows what a blank is. He knows what a live round is. So clearly, if he had bothered to check, he would have known it was a live round in the gun. And Halyna Hutchins would not be dead today.
I've never heard of it. Now, some people say you can lodge material in the barrel accidentally, a rock, something, that happens. Which is why every time we've done this, I'm here to tell you, to testify that every time we've done this, she's done it right. She cleaned the barrel, made sure nothing was lodged in there. We went hot when they were ready. You always announce, going hot. Crew gets ready. And then all of a sudden, you're the camera, and I shoot away from you. I sit there and like, bang, 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 and flashes are coming out. We shoot the rounds. She cleans the barrel every time, and she checks that the rounds are all cosmetic rounds, or nothing in the chamber for the rehearsal. She hands me the gun. I'm assuming she's done it the right way. She's done it the last 2 weeks. I put it in the holster. I pull it out slow.
Assuming.
We're rehearsing. We're not filming anything. I pull it out slow, turn, cock the pistol, bang, it goes off, and she hits the ground. And then he starts screaming. And I'm thinking, in a flash round, I could see maybe if there was wadding or there's some stuff like that that's hot, and maybe it hits you and burns you. As they say, sometimes that happens. But remember, we're rehearsing, so no one's protected.
Oh, it's supposed to be this one, cosmetic one.
Or nothing.
Or nothing.
For the rehearsal, the gun is normally empty.
Mm.
But my point is that they were standing in positions they wouldn't ordinarily be in because they assumed it was an empty, cold gun. We weren't shooting, we were rehearsing. That's the vital difference.
So all of Alec Baldwin believed he was supposed to have a literally empty gun. No dummy rounds, no flash rounds, no or blanks, certainly no live ammunition. You know how easy it is to check that on a single action revolver? You pull the hammer to half cock, you open up the loading gate, you spin the cylinder. That's it. If it's supposed to be empty, that's how you verify that it's actually empty. It's that quick. And then if you see anything in there, you know it's not supposed to be there because the gun's supposed to be empty.
So if she's here, if the camera's here, and she's standing here talking to the gun, and I'm on a bench here, and Joel's behind her, And this is not proportionate because obviously the camera's not as big as her body. But I draw the gun slowly and aim off camera, and there's supposed to be nothing in there. So she's not protecting herself and standing off. I'm shooting in a direction, and everybody is supposed to be to that side of the camera. There's nobody in my line.
Is it better, the audio now? I saw someone complain about the audio. My earbuds broke, so I'm using my AirPods, but the AirPods can also take over the microphone if you don't pay attention, and I wasn't paying attention. So hopefully it's better now. All right. Sorry about that, folks. Nothing but the highest production value here at Law of Self-Defense.
Nobody. And so when I shoot the gun, so in the rehearsal, I'm assuming I have an empty gun, and the gun goes off, she's right in front of me.
Mhm.
She's as far from me as I am from difference between maybe you and the door.
Okay, so pretty close proximity.
It was a very tight shot.
Okay.
The shot was here, of me, not of me, it's of me pulling the gun slowly, turn cock.
Okay.
And she's right there, vulnerable, in a position she wouldn't ordinarily be if we were shooting.
Why does that keep happening?
And this one, boom, she hits the ground.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna back you up just a little bit, okay?
Yeah.
How long have you been on set?
I arrived Monday the 11th
Okay.
and started my fittings, and they were shooting the week before.
And the 11th of October?
Monday the 11th, I flew in from New York. I flew from New York to Denver, Denver to Albuquerque, because there's no direct flights here, and then drove from Albuquerque to here.
Okay.
Rehearsed and fitted, and did all my preparatory stuff.
So that was in October, correct?
That was Tuesday the 12th, yeah. I flew on the 11th, rehearsed on the 12th, started shooting the 13th, Wednesday the 13th, I started shooting.
Okay.
We shoot a Wednesday through Sunday schedule. We're off Monday, Tuesday.
So the entire time you've been on set, have you seen the same armor?
And her
working
crew,
with you
yeah,
guys?
everybody.
How many people are on her crew?
My guess is that what I witnessed is 3,
Okay,
all young women. Hannah and 2 other women.
all right.
And very often they're tasked with me, because we're not shooting every day, guns, there's no armaments every day. They dress me with my holster, my knife. The film is set in 1888, so I'm armed with the classic weaponry of the cowboy era.
Okay.
And so they would make sure I was dressed properly. 85% of their task is to make sure I'm dressed with everything properly.
The armors?
The
Or
armorers,
just,
well, the armorers, wardrobe doesn't necessarily, they sometimes trade back and forth, but wardrobe doesn't necessarily deal with my holster
okay,
and the knife, but that's a prop. The armorer, Hannah, and her team, they dealt with me being knifed and that being lashed properly, so it looks proper,
okay,
and the holster.
okay.
So it was
And,
wardrobe as much as it was props, as much as it was armaments.
okay. Do you know Hannah's last name?
No,
Do you know what she looks like? Or can you
yeah,
describe what she looks like?
multicolored hair, glasses, not too tall. Everyone knows her pretty well because her father is a very famous armaments guy. He's a guy that did guns in movies for decades. He's very well known.
Okay.
She's the daughter of this famous gun guy, movie gun guy.
And what about the other girls in her crew?
I don't remember their names.
Okay. Do you know what they look like?
A blonde, thin, not too short, kind of medium height, and brunette, someone on the shorter side, maybe the same height as Hannah, brunette, and also there's you go back and forth between, they're wearing a mask most of the time on set. They've been ordered to do that. But I've seen them with their masks off.
Okay. All right. What time did you guys start today?
I don't know what time they started. I came in slightly later because they had a couple of shots without me in the morning, so I came in at, I guess I arrived there at like about 7:45.
Okay.
Normally I'm there at like 6:30.
All right. And then anything abnormal in the day? Who handed you your weapon in the day?
Hannah
Handed it. Okay. And physically handed or put it in the holster?
handed it to me.
Okay.
She would show me the gun,
Okay.
or she'd say, cold gun. She'd say, test it, or some language to indicate, she handed me the gun. So
Test it.
And
Test
she said,
it.
do you want to check? And I always didn't want to insult her, because we never had a problem.
Do you want to check? Oh, I don't want to insult her. I don't want to insult her. He was offered the opportunity to check. And because he didn't want to insult her, a woman's dead.
I said, I'm good. So, and the first AD very often will ask, periodically, he'll say, let me check.
Okay.
And they'll have two people check for this very reason, that we don't have any forget about live rounds of bullets, that we have any flash rounds in the gun while we're rehearsing. Because if someone wants to indicate, and they're not thinking, they pull the trigger on the gun, you just hear the hammer, the dead sound of the hammer hitting, and you have no flash rounds at all in there for the rehearsal. The rehearsal gun should be empty.
Okay.
And as I said, for the 2 weeks I've been shooting, it has been empty. We haven't had one problem.
And you had,
So when you play Russian roulette with a revolver, put one round in the cylinder and give it a spin, most of the cylinders are empty. Most of the time it's fine. Until it's not.
have you physically checked that, or just by? for
She
telling you?
announces to me that it's clean.
Okay.
She'll say, cold gun, we rehearse. Then when she's done, she takes the gun, goes off to a corner. She has a kit, like a zip fanny pack with her elements in there. She puts the flash rounds in there. She'll say, quarter load, but it's a lower sound. Or she'll say full load. And if I'm shooting, if you're the crew and you're shooting me close, if I say the full load, it is rather loud. It's very loud.
Okay.
She's always announcing what's going to happen.
All
And
right.
she's been very good about that.
So have you guys, backtracking a little bit on this, because she's telling you what's in these guns, have you guys been practicing with those quarter loads, the full loads, all that through the past couple of weeks? Or have you shot with them?
I came in on Tuesday. That's what I did Tuesday,
Okay.
the 12th. I came to the ranch, rode the horse. I just got used to that. And because they have a double who really rides in the distance up really fast. And all the athleticism you see me on the horse, and they cut to a watch and another guy riding was a little horse.
Okay.
I get quite a crew of them.
So today was not the first day that,
No, I shot on Tuesday the 12th with the Henry, the lever, arm action lever, the lever action rifle,
okay,
and the pistol. I just shot both.
okay.
And she was
And,
there.
all right, moving back forward, what time did you guys break for lunch today?
Usually, I think today was probably 12:30.
Okay. And who took the weapon at that time?
Hannah
Physically took it?
always
from you?
knows. Rarely do the other ladies, the two other women, handle the pistol that's live shooting in the scene. As I said, I have the Henry in my hand as a prop. I'd be running through the scene, but no bullets, nothing. When they say cut, I could hand it to the blonde girl.
Okay,
Again, but whenever we were interacting with somebody where rounds were going to go in the gun, you would have flash rounds in the scene. We shot flash rounds. It was only Hannah.
okay,
Only. With her fanny pack with the rounds in there, her equipment.
okay. Do you know what time you guys got back from lunch?
My guess is 1:30 by the time we all get back to the setup. There's a base camp, and there's the set. So we go to the base camp for lunch. They always just drive back, get their wardrobe touched up, get their hair touched up, and makeup, whatever they do, and then we're on set. About an hour before we go back on the set.
Okay. And was Hannah the one to physically hand you the gun at
Yes.
that point? Okay.
No,
During the time that you had it?
no, it wasn't. It was David Hall's.
No.
Okay. Did you see where she got the gun from?
No.
Okay.
She has a station somewhere with all her stuff.
Okay.
The elements and the gun, and a couple different guns. Guns for the other actors, and she has all the guns.
Is anybody else allowed in that area?
I don't know, but I know that on this, I've never seen anything that was out of the ordinary. She had sometimes they have a cart, like almost like you would use like a hospital catering, like a big plastic tray, a dark plastic tray, two levels and wheels. I think that's what she had, but many of the departments have that, and on that tray would be her, or something like that. I don't recall what exactly hers was, but they have a station that they bring to the set
Okay.
for her to put all of her stuff. And if the weather is cooperative, and sometimes they put it under a tent if it looks like it might rain, it might even damage the property. But she has a little place she would go to, and I think she has a truck where she stores it. When they wrap, everything goes into a truck and she takes off with it. It's her responsibility to secure the prop weapons,
Everything in there.
which are real guns. They're real guns.
Can you actually just
Boom. Boom. Let's play that part again, shall we? Because Alec Baldwin's best legal defense would be that he thought he was holding an inert prop. That would make all this go away for him. He was completely unaware it was an actual gun that could fire around. But what does he actually say?
They put it under a tent if it looks like a vibrating that might even damage the property. But she has a little place she would go to. And I think she has a truck where she stores it. When they wrap, everything goes into a truck and she takes off with it. It's her responsibility to secure
Here we go.
the prop weapons,
Everything in there.
which are real guns. They're real guns.
They're real guns.
Can you actually describe the gun to me?
This is why you don't answer these kinds of questions without your lawyer present, especially if you've been Mirandized, because you have no idea what words come out of your mouth create legal jeopardy for you. The cops do, prosecutors do, your lawyer would. He would never allow you to answer these questions.
Colts, a period Colt. In our emails back and forth when we were prepping the film, she showed me just a couple different styles of guns. This is not a big budget movie, so we didn't have a lot of choices. You know, she showed you 3 or 4 choices. I said, give me the biggest gun you've got.
Okay.
And so I didn't, she showed me different guns by email and different knives by email, cruder knives that were made from like someone fashioned the handle out of like elkhorn or things like that. I took a traditional knife, a leather strap, a handle. We went back and forth about the holster and the material, and we just had a relatively brief conversation. I'm having made a lot of movies, I know how not to stress them out about the budget. When she shows me something, I try to make that work. And so she showed me, I said, just give me the big Colt. We were done. And then on that Tuesday, the 12th, I came and shot that gun.
Okay. What color is it?
I believe it's a brown handle because she showed me 2 of the larger Colts. One had a cherry colored handle and one had a brown handle. And I chose the brown handle.
You didn't want the cherry.
I could show you my emails and my phone. I didn't want the cherry, it was too shiny.
Ah, okay.
My character's a little bit in the retirement side of his career. So he's a retired bank robber.
I'd say out in the Wild West cherry.
You need the gun to match.
Well, you always have people in films. I mean, they go to extensive extent. You wouldn't believe some films if they have the budget.
Look at him. They've got the detectives are giggling here, and Alec Baldwin is just sucking it all up. He's eating this up alive. He loves the attention.
Details you go into of all the things you wear: jewelry, hats, watches, guns, cars. I mean, people sit down. I mean, I've made a lot of films, and the films that had bigger budgets, you could spend a whole week going to rehearsal, reading with the director. The writer goes and rewrites. They listen to how the dialogue sounds, and then once you're done rehearsing the text with the director, the producers, and the writer, when you're done reading, they'll go make amendments. When they hear it come out of your mouth, they go, "Let's change that line." The way Bob says that, and then they go, then you go right to wardrobe, props. You go do a lot of stuff.
Okay. All right, so you get back from lunch, get ready. She hands you the gun. Was this inside or outside?
We're inside the church set.
And was it the first rehearsal that the incident happened?
Yeah, I believe so, because we talked about, as we were going to lunch, we always talked about what's next.
Okay.
So as we were rehearsing scenes, he said, now I want to do a scene where we've done other shots before lunch. He said, when we come back from lunch, we'll do this. And he said, wait, pull out, show me. Because I was showing you what I thought was the best angle to see the glint of the gun under my coat. Because you want the scene to work, the shot to work. So where the holster's here, the gun is here, my coat comes around, and I held my hand like I was just cupping my hands, like I was just resting.
Okay.
And I showed him in the rehearsal. So when we came back after lunch, we rehearsed for the camera, and I took the gun out really, I'm showing him, I'm going to go like this, like this, like this, cock and turn, bang, it went off. The first time.
Okay, so it was your
It was the very first
after
time
lunch.
that we were shooting that shot, that we were rehearsing for that shot,
Okay.
that camera shot.
And you may, if you don't know this time, did you happen to see, so obviously you guys left from that your upper shooting area to go have lunch, or did you eat lunch up there?
No, we always go back to the base camp for lunch.
Okay.
For the stage. Yeah,
Did
for the set.
the armorers, or did you see the armorers go down?
Nor would I.
Okay.
Well, once they're gone, I'm gone.
Okay.
And people stay up.
Looks like we're back. Back with the court proceedings. Continuing with Marissa Popo, crime scene technician, on cross-examination.
All right, you may be seated.
Yes, can you hear me? Okay. Hey, George, if you could help me.
Yes.
And I'm going to ask permission at this point to publish exhibit in the N series, and I'll be labeling as we go.
In the
individually.
N as in Nancy series?
N is in Nancy
Okay.
series,
So,
and I will individually label each of them.
okay, so what happened to the M's? Because we just started with the M's and then I interrupted you, so,
We're done with that, Judge.
okay, all right, I understand.
And those will be labeled as well.
Okay.
Your Honor. Yeah. Okay, ma'am, can you see that photo which is N as in Nancy 1?
No.
You can't see it?
No.
Oh,
There's nothing on my screen.
okay.
Yes.
Okay. If you could please tell the jury what that is.
This was a gun belt that was located in the prop truck.
Okay, and N2.
A different angle of that gun belt.
Okay, and how about N3?
This is a close-up of some of the rounds that were in that belt.
Okay, and do you see different types of rounds in that belt in terms of the head stamps?
I believe in this case, in this photo, they all look the same.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to show you N4, and what is that?
That's that same photo, but a little clearer. It's not as blurry.
Okay. And are those primers, what color are those primers?
Those are silver.
Okay. And how about N5?
This is a different area of the gun belt close-up.
And it has, I see 45 Colt rounds, is that correct?
Yes.
And some silver primers?
Yes.
Okay. Now, were any of these on N5 determined to be live?
No.
Okay. So these are dummy rounds with silver primers.
Yes.
Okay. How about N6?
This is a different angle of that gun belt.
Okay. N7?
A different angle of that gun belt.
And is that the same with N8?
Yes.
Okay. And what is N9?
This is a close-up of the brand marking that was on the belt.
And what is N10?
I believe these were the rounds that were in the belt that were removed from it.
Okay. And they all have that, what you called yesterday, that patina?
Yes, that darkening on the casing.
Okay. And how about N11?
This is those same rounds with the Spain Denix round removed.
The Spain Denix round was the round that didn't shake.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. And N12?
This is a close-up of the silver primer on those rounds.
Okay. How about N13?
This was a box of ammunition that was taken from the prop truck.
Okay. N14?
A close-up of some of the writing on that box.
Okay. N15?
Those boxes removed from the cardboard box.
All right. And N16, is that just one of the boxes?
Yes.
Okay. N17, what is the significance of that photo?
This was the writing on the outside of that box.
And that has the JS also?
Yes.
Okay. And what is N18?
This is the styrofoam insert removed from that box.
In 19?
A close-up of a different cardboard box with ammunition from the prop truck.
Okay, what is in 20?
This is an overall of the Mary Kay bag from the prop truck
Okay, and again, we see in the middle of that Seth Kinney's box with the writing.
with the blue writing that states dummy rounds 45 to LC.
Okay. Again, N21 appears to be a similar picture. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and N22, that is just another picture of a box.
Yes.
Okay. And N23?
That box with the styrofoam removed from it.
Okay. And what is N24?
These were items taken out of the Mary Kay bag and laid out.
Okay, what is that on the top left? What is that item?
My apologies. Your left.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I should have thought about that. It's on my left. It's as you're looking at it up on that screen, it's the top left, right above the insert.
I believe it was a bracket of sorts that was bent.
Okay, and then on the far right top, is that just a cloth of some sort?
I believe that was one of the sock covers for the firearms.
Okay, and can you tell the jury about that? Did they keep these firearms in a sock cover?
Some of the firearms were kept in sock covers, is what they were referred to as.
Okay, and are you familiar with those sock covers?
Not particularly, no.
Okay, I'm going to go on to N25. Again, is that the same kind of photo of the gun, sock, and then the other two items you have there?
Yes.
And what is the significance of the Q-tips?
They were in the bag, and I was documenting everything that was inside that bag.
Okay. How about N26? Again, we see an insert from a box. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. N27, what is that photo?
This is a close-up of the center of the Mary Kay bag.
Okay. N28 is just a picture of another box. Is that right?
Yes.
Any significance to this particular box?
I took photographs of every single box of ammunition before it was opened and then after it was opened.
Okay, ma'am. And that was from the prop truck? You did
Yes.
that? Okay. And N29, again, is that Seth Kinney's box with the blue writing?
Yes.
Okay. N30, what is that photo?
This is the inside of that box and the rounds that were inside of it.
Okay. And these rounds have silver primers as well?
Yes.
And I think you indicated 16 were dummies?
They were all dummies.
All dummies. One was suspected live.
One was unknown, which is why it was sent to the FBI.
Okay. That was the one that didn't shake.
Yes.
Okay. And again, you don't know these rounds that are in this insert right now, you don't know if they were in there 5 days before October 21st.
No.
You have no way of knowing. N31, is that same picture?
Yes.
Okay. And N32?
These are those rounds removed from the foam and laid out for photographs.
Okay. And same thing in N33?
A close-up of the bottom of those rounds.
Okay. And N34?
I believe this is a close-up of those rounds in the box.
Okay. And I have no further questions on those exhibits. And that's all the questions I have.
You want redirect?
I'm sorry,
No redirect? A little bit of redirect. I would have been surprised if she didn't redirect this being Carrie Moss. Very thorough. So we got a good question here from one of our law self-defense members, Jeffrey. Jeffrey asks, am I missing something, or why is she only charged with the charges dealing with the death of Hutchins and no charges dealing with the aggravated assault on the AD who was shot in the shoulder? And this same question could apply to Baldwin as well, who also is not charged with any offense towards the assistant director. Well, the reason is it couldn't be an aggravated assault charge against the assistant director, because aggravated assault would require that the shooting was intentional. And I don't think anybody believes there's any evidence to support the notion that Baldwin intentionally fired the shot. I think everyone agrees the shot was fired unintentionally, so it can't be an aggravated assault. Now, you can unintentionally kill someone, and if you do it in a reckless manner, that becomes manslaughter, which is what he's charged with respect to Halyna Hutchins. Could he also have been charged with reckless endangerment with respect to Joel Souza? Perhaps. I guess the state just didn't want to go in that direction, or maybe New Mexico doesn't have a reckless endangerment statute. I'd have to look. But it definitely would not be assault towards Souza, because assault is an intentional act.
Ms. Popple, you were asked a series of questions about the search of PDQ props. So I'd like to ask you some questions about that. Hang on, let me get myself situated with my notes.
At least we haven't had any technology issues today. That's always nice.
Hang on just a second, I'm missing something. When you participated in the search of PDQ props, did law enforcement officers assist you?
Yes.
How many people were present, if you recall, at the search of that location?
Myself, Detective Hancock, and Sergeant Christopher Zook.
And it looked like there was a lot of stuff in there. Is that right?
Yes.
But what's your understanding of what kind of business PDQ is?
That they provide props to movie sets.
Do they have to have props to provide props to movie sets?
I don't, yes. And that would make sense.
Did the entire business appear to be full of movie props?
Yes.
Okay. And the live ammunition that you found was just that one box, is that right?
Yes.
And when I say the one box, the gray box that had boxes in it.
Yes, marked as 1883.
And it was marked clearly as live.
Yes.
And that was the only live ammunition you found there.
Yes.
And Mr. Bowles asked you and showed you some photos of ammunition that was at PDQ that had the JS on the label. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you find any 45 long Colt dummies when you were doing your search of PDQ props?
I don't recall.
Would it help you if you looked at your report?
Yes.
Okay, why don't you take a minute and look at your report?
Remember how bad the law enforcement testimony was in the Dean Cummings case? How incompetent they looked? We're back in New Mexico again, folks. It's like this woman didn't prepare for her testimony.
Did that refresh your memory?
Yes. There was at least a gun belt that had dummy ammunition in it.
Other than that gun belt, did you find any boxes of 45 long Colt dummies?
I believe so, yes.
You do?
There were, you know what? I apologize. It's not specified in my report if there were additional dummies specific to 45 long Colts located. Our intent was only to find live ammunition at that point.
That was the reason you were searching it?
Yes.
Okay. Did you find any boxes, if you recall, and if not, because it wasn't the focus of your search, that's fine, just tell us. Did you find any boxes of ammunition that match the one that's on your screen?
I don't recall.
If you were to, not that I'm going to ask you to do it now, don't worry. If you were to take some time and review all of the photos that you took at PDQ, do you think that would help you answer that question?
Yes.
Okay, great. And it's my understanding, based on your cross-examination testimony, that in terms of the live ammunition, you only collected 45 caliber ammunition.
Yes.
Was there other caliber live ammunition?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So the 45 long Colt live ammunition that you collected, that we've looked at photos of, that's the only live ammunition that was there.
Yes.
Okay. You were asked some questions on cross-examination about, you wouldn't know if Sarah Zachary moved evidence from the prop cart to the prop truck. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
And let me ask you, do you know whether Ms. Gutierrez ever took anything out of the prop truck before it was searched?
No, I do not know.
Mr. Bowles asked you some questions about whether you've received any training in how to distinguish dummy rounds and blank rounds from live rounds. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you indicated you haven't received that training. Is that right?
Correct.
So in your experience, are movie set crime scenes very common?
No.
Do you have training in guns and ammunition?
Yes, I do.
And are you capable of measuring things?
Yes.
So without specific training, you are capable of measuring the 6mm projectile or the 4mm projectile, because you can use a ruler, right?
Yes.
And you did that in this case.
Yes.
And are you capable of distinguishing brass primers from silver primers?
Yes.
Are you capable of distinguishing different shaped projectiles?
Yes.
Based on your work on this case, how do you tell a dummy round from a live round?
In this case in particular, when a large amount of the dummy rounds, when shaken, would have a rattle to it instead of having gunpowder inside of it.
And so specifically, what about that tells you that they're dummies and not live ammunition?
Well, live ammunition has gunpowder inside of it, so you would not hear that kind of noise.
Because you don't have BBs in with the gunpowder.
Correct.
Okay. And the other dummy rounds, how were you able to distinguish them from the live rounds?
There were holes drilled through the sides of them.
I mean, this isn't rocket science, right?
Right.
This is pretty easy.
Yes.
And you actually, just to be safe, you sent some dummy rounds to the FBI, right?
Yes.
Did any of the dummy rounds that you sent to the FBI come back as live rounds?
No.
In terms of the dummy rounds that you have in evidence, how many dummy rounds don't rattle and don't have a hole in the side?
2.
Thank you. 2 out of how many?
250.
When you were at PDQ doing the search, is there a specific reason that you were only looking for 45 caliber rounds?
My understanding was that was the restriction of the search warrant.
Based on your understanding of the investigation, why are 45 caliber rounds significant and others not significant?
Because all of the live rounds that were located on set were 45 rounds.
Also, it's the round in the event.
And to be clear, let's talk for a moment about the live ammunition that you collected from PDQ. What color were the primers?
There were silver and brass primers collected from PDQ.
In terms of the live ammunition?
Yes.
And do
don't
you
think
have
that's right.
photographs of the live ammunition that has
It's such a
silver
terrible
primers?
witness for the state.
Yes,
She's
I
so
believe it.
stupid.
Okay. I may have to have you come back. We may talk about that. I don't want to hang us up today.
This is an "are you sure about that" moment.
Did all of the live rounds that you collected from PDQ, let me ask it this way. Did any of them look identical to the live rounds found on set?
No.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Finished with this witness.
Oh, yes, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
oh, that's all right. Okay, thank you.
The state will call Christopher Zook.
It's important. I think it's important to the state that that statement not be true. That the live rounds found at PDQ only had one color primer, not both brass and nickel, like this crime scene technician just said. I think that's why she's talking about bringing her back. So this guy was one of the cops on the execution of the search warrant at PDQ.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead. Have a seat. Talk into the microphone, please.
Go ahead and state your full name for the record.
Christopher Zook.
And Mr. Zook, how are you currently employed?
I am currently retired.
And where did you retire from?
The Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
And back on October 21st, 2021, how were you employed?
I was a sergeant for the sheriff's office in the criminal investigations division.
And in that capacity, did you become involved in the investigation regarding the shooting on the movie set Rust?
I did.
I want to ask you specific questions. Did you participate in a search of the prop truck?
I did.
And were firearms located in the prop truck?
Yes.
Where were they located?
In a safe.
Were they removed from the safe?
Yes, by CST, or the criminal specialist, Popple.
The lady that just
Yes,
left?
the one that just left. Yeah, she was
Okay.
the one that unloaded or took him out of the safe.
When she took him out of the safe, what'd she do with him?
So it was a large box truck that the safe was in, and I was standing outside of the box truck at the back of it, and she would take him out and put him on the bed of the floor of the truck at the opening of the back door, and then we would clear them and then take them into evidence.
Okay, so you were responsible for clearing the firearms.
Yes.
That was not Ms. Popple's job.
No, well, there was a couple of us that was making sure that they were unloaded and cleared and all that stuff, because we don't want a loaded firearm in our evidence locker.
Sure. And did you come across a lever action rifle?
I did.
And tell us about that.
I do not remember the make or model of it. It was a lever action rifle. The way I was unloading the lever actions, they were an old style gun. I did not know where the magazine or the tube was on that. So what I was doing is just going through the motion of the lever action and having the rounds eject.
Show us what you mean when you say going through the motion of a lever action for those of us that don't know what that means.
Do you mind if I stand?
Sure.
Okay. So a lever action rifle, it's right there by the trigger. There's just a little, oh, it's a lever, and you just rack it back and forth, and it will take it from the magazine and put it into the tube. And then when load
Into the
or when
tube.
the round is spent,
Oh my
do it
God.
again and ejects it, and then while you're coming back, it will reload another round. That makes sense?
Yes.
So you have to do the action, a lever action.
And when you're doing the lever action, do the rounds inside just fly out?
They eject out. They're supposed to.
Okay. And that's what you were doing to unload it?
Yes.
Were you able to unload that gun?
No, not all the way. I believe I was able to unload at least a round or two, and then there was a round that was jammed.
And do you know what caliber of ammunition that lever action rifle took?
It was a 44-40
And do you know why it was jammed?
because the round that was in it was a 45, which is just like very slightly bigger.
Okay. It was enough to jam the
Yeah,
rifle?
that is correct.
Okay. All right. I'll pass the witness.
Take the round from the magazine, put it in the
Good morning.
tube.
So, sir, are you familiar with those types of Henry rifles?
I'm not.
And so you're not aware that you don't have to lever that to extract the rounds?
I do now, but at the time I did not know that.
Okay, so now you're aware that you don't have to work the lever to get those rounds out.
Correct. On the end of the tube or the magazine that I found out later on, we had our gun expert at the sheriff's office. His name is Deputy Steve Orr. I had him come into our ammunition room, which is covered in cinder blocks. So if it did go off, people are safe. And he showed me actually at the end of the tube, there was a part where you just twist and the rounds came out. So I know now, but at the
Okay.
time I did not.
Okay, so at the time you're working the lever, but later you learn you can just twist that and they'll fall out.
Correct.
Okay. Now you knew after the gun expert got it out, it was a dummy round.
I'm going to guess if I say yes or no on that one. So
Okay,
I'm
don't
not gonna-
guess.
yeah.
No, don't guess. So you weren't aware one way or another whether it was a dummy or another type of round.
No, I handed it off to our evidence technician, and she was going through all the rounds to see if they were dummies or not.
Okay, sir. I don't have any further questions.
Just one follow-up. Were you present when Deputy Orr was removing the ammunition from that gun?
Yes.
Did the 45 caliber round come out easily?
No, it was actually jammed in the barrel of the gun. So once Deputy Orr showed me, hey, this is how you do it, we were able to take a couple rounds out, and the round was big enough it would not eject out of the ejection port. So he actually had to
Put a rod down the barrel.
manipulate the round down into the tube, and then it eventually came out of the tube. So it did still fit into the tube, the magazine, but not into the barrel itself.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Oh.
So it was jammed
Chamber.
in the barrel.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh my Lord.
So even when you were there with Orr and you were doing it the easy way, unloading it with his knowledge, that round still didn't want to come out.
No, we had to manipulate it to get it out.
Okay, thank you.
He jammed it in there. He's the guy who jammed it in.
So I don't have to recall him for this.
Sure. No objection.
Thank you. Sir, just one last question. You know, when you levered it, that jammed the 45 round in the barrel?
Yes. Yes. So I know there was at least a round. I don't remember if there was more than that. I know there was at least a round. So when I chambered it, that round got ejected, and then that 45 round came from the tube and went to the barrel, and that's where I freaked out. I thought I damaged the gun.
Okay.
But once I started trying to get it out, it wasn't even grabbing to get it out or anything. So it did jam it. So I did jam it, but I guess, assumed that all the rounds that were in it were the correct rounds.
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you.
All right, your excuse, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next witness?
The state calls Brian Litzinger.
I didn't catch that name. Ryan something. What happened? Oh, come on. I called for my backup headphones. I hope they get here before these AirPods bite the dust.
Raise your hand. Stand up, sir.
I'm sorry. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, have a
Yes,
seat talking to the microphone.
Go ahead and state your name, sir.
My name is Ryan Litzinger.
Ryan, I'm sorry. I thought it was Brian. I apologize.
That's okay.
Mr. Litzinger, how are you currently employed?
I am employed as a videographer and editor with a production company in Albuquerque.
And tell us about that production company in Albuquerque. What do you do?
So we are, we outfit productions with crew, camera, lighting, sound, DPs.
What's a DP?
Director of photography. And we're also a rental house, so we also rent equipment.
Did you, I'm sorry.
Crewing as well. So like staffing different productions.
Okay, you help provide crew members.
Yes.
Okay.
To different productions, and like I said, also a rental house.
Okay. At any point in time, were you asked to do any work on the set of Rust?
Yes.
What work were you asked to do?
So we were asked to, we were contracted to do duties of an EPK, which is stands for electronic press kit, which is something that a lot of productions have.
Give us more information. We don't know what an EPK is or why.
Okay, so basically there are days that are, reserved for behind the scenes, and there's also days that are reserved for cast interviews, and that together makes an EPK, and what the production company will do with that is up to them.
Okay, so specifically, what did you do on this film? And if you can tell us what dates you did it.
So October 13th, 2021 and October 15th, 2021, we shot behind the scenes footage and also captured production audio
Okay.
together. And we also conducted cast interviews.
Okay. And in terms of I'm not so interested in the interviews, but in terms of the behind the scenes footage, describe to us, what are you filming and why? Are you just filming?
So a lot of the time we try to get just the action in between action and cut is when a lot of times, you'll see directors planning what they want to do next, talking to the actors, wardrobe changes, audio, tweaks, anything like that. And that's really important for, people that are interested in watching the making of, or, whoever kind of gets this footage, you know what I mean? That's interesting to them. So, yeah, that's what happens on behind the scenes. We try to focus on, the DP, the director of photography, the director, and yeah, the actors. I mean, that's a lot of what we do.
So you're not actually filming clips for the movie. You are filming the actors and the crew working on the movie set.
Yes. Sometimes, that's, yes, a majority of what we do is we film the actors and the crew on set working and doing their jobs. But sometimes we're at a place called Video Village, which is basically a setup where, people watch the scene that's being filmed, and we will sometimes shoot that. So it's just video of the actual movie being filmed. Sometimes we'll be there.
Understood. But even when you're filming in Video Village, you're filming people working.
Yes, they're working as well. Yes.
You're showing the director of photography looking at the monitor and seeing what is being filmed.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
understood.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that some of this will make more sense a little later on. Go ahead, sir.
Oh no, I was going to say if I'm not.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
Just for people who aren't familiar with what you do, because I'm not going to show the videos today. We're going to show them later in the trial. Did I subpoena videos from you?
Yes.
And did you provide me all of the videos that you made on the set of Rust?
Yes.
And recently, did I send some of them back to you for you to review?
Yes.
How many videos did I send back to you for you to review?
I counted 17.
Do you recall approximately how many videos you sent me in response to my subpoena?
I do not.
Can you estimate? Can you give us an estimate?
It could be over 100.
Okay.
I mean, it could be.
Yeah.
I would have to, I don't recall. I didn't count, but
It's okay.
it could be over 100.
Okay. I'm happy with your answer, but if I can show you what you sent me.
Oh,
if
do you have
want
a
me to.
number?
I don't have the number, but I have all your files.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. If you'll just give me a moment to switch gears here.
I'd actually like to know what the real number is.
No problem.
No problem. Carrie's getting all saucy.
May I approach? You can just approach it. That's right, yeah. I can't see anything without my glasses. Does this file look familiar?
Mhm.
Oh, that's the 17th.
Mhm.
Forget that. Okay. Do you see how they're numbered?
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. That's about. That's going to be a lot less. Yeah. Yeah.
Did seeing the electronic files that you provided me refresh your memory?
Yeah, I mean, just about, how much
Yeah.
content there was.
How
'Cause it
many
was a long day.
videos? How many videos did you give me?
126.
Okay, thank you. And the 17 videos that I sent back to you for you to review, do you recognize those videos when you looked at them?
Yes.
And are those the videos that you filmed?
Yes.
And those specific 17 videos, what day did you film those videos?
That was October 13th, 2021.
Thank you. So what I would like to do at this point in time is I would like to move for the admission of all videos from production outfitters that the court deems relevant and admissible as we move through the trial.
No objection.
All right, these will be of the 17.
Minor of the 17, I think the defense does have some that
Oh,
they
okay.
are intending
That's
to
fine.
admit also.
All right, okay.
So this is kind of a joint
Yes,
foundation.
yes, per stipulation, we'll do it this way, and I will so admit.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I pass the witness. Oh, sorry, Ryan, not so fast.
First time here, huh?
Yeah.
Well, thanks for being with us. I don't have any questions for you. You mentioned Video Village. How exactly does that work? What is that?
That's an external monitor that is separate from the cameras that are being used by the film crew. It's separate so that they can watch that. The director and the director of photography can watch what's happening separately.
Okay. And are you generally familiar with film sets and things like Video Village and whatnot?
I see quite a few of them.
All right. When that kind of system goes down, how do people have to adapt on set?
When a system like Video Village will go down,
Uh-huh.
I haven't seen it go down, but I would imagine that they would probably.
Hang on, I'm going to object because I think it's speculative at this point, but I also think that there are going to be plenty of witnesses who can talk about what they did in fact when it went down.
That's fine.
All right, thank you.
Did you witness any scenes actually being shot when you were on set?
Yes.
Did those scenes involve Mr. Baldwin?
Yes.
All right. Did he seem to be in command of those scenes?
Objection, foundation.
Judge, he said he saw it.
Overruled.
Okay.
Well, the one that sticks out, he wouldn't have been in command because I think that it seemed that he was on a horse and he was playing dead. So it wasn't really much of a.
Okay. And what I'm talking about more so is, insofar as the pace of filming and things like that, did he seem to have an influence on that?
Sorry?
So the defense here is trying to develop their theory that the production generally, and Baldwin in particular, is just trying to throw Hannah Gutierrez under the bus here. Really, it was Alec Baldwin in charge of all these decisions. Poor Halyna Gutierrez was just a 24-year-old in her second job, split job responsibilities, had begged to be allowed to do the armorer stuff correctly and was denied. That's all part of the defense narrative here. Yeah, if you want me to address your comments, folks, you just need to be a Law of Self-Defense member, which you can do right here for 99 cents. 2-week trial membership will cover this trial for 99 cents. lawofselfdefense.com/trial. After that, it's only about 30 cents a day, less than $10 a month, but you can cancel anytime. So if you just want to pay 99 cents once, get a membership for the duration of this trial. It's supposed to end within 2 weeks. And just you'll be emailed how to access the live stream on the member dashboard, how to access the member chat there. That's where I look for questions and comments to address from our members. Again, lawofselfdefense.com/trial.
Wait, you don't talk. Sorry.
In the various scenes that you saw Mr. Baldwin in, did he seem to be in control of how the scene was actually being shot and how quickly he was asking other people to work?
Like I said, that so they were a short amount of time. What?
I don't. Oh, did you make any edits to the videos that you sent Ms. Morrissey via subpoena?
No, there was no edits to the videos.
All right, thanks. Nothing further.
Any redirect?
Just quickly. Mr. Litzinger, you expressed that you have some familiarity with the monitors in Video Village.
Yes. Yeah.
And you filmed inside Video Village on the set of Rust, didn't you?
Yes.
So let me ask you this. The monitor that the director of photography is looking at in Video Village.
Yeah.
Are they only looking at what the camera is recording?
They can see multiple cameras.
Right. But they can they see anything that is not being recorded by a camera?
Yes.
How?
Like I said, some of those monitors are attached to other cameras.
But if the cameras aren't rolling, how are they able to see through the monitor?
That's a specific question to what kind of monitors they are.
Okay, that's beyond your knowledge in terms of what they had on this movie set?
I mean, yeah, I don't know what
No
kind
problem.
they were using.
No problem. We'll talk to somebody
Yeah.
else about it. Thank you, sir. I
Yeah,
appreciate
yeah.
your
All
time.
right, you're excused. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
The next witness is, should we take a early lunch break or should we keep going?
I think the next witness isn't going to take very long, so if we can get
Okay, sure.
him done and
Yes.
then we'll go to lunch.
Fine.
Jason Hawks
Okay.
is who the state will call next.
It's bothersome that they don't ask the witnesses to spell their last name. And Court TV is not putting.
More affirmatively.
He looks pretty smug.
Thank you.
Okay, so you're facing the judge, raise your right hand.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, have a seat, talk into the mic. Thank you.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
Jason Hawks.
How are you currently employed?
I own a company that analyzes device extractions and cell phone records for attorneys.
Lucky you. Mr. Hawks.
He's one of those
give,
guys.
The ladies and gentlemen of the jury some information about your background and training.
Certainly. So I started in law enforcement in 2005 with the Alameda County Sheriff's Office. I remained there until 2017, with the last about 7 years being assigned to investigations. After leaving the sheriff's office, I went to the district attorney's office, where I was an investigator for the DA. I was there for 3 years, and then I started this company. Specific to device extractions, I've attended classes from Cellbrite, which is a company that extracts information from a handset. I'm a certified operator, certified physical analyst, and I've recently taken the advanced smartphone analysis.
How did you become involved in this case?
I was contacted by the prosecutor's office, I believe it was about a year ago, in March, late March, I believe, 23.
And were you asked to perform any work?
I was.
And let me back up for a second. Have you been, I apologize. Have you been qualified as an expert witness in cell phone records and device analysis?
I have.
And how many times have you been qualified as an expert in those areas?
Between records from the carrier and records from the handset, I've been qualified 53 times in 5 states.
Do you recall what those states are?
Let's see, Texas, Louisiana, Michigan, Georgia, Arizona, 6 states, in California.
Okay. And now you're here in New Mexico.
Now I'm in New Mexico.
I would ask the court to recognize Mr. Hawks as an expert in cell phone records and device analysis.
No objection.
All right, so you're still recognized.
Now you get to add New Mexico to your list. Mr. Hawks, can you explain to the jury kind of what kind of technology you're using and kind of how the cell phone records interface with the software, the extraction software?
Sure. So our smartphones are essentially a bunch of databases that are stored. So programs like Cellbrite go in and they extract the information from the handset. And they do it in a way that doesn't change the nature of the artifact. So if I receive a text message but don't read it, it doesn't change that unread status. So at first, all of the information is removed from the handset, and then it's parsed through Physical Analyzer, is the name of the program. In Physical Analyzer, the information is essentially put back together, and it's converted to whatever time zone it needs to be converted to.
In this particular case, what kind of work did you perform?
I reviewed the Cellbrite extraction of Ms. Gutierrez-Reed's her iPhone.
When an extraction is done, does everything on the phone get kind of downloaded?
Unfortunately, not everything. So not all of the information is always recovered, but things like text messages, phone calls, images, things like that, are downloaded from the handset.
And when you took you received the raw data from the extraction that was done of Ms. Gutierrez's phone, is that right?
Yes.
So just to be clear, you yourself did not perform the extraction.
That's correct.
Do you know who performed the extraction? Not the person's name, but the agency.
The regional computer forensics lab here in New Mexico.
So how did that data come to you?
It came to me on an external hard drive.
And when you received that data, what did you do in order to conduct an analysis?
So I opened the data in the Physical Analyzer program, which essentially takes the extracted data and runs it through the most current version of the program. And with that, it breaks out the data into various different categories.
Okay. And what kind of categories?
Everything from cell sites that the phone might have seen, images, videos, audio files, notes, text messages, iMessages, voice logs. There's a lot of, most of the data that we see on our phones is accessible to the program.
And were you able to separate out information related to this particular device that identifies this device?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what I am marking as States Exhibit 92. May I approach you? Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
This is the device information that was captured by the Cellbrite program for the phone.
How do we know that this is Hannah Gutierrez's phone?
Well, I mean, I received the extraction of the phone. There's some information on here, such as like the phone number, an email address, things like that, that would suggest that it is.
Okay. The phone number's on there?
Yes.
Permission to publish?
Yeah.
Let's just kind of look at a couple of things here. I know it's, see if we can make it a little closer up. Does this tell you what kind of?
You want to use the microphone? Just a little.
Oh, I'm sorry. Does this tell you what kind of phone it was?
It does.
What kind of phone was it?
So on number 6, you can see where it says detected model. It says iPhone, and then in parentheses, it says D as in David, 54, P as in Paul, A as in Adam, P as in Paul. That's the iPhone code for an iPhone 12 Pro Max.
Okay. And I'm sorry, does this monitor usually come on? Because I can't see. That would be great if I can see it on the monitor in front of me so I don't have to walk back and forth. My eyesight isn't good enough to see what's up there. Thank you, sir. Does it provide the date and time of the extraction?
The date and time of the extraction is actually on a different part of the extraction.
What's in the number 2 column?
That is the
Or
date.
row, rather.
I'm sorry. That is that's the date and time that the phone was displaying at the time of when it was extracted in UTC.
Okay. So what is your understanding about the date? I don't particularly care about the time, the date of the extraction.
That it was, the extraction occurred on December 8th of 2021.
And is there an Apple ID associated with this phone?
There is.
What's that?
So that is number 22 under Apple ID, where it says hannahmemail@gmail.com.
And what is the phone number associated with this phone?
The phone number is on line number 24, which is 928-444-3555.
What's the owner name of this phone?
The name that would appear on, say, a Bluetooth device is found on line 32, which is Gorilla Grip Pussy Pal.
Okay. And did you, at my request, did you separate out some contact information for one of the people in the contacts of this phone?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what I'm marking as State's Exhibit 93. May I approach? Sir, do you recognize State's Exhibit 93?
I do.
What is that?
This is the contact information for a contact stored as Dad Kula.
I'm sorry, permission to publish? I'm already publishing.
Any objection
No objection.
to the admission and publication?
Generally speaking, what information does this sheet have with regard to the contact Dad Kula? And if you could spell that for us.
Sure. It's DADCULA exclamation point. So what it has is information about that person's contact info, their WhatsApp phone number, their telephone number, when it was added as a contact, that sort of thing.
What's the phone number for Dad Kula?
The phone number is 323-365-2189.
All right, thank you. At my request, did you sort of pull out text messages from the date of October 20th, 2021?
I did.
I'm going to show you what I'm marking as State's Exhibit 94. And there are 3 pages to this exhibit.
Okay.
Permission.
Did he identify it?
Oh, I'm sorry. Skipped a step. May I approach? Mr. Hawks, do you recognize that?
I do.
What are we looking at there?
We are looking at a text thread between the 928 number I already referenced and a 505 number.
All right, so you'll motion it in?
Permission to publish and first move. I'll move for the admission of 92, 93, and 94, and then I think we're also going to do a general moving like we discussed.
Okay,
No
so,
objection.
all right, so you may publish. When we're seeing this text message here that's on the screen, is this a text message from that phone or to that phone?
It is a text message from the 928 number to the 505 number.
Okay, and can you read it for us?
The content?
Yes.
Yes, it's LOL. I don't need that tonight anyways. Right on. I might go smoke in the jacuzzi soon, but maybe not. I'm so pooped.
Okay, and I'm going to show you the second page of Exhibit 94. And is that a text to or from Ms. Gutierrez's phone?
It is from her phone.
And it is to the 505 number?
Correct.
And if you can, and what's the date?
The date is October 20th, 2021 at 7:48 and 46 seconds PM local time.
Okay. And can you read that for us?
It says, headed down to get high Outback, :B.
I'm going to show you the third page of Exhibit 94. And what's in the blue?
So the blue is an incoming message from that 505 number to her phone.
And just for context, what does that message say?
That message says, time to eat now, how the blaze says go.
And then is there and what time was that message sent?
So that message was received by the phone at 8:24 and 46 seconds PM, in red at 8:25 and 47 seconds.
Okay. And so this is the time that it was received,
Correct.
and this is the time it was read.
Correct.
And then is there a response to that text that we're looking at here in green?
There is.
And what time is that sent?
That is sent at 8:25 and 53 seconds.
And this is from Ms. Gutierrez's phone to the 505 number?
Yes.
And what does that text message say?
It says, I'm still smoking.
Okay, thank you. Did you sort of separate out for me a short thread between Ms. Gutierrez's phone and the Dad Kula contact?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what I'm marking as State's Exhibit 95. State's Exhibit 95 is a 2-page exhibit. May I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Hawks, do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
These are messages that were exchanged between the 928 number and the Dad Kula contact on November 8th of 2021.
Approximately what time?
It starts at 4:08 and 36 seconds, and it ends at 5:36. I'm sorry, 5:24 and 38 seconds.
I move for the admission of State's Exhibit 95 and ask permission to publish.
No objection.
All right, State's 95 is admitted. You may publish it.
And that message, is that from the 928 number?
Correct. So any of the messages that are in green are from the 928 number, and any messages in blue are from an outside number.
Okay. And can everybody read that? That way I don't have to have Mr. Hawks read it. And then I'm going to show you the second page if everybody's had a moment to read that. I'll show you the second page. And in the second page, what are we looking at here?
So the top blue box is the response from the previous message that says "will do," and then beneath that is an image that was sent to her phone from the outside number.
What are we looking at there?
We're looking at a thumbnail of the image that was sent to her phone. So the image name is img_0686.heic, and we're looking at the inset thumbnail.
And were you able to collect that actual photo for me so we don't have to look at a thumbnail?
Yes.
Thank you. And we'll get there in a minute. At my request, did you separate a text thread between Ms. Gutierrez, the Dad Kula contact, and a contact by the name of Jason Bowles?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
And Mr. Hawks, do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is part of the text message thread that you were just referencing.
And what's the date of that text exchange?
What is in front of me here starts on December 1st, 2021, and ends also December 1st, 2021.
Okay, give me just 1 second. I move for the admission of States Exhibit 96 and permission to publish.
No objection.
States 96 is admitted, you may publish.
Can you just briefly explain what we're looking at here?
Sure. So the top blue box is a message from the Dad Kula contact to Ms. Gutierrez's phone. And the second blue box is an incoming message from Mr. Bowles' number to Ms. Gutierrez's phone.
So was this a?
Your Honor, sorry.
Mhm. Oh, sure.
I mean, how would this not be privileged? Sir, at least the Bowles communication. Lots of comments in the Law Self-Defense member chat about how scary the gun handling described by that investigative police officer sounded. He doesn't know how to work the gun. Pretty frightening. I guess I am a gun guy after all. Kyle says, I was at a scene where a dude had emasculated himself with a 1911 and the cops didn't know how to clear the 1911. It's kind of hard to believe, but maybe could they not know how to take the thumb safety off so they couldn't work the slide? I guess everyone's given Glocks now and SIG P320s, which generally don't come with safeties.
Mr. Hawks, let me back up for just a moment. How do we know that 3 people were involved in this text conversation?
So the Cellbrite program will pull out text threads. So if you and I have a text thread and you and I and another person have a text thread, those are 2 separate threads in my phone. So what we're looking at here is a thread that was between these 3 people.
Okay. This is not a thread that was only between Ms. Gutierrez and Mr. Bowles.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Has everybody had an opportunity to read that?
It's the fact that the father was involved in the conversation. That's not privilege.
Exhibit 96. And Mr. Hawks, can you tell me what we're looking at here?
Yeah, we're looking at a continuation of that same text thread. So the top blue box is an incoming message from the contact from Mr. Bowles. The green box beneath that is an outgoing message to both, because it's a group thread. And then the bottom blue box is an incoming message from the Dad Kula contact.
Okay. Everybody have an opportunity to read those. I know they're pretty short, and at this point, they may not make much sense, but we're getting there. I'm going to show you the.
One of the jurors didn't see it.
Oh. I'm going to show you page 3.
I'm actually sending one of my Wilsons back in to Wilson to get a rebuild done on it. It was my my favorite. It was my competition and carry gun for 25 years. Probably got 100,000 rounds through it, and it's time. It's already been finished at least twice, maybe 3 times. Got it in 1996, almost 30 years ago. But you can send it back into Wilson, and for a few $100, they'll do a complete rebuild on it, check it out, refinish it, and all that stuff. So it'll be going in the mail as soon as I can schedule it with them. Yeah, lots of talk in the member chat about red dots and lights on carry guns. I have red dots on all my serious purpose guns now. At least, yeah, even the long guns. I just think they're great. They work great for me. I don't generally put a weapons mounted light on my gun. I carry a good flashlight with me instead, except for the home guns. The home defense guns all have lights on them. So just FYI, guys, when we get to the lunch break, I'm going to play more of the Alec Baldwin police interrogation. And during that period, I'll take myself off camera. I'll continue to live stream that interrogation as part of today's live stream, but I'll be eating my lunch. And then I'll come back after I eat my sandwich.
Okay, jury, we're going to break for lunch. Please don't talk
Oh.
among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received
Here
here
you go.
in court. Okay? And thank you. We'll be back at, what do you all want? 12:40 or what? 1 o'clock? What do you want?
Is one possible, Judge?
You sure it is? Okay, 1 o'clock. Okay? All right.
All rise.
That's 3 p.m. Eastern time. I guess the judge heard me, huh?
Okay, and counsel, because he's still under oath and still testifying, please don't talk with any other witnesses about this case.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. All right, so counsel will be back at 10 of, and just in case there's anything to address. Okay, thank you. We're in recess.
All right. So that's the lunch break. Let's see if there's any specific questions in the Law of Self-Defense member chat I need to address. And by the way, if you're not a Law of Self-Defense member, that is where I look for questions and comments to address in the member chat, on the member live stream, on the Law of Self-Defense member dashboard. You too can become a Law of Self-Defense member for just 99 cents. Gets you a 2-week trial membership, enough to cover the duration of this trial if it goes to schedule. At lawofselfdefense.com/trial for that 2-week trial membership. Sign up right now. You'll get an email with directions on how to join us for this live stream, how to access the member chat. And that's where I address questions and comments, not on YouTube or Twitter or Rumble. Only very rarely there. So take advantage of that. Oh, and after the 2-week trial, it's still dirt cheap to be a Law of Self-Defense member. Only about 30 cents a day, less than $10 a month, folks, to get access to all our members-only content, to get transcripts of our shows, get access to source video files when we do legal analysis, and much, much more. Check it out. At least have the 2-week experience for 99 cents at lawofselfdefense.com/trial. Let's see. Someone asks what kind of red dots I put on rifles. I assume short distance. Yeah, short distance for rifles. My rifles are all intended for defensive purposes, so I don't need to reach out much more than 100 yards with them. And for that, a non-magnifying red dot, like a RMR or a Hollow Sun 507K, that kind of thing is fine for my purposes. Peter says, I find red dots block bullseye targets. Yeah, I haven't shot bullseye in a long time, and I've never shot bullseye with a red dot, so I don't know. But the dots do come in different sizes. They make some of them pretty small. All right, so with that, folks, I am going to spool back up the Alec Baldwin interrogation. This is a police interrogation. He's been Mirandized, signed a waiver, doesn't have a lawyer present, and he's burying himself. He's already just informed these detectives that he knew it was a real gun in his hand when he pointed it at Halyna Hutchins and killed her with it, which would have been his best defense. His best legal defense would have been, I thought that was an inert prop. I had no idea I had a real gun in my hand. So I thought I was pointing a hunk of rubber. But he took that away in this interrogation. So let's pull that back up. I'm going to hit play. And this should get us about a good chunk of the way through the lunch break. And after my sandwich, I'll pop back in. Here we go.
On set, or does everybody go down?
Well, there are many people who will forego lunch.
Okay.
I take that back, not many. There are some who will forego lunch because they have work to do. Someone will hold them a plate. Someone they'll bring their own lunch. Many people, they make sacrifices because of their pride for their department.
Mm-hmm.
They may sit there and say, I think I need to paint that wall and touch up that wall. I think I need to distress those booths. They all have work to do. And very often, a small number of people will stay up top while we drive down from the set to the base camp. The caterer is there in need, but maybe a modest number of people stay up there.
Okay. All right, and then I just want to clarify really, I know you were drawing something. All right, so when you had pulled out the gun, obviously you were not at the cameraman, but you had identified there were 2 people there. Can you tell me who those people were?
My recollection is that the operator was there. He's a Steadicam operator.
Okay.
He's a man who, there's either a camera on sticks that's stationary, or there's a man who operates a Steadicam that moves. The camera operator was there behind the camera, and she was to his right.
And who is she? That's the one we're missing.
Halyna, the cinematographer,
Okay.
the camera director.
And she was right next to the cameraman.
She was to his right, to my left.
And who was behind her?
Joel,
And he is,
the director of the movie.
okay. Can you recall who exactly was inside at the time
No.
of the incident?
Or
Or anyone else?
Dave Halls,
Okay.
the first AD, he's in charge of the crew. The first assistant director is the man who's like the foreman of. Of the set. He's in charge of all the grips, all the crew.
Okay.
Electric, cable.
Do you know his
the
name?
furniture. Dave Halls.
Okay, let's see.
Dave Halls is always there. Halyna, Joel, me, the operator, an assistant camera person, the script supervisor, a woman who sits in the corner in some strategic position to take notes on all the action of the take so you can match. If one day you're doing a scene, you sit there and go, what is your first name?
Samantha.
So they're like, Samantha, you know, it's really important that you and I get together and talk about that case. You drank, when did you, she makes notes, so we match every take. That's called continuity. That woman who does continuity, she's always there watching. She was in the room.
Okay.
She's an older woman, like in her 60s, maybe with, like colored blonde hair, maybe, or brown hair. But I forget her name now, but so there's a group of people that are always there for every shot, even if you're in a kind of a cramped interior. This set of this church is not large, so then the rest of the crew's outside. And that side was a limited number of people, maybe 8, 9, I don't remember. But I know that every time they do a shot, those people are always on the set. Camera, assistant camera, cinematographer, director, first AD, script.
Okay, so not too many.
Very few.
Do you think that any part of this incident that occurred was intentional?
I can only say this, which is, and it was, to me, to place a bullet and position a bullet that is a live round, to make sure that that bullet is in the chamber, if I were to squeeze the trigger in a rehearsal, that bullet came out, someone has to have extraordinary access to that weaponry to do that. I can't imagine somebody walked around with a round that was a 45 caliber round. So you see, other people on the set were speculating that if it was a 45 caliber round, she'd be dead. It would have blown a big hole in her. And so we're wondering, was the projectile that went in her some foreign material stuck, and it was an accident, it was a flash round, and something came out of the barrel, they didn't check. They always check. But
to your experience with these armors.
I've never heard of anything like this in my life, ever.
Okay.
I've never heard of a projectile coming out of a prop gun that went through a person's body, and regardless of her being a smaller woman, that the bullet went in here, I'm told, went in here, came out here, her shoulder or whatever, and went into his body. And I've never heard of that in my life. I don't know of any projectile in a gun, in a flash prop gun, that could accomplish that. Now, if somebody put a live round in there accidentally, see, a very important question for Hannah is, have you ever commingled live rounds with theatrical rounds in your kit? Because they're forbidden to do that.
Mm-hmm.
According to, I think, the union rules and the safety rules for all the unions, you're not allowed to do that because of the fear of what will happen if you commingle. So whether someone accidentally, and I can't even imagine this, deliberately placed a live round in that gun, I've never heard of that in my life. And I don't know anything about what happened, but all I know is when I, see, the other thing about this is, in a live round, you have a recoil, usually. When I shot that gun and it went off, I didn't shoot it when it went off. I didn't intend for it for what happened to happen. When that happened is, I'm always told, but because I'm not a gun person, I don't own a gun. They've always told me, they asked me to simulate the recoil. When I shoot the Colt, which is a big gun, 45 caliber bullet, they always teach me when we should be go action. I go, get back here, boom, and they make me take my hand and go boom and have the kick, because there's no kick in a flash round.
Okay.
And when this happened, I don't recall there being any kick either. That's important.
Okay. Are you, I know you said you don't own a gun, but are you experienced with shooting guns?
Only as much as actors have to be experienced.
Okay. Which is normally not.
I mean, like, if you do a movie, safety with weapons is primary. You go off with people. You go off with armaments people to ranges. I've gone to ranges in Arizona where we shot a lot of guns in a movie many years ago, and you go to a range and you shoot for a few hours, and they teach you how to shoot shotguns, Walther, different, little small guns, James Bond guns, big guns, Uzis, machine guns, whatever you're using, they make you go and rehearse for hours, like a whole day.
Okay.
Yeah, oh, they're very safety conscious, as they have been here. They've been very safety conscious here throughout. That's what puzzles me.
Well,
We didn't have anything.
yeah, and I guess that's more like the question that I'm trying to get at is, do you think someone would deliberately do this?
I can't imagine who would.
Okay.
People have said, that 6 people got fired from the crew yesterday because they said that the union, I don't want to get into a long diatribe about this, but the union, the International Association of Theatrical Stage Employees, IATSE is their name. IATSE is the union that controls all the actors. The Directors Guild controls the director, the Screen Actors Guild, but all of the crew are controlled by a contract in which those people voted to go on strike against the major studios, the major networks, the major streaming services, but not the independent film community. In fact, the IATSE rep for the New Mexico contract, because every state has different contracts, was instructed by his bosses in LA to don't go on strike. The strike is against the majors, not against the indie people. And in the indie films, there's 6 different tiers, I believe, in terms of the contract, how much they're paid.
Okay.
A bunch of people on the set walked off anyway, even though they were told not to strike. They struck and they left.
And that was yesterday.
That was yesterday. It was their last day.
Yeah,
And the question becomes,
yeah.
Somebody said, would one of them do? I don't really know. I have no idea. I have no idea.
Well, and it was good, because that was mentioned to me, is that it sounded like it was most of the camera crew that walked off set
Yes.
yesterday and quit, and maybe they got fired because they walked off. So the other thing is that the 2 major people, like you said, the director, those are the ones who got hurt. So with the camera crew and them quitting, and then your director getting injured, as well as Halyna, you don't think there's anybody that had any anger towards them or anything that would want to
I don't know the
disrupt the film?
details. I know that one guy, whose name I'm forgetting, he was a very heavy-set guy.
Okay.
He was and lovely to me. And he walked up to me and he said, "Thank you for the things you posted on social media in support of the IATSE strike." And he said, "I'd like to talk to you privately," because I've got some of my guys sleeping in their car.
Mm-hmm.
Many of the crew here. because it's shooting in Albuquerque and Santa Fe, or Albuquerque based, they live there. So the drive time, it's kind of common knowledge in the business that the unions in New Mexico signed very bad deals in order to attract movie shooting here. They wanted to grow the crew base here. So they signed the deal that wasn't a good deal, and that gave them a 60-mile commute radius. So that means if you live within 60 miles of the set, you come to work, you don't get paid any, you have to drive home, they don't hotel you. They don't know in New York, it's 30 miles, and they have to put you up in a hotel and give you gas money, and there's a whole other complicated contract in the more expensive markets. Here, this guy would tell me, he turned to me and goes, my guys are sleeping in their car. Now, I went to the AD and the producers, and I asked them, what's up with that? He said, they knew what the contract was. We signed the IATSE contract in New Mexico. And then in the middle of shooting, they decided they wanted to rewrite their deal. They said, put us up in hotels. Now, if you put the camera crew up in a hotel, all the other crafts are going to ask you to put them in a hotel. We don't have the budget for that. That could be $75,000, $80,000. You know what I mean?
Who is that man?
Oh,
The one you said that came
I
up
forget, like I
to
said, I forget his name.
Okay.
But anybody there can tell you who the big heavyset guy was, who was on the crew that quit yesterday. He didn't come to work today. But my point is that if I'm standing there in a rehearsal, I'm thinking to myself, could someone actually believe that in a rehearsal I would actually aim the gun and hit those two people? That's far-fetched. Or do they want just somebody to get hit? Or, I keep telling myself, more likely, was it an accident? It was a large quarter load makes noise, but it's like kind of a puff compared. But a half load could shoot a projectile if something was stuck in the barrel. And like I said, the thing that is, I think, going to answer all your questions is, what's in Joel's shoulder? Is it a rock or is it a bullet?
I could actually show that to you.
What?
What was in his shoulder? We did.
Did they take it out?
So you being on set for so many years, like you said, have you ever seen? You said you've never seen anything come out before.
I've never seen a projectile come out. No.
Right.
No.
So, but do you know what the bullets look like? Would it have looked something like this if anything did ever come out of something?
Okay. No. Okay.
So let's backtrack a little bit.
Let me say this to you.
Hold on.
That's a bullet. That's a bullet. So
Right.
as I suspected, somebody put a live round in the gun. If that's a bullet that was pulled out of his shoulder, then someone loaded a live round into the gun I was holding.
So now, let me ask you, did you see the rounds that were in the gun?
No.
Have you seen, throughout the whole time on set, have you seen what they look like?
I've watched her load and reload the gun many times.
Have you seen the bullets and stuff?
Well, meaning yes, meaning you see sometimes the head is the casing, and the head is a pinched, it almost looks like a dumpling. It's closed at the top, there is no piece. And you put the cosmetic round in when you know you're going to see. If I hold the gun, if I say to you, what is your first name again?
Alex.
If I say to you, Alex, don't you move a muscle, darling, I'm going to blow you. Anyway, the camera shoots me, you want to see the material in the cylinder, the cosmetic, clay-based, non-bullet round.
So can you describe to me what those clay-based rounds look like?
They look like a bullet.
What colors?
They're gray, they look exactly like a bullet, brass head and a brass base, packed with something, I'm assuming, and then the head look like a bullet. So cosmetically, you see that in the cylinder. The other rounds you shoot have it's the base with the pin. This comes up, this comes up, and it's a round like this. And if you look at the top, if you're looking down at the bullet with not the pin down here, the top of it, if you look at, it's folded in almost like a
Yeah, it's like
like a dumpling.
like a pinch.
Exactly, it's like a folded up thing, and the chart and all that just goes boom.
So
There's no projectile there.
if I showed you a couple rounds, would you be able to tell me if they're the ones that look like they were on set?
Probably, I think I could probably tell you which were the rounds that were put in cosmetic.
Okay.
And which were the rounds that were the flash rounds.
All right.
Now, forgive me because I'm very upset right now.
I know.
But if you know what I'm saying, so please don't forgive my weirdness about this. That's what came out of Joel's shoulder.
Yes.
Joel.
Yes. And the reason why I was showing you because you said you have experience, but you're saying when this does come out, you're supposed to just tough and
Well,
not really be
well, usually,
a hard object.
if there's any chance that when you look at the gun, so here's the barrel, here's the sight, and the cylinders around it has the holes.
Mm-hmm.
We're just looking at the gun, the camera's eye view.
Yeah.
When you look at the cosmetic rounds go in, they have no flash. But if you want to have cosmetic rounds that flash, if you want me to hold the gun, you see the bullets, and I shoot, that material is often a clay or, fabricated material that just disintegrates,
Mm-hmm.
just turns to powder.
And today,
And the rounds that you put that you don't see, you're not seeing down the barrel, and you're shooting, those are the flash rounds, which have the top that looks like it's like folded kind of things like this, where it's all kind of looks like someone's packed it and closed it.
but specifically today was supposed to be either empty or the ones that don't even make anything.
Cold rounds.
So cold round, the one with the hole in it.
Yes.
And it's not supposed to puff up or powder off, like you said. Nothing.
Halls told me that when he checked the rounds with her, they were all had the holes in them. And sometimes he told him, when I wasn't familiar with this, they'll take the round, and if it's a cold round, it'll have the holes, and inside will be BBs, and you shake it.
Yeah.
When you shake the BB, it's an acoustic thing to tell you that's a cold round.
Okay, and yeah, that's what.
Inside this base is stuff that rattles, little BBs that rattle. So you take it, that's a cold round that goes in the gun.
Okay, and that's what you were supposed to have today.
I was supposed to have an empty gun.
Empty.
Or when we shot, for the rehearsal, empty.
Mm-hmm.
And then when we shot, the flash rounds and everybody preps. And then she says, hot gun. She announces it and the crew gets ready.
But you didn't even get to that
I
part.
rehearsed with a hot gun. Now.
But you were supposed to be cold.
It was supposed to be cold or empty. But now, not only did I rehearse with a hot gun, I rehearsed with a gun that had a bullet inside. If that's what came out of your show, this is the most horrifying thing I've ever heard in my life.
Well, so yeah, and that's why I wanted to make sure that anytime that you've shot a hot gun, you've never seen anything like this come out before.
Never.
Because I'm not familiar with prop guns. I
Never.
could tell you what a projectile looks like, and that does
Well,
look
let me
like
ask
a
you this.
projectile.
But say, that's a bullet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's what comes out of.
Well, I think the question, I don't want to tell you your job, but I'm so sickened by this, that a bullet passed through this girl's body. She's in critical condition in the hospital right now, and I fired the gun. And you don't think I feel really, really shitty about that? I do, but the question becomes, to ask Hannah, did you commingle live bullets? What they call live rounds. When they say live round, that's a bullet that a police officer would shoot.
Mm-hmm.
Where did that come from in her kit?
Yeah.
She commingled live rounds with dummy rounds or movie rounds.
And we asked her that. Do you know where you guys get the rounds from? Who orders it? Or you don't have any part of any of that?
Who, me?
Yeah,
that's her, yeah.
All familiar, okay.
All I know is when we come to the set, you hand me a cold gun, nothing's in reverse. Then we load the gun with the flash rounds and we shoot. That's it, every time. We never had a problem.
So you didn't even get to that second part of you'll hand it back. I do want to ask you about Dave Holt. I understand sometimes she'll hand the gun off to Dave Holt and then he'll hand it to you. Did that happen at this incident?
I don't recall ever doing it.
It was Hannah handing.
I never recall. I recall that when we would stop the scene, if we finished the scene, Halls is someone who is assumed by his position to be authorized to do nearly everything.
Mm-hmm.
So if I was doing a scene with you and we finished the scene, we finished your angle and we were going to turn around and shoot my angle, when they say turning around, that means it's time to go to the bathroom, go get a bottle of water, go get a coffee, go smoke a cigarette. We have a break. And if I was going to go to the bathroom, I'd hand Halls the gun to give to her. I would only hand it to her, or if she wasn't around, if she was away because she'd be at the shop, they clearly hand Halls the gun, they give it to her. Give this to Hannah.
So sometimes you would hand the gun to Halls, but you never, he never handed the gun to you.
No,
Okay.
no,
So
never.
you would hand it to him.
I
with a
passed
gun.
it off to him if she was not on site and I was gonna run to use the bathroom, I was gonna buy it. But that's very typical. Halls is empowered and authorized to hand him the weapon. He's the only other person to hand the weapon after we were done. After we were done. Whether it was a cold gun with no things or flash rounds, I'd say. Hot gun, hand it to him, or usually not. Because usually it was a hot gun. If it was a hot gun we were gonna shoot, she'd be right nearby.
Okay.
If I hit, because other times we have rubber guns. We have fake guns, yeah.
Yeah.
And
And specifically, sorry, right before this incident, Hannah handed you the gun and said, cold. It wasn't Dave.
I don't be cold, no, Hannah handed me the gun.
Okay. It wasn't anybody else but Hannah.
No, Hannah handed me the gun.
and she specifically said.
I believe she said cold, I don't recall exactly.
Where, so this is I'm not that great of a drawer, but this is the church, this is the front where the
You enter here. Yeah.
cross
The
is. Where did she hand the gun to you? Inside while you were
Oh, yes, because I was seated.
You were,
In other words, this is a scene in the church where you come in and there's a lot of disarray. There's benches tipped over and and here was one bench that was upright and sturdy. Some of the other benches are prop benches, so they can smash easily with explosives. You want the gunfire to have fake benches. They're made of a lighter wood, so they put charges inside. So when you shoot, cinematically, when a guy's shooting a gun and you turn around and see what he's shooting at, you're going to see charges that are buried inside. They put a little material behind. You're going to see boom, 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 scenes flash. That is a prop bench. There were prop benches around that they were eventually going to put. Today, we're going to put squibs in to have them blow up. And this was a real bench, a heavy, because if you sat on the prop bench, it would break.
mm-hmm.
This was a live bench, and I sat here, and the camera was here, and she was here, and Joel was here.
She being Halyna?
Halyna.
Okay, and
I'm here on the bench, sitting. I'm right here to the right. I'm all the way to one side. They wanted me to go all the way to that side. And the camera guy was here. He's behind. Hannah was here. Joel was here. Where the other people, I believe that the script room was always in that corner so she could see the actual. And when I shot the gun away from the cameraman, I never aimed against the camera. I turned and I went like this to aim the camera, and she was there, and the gun went off, and she just went right on the ground.
What about the armorer though, or was she?
She's outside.
Okay.
she hands
She
you
comes
the gun,
in. She hands me the gun all the time.
and then what?
If there's any shooting involved in the scene, she always hands me the gun.
Never has Dave handed you the gun?
Never.
And then she goes back outside?
She waits outside because she just can't be there, so they didn't want to see. Sometimes in scenes, there's reflections, like, you see. So you only need the necessary crew in there for shooting the camera. Everybody else leaves, and as soon as they cut, they come running back in.
Okay. Real quick before she shows you that, the other thing I wanted to know, and it's probably helping she does show you those rounds. Have you, in your experience, ever been told that you're not supposed to cock the gun?
No.
No, you're okay.
He wanted me to cock the gun in the scene.
Okay.
He wanted that as part of the scene. He said, I'm going to take the gun out, turn, and cock it to the right, my left, to their right of the lens. In other words, if I'm sitting here and you're the camera, we don't talk about my left. We talk about camera right. Camera right. We only talk about the camera. Camera right is my left. So if I'll say to you, where do you want me to aim the gun? They'll say, camera right. So I'll aim the gun to my left.
Okay.
So I always aim the gun away, but she was there. And in the rehearsal, he wanted me to pull out the gun and cock the gun. And if you're assuming you have a cold gun, there's no problem.
Right.
And again, a cold gun I'd had, every time we've used guns in this film the last 2 weeks, we've never had one problem. Never. Never.
Okay. And I don't, maybe we discussed this when I was going, after the gun was shot, who did you hand the gun to?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't remember. I made everybody freaked out.
That makes sense. Okay.
It was one of those two people, Halls. I don't really know. I would imagine, well, there's the dummy there. So that's probably a dummy round. And there's no drill in this. That might be a flash round. And as I said,
So flash rounds do not have holes.
well, the flash round has a charge in here,
Okay.
powder, different sizes. Like I said, quarter, half, full load, and a wadding in there to pack it in. It's packed in tightly.
Okay.
So when you hit this pin, it explodes. Now, sometimes it has this material there if you have to have the cosmetic feature through the gun and then shoot. But often it has, there's the BBs in there. This is a dummy round. No dummy here, but there's that. My point is that very often when you give me, when she's loaded the gun with rounds for us to go hot and flash and shoot, they've had that creased, folded head, the dumpling head, as we say.
Okay.
They've almost never looked like this for the flash. Only when the camera sees inside the cylinder do you put those in.
But those are both dummy rounds.
That's a dummy
To your-
round. That's a dummy round. That's what they taught me.
Yeah.
I'm not an expert.
I I'm sure you have more experience with dummy rounds than we do.
I doubt that. I'm sure I always say to my wife, I think I should get a gun. I get a little nervous about the load. No. I have had 6 kids. I'm 63 years old, and I have an 8-year-old, a 6-year-old, a 5-year-old, a 3-year-old, a 1-year-old, and an 8-month-old that we had as a surrogate.
Oh
my
my
daughter.
gosh.
I'm 63 years old, and we had 6 kids in 7 years. So my wife was she was born in the U.S. but raised in Spain. She's like, Alec, we will not be having any guns in the house. No. But
Okay.
I believe there's a dummy round.
So you call this a flash round, right?
No. Flash round means there's a charge in there. No charge in there, if you hear that sound.
Okay.
No charge in there if you see that.
So what happens
So I
when
was
you shoot these? Or to what you?
You put them in there cosmetically with nothing in them so that through the cylinder you can see that.
Okay.
You can see in the cylinder whether the cylinder is empty,
Or
and they look bad, continuity-wise, or that there's a round in there. So they put a cosmetic round in the chamber. They load the gun, close it, and then I hold the gun. You see the things in there. A flash round would be like what crimped is the word, a crimped round with a charge inside, and that one shoots, and there's no projectile. I'm really challenged whether they ever see. I doubt. Sometimes they have these where you can do both, but that's the clay material. But usually, 99% of the time when we shot a flash round, it was the crimped thing, and you don't see inside the cylinder.
Okay.
So you're the camera, and I'm not pointing where you can see it. I'm off a little bit, and all you see is the flash.
Do you know what would happen if you shot one of these? Have you ever had experience with that?
Nothing.
Nothing happens with them?
There's no charge in them.
Okay.
This
Did you see
indicates.
the bottoms?
Right, well, sometimes they have the pin to create something. I'm just saying, when I look at this, when I go like this, now, by the way, there could be a charge in there. And that charge and those BBs could come out. I don't know enough about it to know whether this rattling indicates that it's an empty, a cold round. That's obviously a cold round, because that's where the gunpowder would be in here.
Mm-hmm.
That's a cold round. This, I'm assuming, is a cold round, because they go like this to tell themselves it's a cold round. I believe, please don't take my word for it.
Just in your experience.
I'm a father of 6 children, pretty much. That's all I do these days. My experience is those are both cold rounds.
Okay.
And I was told by Halls that when they took the gun away and looked at them, every round inside the gun was a cold round except the one round was not only a hot round, it was a live round, it was a bullet. If you're telling me that that's what came out of his shoulder, there's something really, really scary going on here.
Well, and I think that's what she was
Something
trying
really
to
bad.
ask, is if any time, well, you said these are cold ones, but the ones that are not cold, the quarter,
Right.
those,
They have the crimped
that
head.
they have you ever seen anything like that ever come out on set?
No, it's not possible.
Not possible.
It's
Okay.
not possible.
Yeah, they don't have a head.
I'm saying these,
They don't have there's no projectile.
there's no projectile. Okay. So then, and you shouldn't,
Somebody put a live bullet in the gun.
because these shouldn't separate or do that either.
No.
Okay.
Separate, no, probably.
Like that shouldn't come out either when, if it does.
If you did a flash round, that wouldn't be there.
Okay.
This is a cosmetic round only.
Right.
I point the gun, that's in the cylinder. When we shoot the gun, 99% of the time, it's a flash round that you don't see the cylinder. You're the camera, and I'm slightly off, so you don't see me.
I'm sorry, we keep having you explain that, but it's just because there's different rounds.
Right. I'm saying this is a cosmetic round, to my knowledge. And if there is, another question for you is there a cosmetic round? I mean, is there a flash round that has the head, which I believe they have, where you could shoot into the gun? Meaning, if the director wants you to aim the gun at the camera, they put a lucite screen up there, and I shoot the gun at you, you can see the bullets inside there, or they can go to do that with a computer. But if I put the thing toward you and then shoot, they'll have a round that has this on there that'll explode. But again, I've been told that is a clay material or something that just dissolves on exploding. No projectile comes out. On a flash round,
Hey, Law Self-Defense member Jeffrey asks, I know the days are long, but I would love a brief video summarizing the daily events since I have to jump in and out. I understand if it takes too much time of your life. I'm going to try, Jeffrey. I'll try to do those in the evenings. There's not a lot of free time in the evenings after these long days, but I'll do my very best. At the very least, I'm breaking out each witness's testimony, direct, cross, redirect, into separate chunks. So if there's a witness of particular interest, you'll be able to zoom in on that. But I'll try to do a summary as well.
blows up that you shoot on camera. Quarter, half, full. There is no projectile unless some material is stuck in the barrel of the gun.
Okay.
And I thought for sure what happened was, did they not check there was a stone or whatever? Now again, I am speechless. We're here shooting, everything was going fine. Joel is my friend. I'm one of the producers on this movie. We've developed this movie together for 3 years. I left my wife and 6 kids in New York to come here for a month to shoot this movie. And I'm the one that shot the gun today that had a live bullet go through that woman's body and into his body. And I need to know, how did that happen? Where did that bullet come from? Where did there are no live rounds in her kid, I'm told. Everybody is sitting around waiting for me to come here with all the sheriffs and all the people that were there, waiting for us to get ready to come and do this with you. And all they did was talk about that. So the speculation of, like, in her kit, she doesn't have live rounds.
And that's what we were told. That's what when we asked her, she said, there is no live rounds, not even in her kit, not on set, anywhere. So
for that very reason,
we want to know the same question too. Yeah, how, if there's not supposed to be any live rounds on set,
Then it comes down
how
to
and who
possible manufacturer defect.
or that.
that a cosmetic round shot this projectile through them? Is that possible? Did you find that? I don't know.
It's possible,
Oh, it is. They told you that mechanically if that's possible.
yes.
I've
So
heard.
sometimes there is a charge in the end of not intentionally, but
A mistake. Today I sit here, and whether it was a misfiring theatrical round or a live bullet, I shot this woman with a gun today. It doesn't feel so good, you know.
Come on. I could imagine that would not feel good.
I feel really bad, you know. It's like I mean, everything was going great. The only problem we had was when these 6 guys wanted to quit. And there, I don't know the jargon, but there, union rep or whatever in the New Mexico contract, different contracts in different states, the person that was in charge of these people and a kind of a pipeline, a lot of shooting going on, a lot of movie for TV work in Albuquerque, Santa Fe. The person was their head person was told them, don't strike. It's not, again, we don't want to cripple the indie business and put all of our employees out of work. Our indie contract is set for now. You have a contract you're under. Now we can renegotiate that contract, which no doubt they will. But in the meantime, you have a contract that you agreed to. And those men came, I'm not criticizing them, they came under a contract which they knew what it was. They reported to work, and then halfway through the shooting, they left, they walked off. And I don't, when he said to me, well, my guys are sleeping in my car, the ADs and the producers said to me, well, they're all of a sudden complaining about a contract they've been working on it for quite a while. And some days we wrap, and they shoot nights. Those are tough. The men, the women, they have to go back to their homes in maybe Albuquerque and drive an hour. It's 3 o'clock in the morning, and we try to put the night shooting on the weekend, so when you wake up the following day, you're off. And then and then some days we wrap the theory. The day before they walked up the job, we wrapped at 5:45 in the afternoon. We had a very reasonable day. A very easy day, 6 o'clock. Because I'm driving away with them, and I waved to that guy. The guy said, "I want to talk to you," the heavyset guy.
Yeah.
And I'm leaving. I said, "I'll see you tomorrow," and I left because I want to get home.
Right.
I want to go call my kids before they go to bed in New York. And yesterday when I was driving, when I saw him, the sun was still out. We didn't shoot a day like usually we shoot till we lose the light. That's why we're here, to shoot in New Mexico.
Yeah.
New Mexico is the star of the movie.
Scenery.
Yeah.
Okay. So do you, in your opinion, feel that this could have been an accident? Or do you?
I want to believe that, let me ask you this, because I don't know anything about this, because it was such mayhem when this happened. Everybody was sick that this happened, because we didn't know. No one imagined. Everyone thought she was hit by wadding or she got burned. No one presumed she was shot with a bullet. Any projectile went through her body. No one even considered that wasn't possible. So the question is, the cartridge that came out.
Maybe Hall's
The
handed
cartridge
him the gun.
when the gun that they fired. Have you got that?
So we have to send that, we don't analyze that stuff, we collect it, but then we send it to
You have.
ULB.
Right. That's all I'm saying, is that to me, I'm wondering, what was that? What was in that? They're measuring, I don't know anything about that. What are they, what ballistics? How can they measure what was in that? How much of it?
And that'll all be done at the lab.
Yeah. I don't know. All I knew is the gun went off, she hit the floor, he hit the floor, he started screaming. He was in a lot of pain. She went into shock. She didn't talk.
Right.
Her eyes are rolling back in her head.
Got a law self-defense member asking why he wouldn't be charged with negligent homicide. Negligent homicide is just a form of involuntary manslaughter, reckless manslaughter. It's all the same legal concept. Different states use slightly different terminology. And that's what he's charged with. He's charged with involuntary manslaughter under New Mexico law.
And blah, blah, blah. And,
Only good for 18 months. Believe it or not.
Bad. Everybody's just getting really, and then they start doing CPR.
Only good for 18 months in New Mexico. It's a remarkably low sentence for involuntary manslaughter.
Everybody gets really panicky. And then people start wondering, what did something, we assumed because the wadding can burn you, there's material that can come out under that, very rarely, that could burn you. But remember, that often doesn't happen because there's always a cold gun on the rehearsal. By the time you leave, if the wadding comes out and it hits somebody, they're 20 feet away from you in a gunfight, the crew is away. They're not shooting very near the crew. And my point is that when she went down, I thought, what was stuck? We all said the same thing. What was stuck in the barrel? Was something left. They didn't clean the barrel, which they always do, always. And was there a rock or something that went through her body? I didn't know about them passing through her body. I know she was hit. I didn't know where, and I don't know to what extent. But we all presumed as we're sitting outside, bullshitting for the last 2 hours while this went on. The aftermath, we assumed something was lodged in the barrel, was a projectile that went into her body. Now, when you tell me that's what came out of Joel's shoulder, that's a faulty round, which I've never heard of that before.
Okay.
Never. I've never heard of a theatrical flash round that was loaded into a gun that had a projectile that misfired, and that projectile came out that was a lethal round. Normally, if you're going to have a round that has this on it, it's the material that disintegrates when you fire the gun. Because if you take a flash round with gunpowder in it, whether it's a quarter, half, or full load, and you put a real bullet on, that's called a bullet. That's not a movie bullet. That's a bullet.
Yeah.
How did that happen? I mean, I'm the person that fired the gun. I'm dying to find out how that happened. How did that bullet that caused it end up in her kit?
And again, we're not going to know if it was manufacturer issues or someone did bring a live round until it's been tested and we look at the whole casing and projectile of it. So is there anybody on set that you would think would want to cause a disturbance in the filming or have any issues with anybody on set, minus what happened, if you don't think...
No, in the movie business, there are always some whiny people.
Okay.
But not so much so that they want to shoot somebody.
So nothing.
I've never heard of anything like this in my lifetime, ever. I've made 75 movies.
So in the past
75
couple weeks that you've been on
movies.
set, there's nobody really
There's no one I would imagine would be capable of doing
75 movies,
nothing
many of
that-
which
out
involve
of the
guns.
ordinary.
But again, I think it's a critical point to me, which is, if this is a flash round, if there's a flash round, and you have a piece here, this piece has to be a certain type, in other words, if you want, as I've told you before, if you want the shot to go off, and see that the cylinder cosmetically has a round in there, this is not the thing that was in Joel's shoulder.
But and then I want to come back to this. You said that when the gun went off, you experienced no kick.
Yeah, there was no recoil. There was no recoil, but that I remember. I mean, literally, I'm holding the gun, and literally slowly pull, turn, cock, bang, and as soon as I cock it, bang! And I jump, I mean, you obviously, that's the last thing you think is gonna happen.
Mm-hmm.
Everything has been done, every breath we take is to obviate that possibility. And the gun went off, and all I can think of, as I keep saying, is that I've never heard of a flash round that had a bullet on top, that had a projectile similar to what came out of Joel's shoulder. I've never heard of that in my life, ever. Never. Flash rounds normally have the crimping. If there's a head on there, it's made of a special material. And in this scene, you were to look down the barrel of the gun and shoot. You have to ask them that, by the way. You have to ask, well, both of them were in the hospital now. But was it their intention? Because when I would give them the gun, I'm assuming it's a cold gun with nothing in it. When it goes to time to shoot, are they going to see in the barrel that there's a gun there? Very often what they'll do is they'll have you put the cosmetic rounds in. I'll draw the gun up, I'll aim it, they cut. And cinematically, they'll cut to the other guy going like this. Then they'll cut back to me with the flash round with no projectile. But what I'm saying to you is a theatrical round, a flash round with a bullet head. I've never heard of that in my life, ever. Never. But that's a bullet. Less of a charge, but that's a bullet. I don't know what to say. I've never heard of this in my life.
What's your date of birth, Alex?
April 3rd, 1958.
Do we have, there's someone that we can contact if we have other questions for you?
My assistant's name is Jonah.
Jonah,
Jonah. His last name is Foxman. They told me that you wanted this correct. Jonah, Foxman, Foxman.
I think that's them, folks. I think he's giving out some private information. It's always redacted.
Any other? We have one more here.
What am I going to do?
You can go
Well,
wherever.
let me ask you this. Originally, and this is a very complicated, I mean, modest compared to what happened to them, but my wife and my whole family was scared.
Mhm.
And on Saturday, my daughter was going to be in the movie. They had a little part for my daughter. The 8-year-old.
Oh,
She was so excited to go. And now the question is, Joel's not going to go back to work for a while.
Right.
I doubt he'll be back to work in a week or two. At that. Who knows what they're going to do? They're going to get the shit suit out of them.
I think his was a shoulder. He might, I don't know. It's up to him how he feels and stuff on.
But I'm sure that there are so many insurance issues for them.
There's going to probably be a halt
They're in a lot
on
of trouble. Insurance.
Is this where he learns that Hannah's dead?
Civil action.
Because I don't think he knows yet.
I told them I would stay here tomorrow. My family's not going to come now.
Okay.
I begged them to come in. My wife wants to cancel the trip. She thinks it's just a weird energy. I told the producers that I would stay tomorrow in case anybody else, their insurance investigators, anybody, their lawyers wanted to talk to me. I'll make myself. And then Saturday, I was going to fly home to New York. I'm just waiting for them to tell me what to do. Did you need me to stay here beyond Saturday? I will do whatever you tell me to do.
Okay, so I think, so what we need to do, we're going to go and process the scene. If there's anything else that comes up, and that we need to contact you, you said you'll be here till Saturday? Or you
As
want
of
to
now,
fly?
oh no, as of now, I'm gonna stay tomorrow to make
Mhm.
myself available to the insurance investigators
Right.
and their attorney, the production's attorneys. To make myself available, they've told me they're not sure they need to talk to me. I'm gonna stay tomorrow and get on the plane Saturday to go home, and God knows when we're gonna come back, it might be months.
Okay. So we can contact you.
Yes, as long as we have this number and he's not going to change
Like,
it,
the numbers, no, wait, what I'm trying to say is that I'm gonna leave on
You're-
Saturday unless you tell me not to.
you're okay.
If you tell me to come back in, I'm gonna do whatever you tell me to do. But my wife wanted me to come home.
Yeah, so as long as we have a way of contacting you
Jonah.
is what we need to do to get a hold of you, okay? But I think you, unless tomorrow you hear something different from us, because right now we're going to go, we'll interview a
Talk to
couple
me again
more
tomorrow, I'll
people.
come here right away.
Okay, yes.
Tell me where you are.
What's your work cell
490,
or your office? Sorry.
that one I, don't know, I don't use it.
Okay, well,
So 2850, 490, 2850, this is work cell.
I'll just put.
So the two of you are not best friends and you go bowling together and go to movies together now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is my card. I put her name on the back of that one, but my office is
How do you
that
prefer to be
first one.
contacted? Office?
Oh, let me put my, because mine's a different,
What size?
yeah, I don't, my desk phone has issues, so I use my work cell phone all the time. And that's usually the best way to get a hold of me. And then if I'm not at my desk either.
If I don't hear from you otherwise, I mean, I'll come in tomorrow if you prefer, but if I don't hear from you otherwise, as of now, I intend to go home on Saturday.
So yeah, and that's fine, because right now, we still have other interviews to do, we gotta go to the scene, process it. The processing at the lab might take longer, so you might even not hear from, if
And there's
you
2
do.
years backlogged right now.
So, our
Would you want to talk to
investigations
me
go long.
remotely?
If it comes to
Just
it,
tell me
we
what
will
to do.
figure it out at that point, but right
As of now, my
now,
wife wants me to come home.
as of right now, you better listen to your wife and go home.
Okay, are we ready for, I do have some very unfortunate news to tell you.
What?
Here we go.
She didn't make it.
No.
Yeah. So Joel's still at the hospital, but the other person involved didn't make it.
Not so much laughing now.
I just didn't want you to hear it outside of here.
Is there something we could do for you?
What?
Jonah, the one back there?
Yeah,
Okay, would you want Jonah in here with you? You wanna, what do you wanna do? Do you wanna make a call? You can sit.
You should go.
Are you guys needing a ride? Or are you comfortable? I think they've got their baby. Are you comfortable driving though?
I want to go call my wife.
Of course, we could even give you privacy.
No, we're gonna go.
Okay.
The opinions, we're gonna go.
No, that's fine. Can I get you more water or anything?
Do you want us to give you guys a few minutes in here?
I want to go call my wife.
And that's it. That is that. The interrogation of Alec Baldwin, who really buried himself I'm not sure if I have audio. Let's see. Inputs. Check, check, check. Check, check. Someone in the member chat, tell me if you guys can hear me okay. Check, check, check. Test 1, 2, test 1, 2. Okay, good. I had to switch to a different set of headphones. All right, so that is where we are. Still waiting. Probably have about 15 minutes before the court comes back. As a reminder, today's show is sponsored by none other than CCW Safe, a provider of legal service memberships. What many people mistakenly call self-defense insurance. It's not insurance. What they essentially promise to do is cover your legal expenses if you're ever facing criminal liability or civil liability for being compelled to use force in defense of yourself, your family, your property. And they do a lot more than just cover your legal expenses too. Great group of people over there. I'm a big fan. I do a lot of partnering with CCW Safe. And most important, I'm a member myself. My wife, Emily, is a member of CCW Safe because they are the organization out there in the marketplace providing this kind of service that I trust. And I'd like to explain to you why I trust them. You can learn more about that at lawofselfdefense.com/trust. Explains why I chose to be a member of CCW Safe. And there you can also get a 10% discount code when you become a member of CCW Safe. All of that at lawofselfdefense.com/trust. All right. Let's see. Get the court ready. Fix my banner. Let's see. Lunch break until 3 p.m. Eastern Time, which is in about 13 minutes. So let's take a look. All right. Every time I change hearing stuff, it sounds very different to me. Let's see, comments from the Law of Self-Defense membership. By the way, we only take comments from Law of Self-Defense members in the member chat. So you might want to consider becoming a Law of Self-Defense member yourself. You can do that very inexpensively, 99 cents right here at lawofselfdefense.com/trial. So let's take a look at the member chat. Lawful to shoot, ? Says, this is sadly true. A more experienced armorer would have walked, but she was trying to get through her second gig. Yeah, I think that's right. It might have been the last scheduled day of shooting. So she might have thought, I just have to get through one more day. A more mature armorer would have said, screw that. I know the risks that are being created to everybody here, including myself, physical and legal risks, and I'm not doing it. But a more experienced person would have a track record, an existing track record to fall back on when people ask them, I heard you just walked off the set. What happened? Let's see. Lawful to shoot says that explaining to another member that Hannah Gutierrez is claiming that Baldwin prohibited her from doing her job the correct way. He was micromanaging her and several others. In other words, his actions caused the shortcuts that were taken to happen. That is one of the state's arguments. Defense arguments for sure. Of course, they both could be liable, right? Baldwin could be liable for his handling of the gun, resulting in the death of Halyna Hutchins. And Hannah Gutierrez could be liable for her operation management of armorer, management of ammunition on the set, as having contributed to Halyna Hutchins' death. Both things can be true at the same time. Negligent homicide and involuntary manslaughter are the same legal concepts for our purposes. If by negligence, I presume you're seeking criminal liability, which would really be recklessness, not negligence. But some states are sloppy in how they use the terminology. Kyle writes, "Oh, Mr. Baldwin, we're stupid little women. Please teach us." Yeah, that was the dynamic. He thought he had them under his thumb. They were adoring him. What a dummy. Eric says, these investigators have Baldwin thinking he's teaching a class. Look at how much information he's willing to divulge. And a lot of that was very harmful to him. He certainly had a pretty good knowledge of guns and ammunition on the set. There was some confusion and communication about who handed them the gun. It seemed early on he was saying that Hannah handed him the gun in the church. We know for a fact it was Assistant Director David Halls. But this is the kind of stuff that you get mixed up on when you're not really paying attention to stuff because you're focused on your scene. You're just accepting things people are handing you, and you didn't pay attention to who gave it to you. And your brain is thinking, well, who normally gives it to me? And kind of plugs that in as filler. Eric says, I look forward to seeing him on the stand if he takes it. Well, he might take it. I mean, he's not obliged to take it. He can always plead the fifth, not have to take the stand. But, given his personality, he may, I mean, listen, if I were his lawyer and he said, I want to take the stand, I would just sit down and show him that interview that we just watched and explain to him how badly he effed himself. Just to remind everybody, I've written a whole bunch about this Baldwin stuff, and it's all aggregated on one webpage, a bunch of videos and blog posts, legal analysis, starting from the day after the event. The first article I did on this was October 22nd, 2021. And I've periodically done updated versions of stuff as more information came in. But anybody can find all that at lawofselfdefense.com/Baldwin. It's all open access because of the high-profile nature of the case. So talking about dots and flashlights, I don't know if I want to get into the whole flashlight thing again. I just spent a couple days on Twitter talking about flashlights, weapons, mounted lights on guns. For home defense guns, I absolutely believe you need a light on it, at least if you live with other people. I'm more ambivalent about a weapons-mounted light on a carry gun. Although, if you're not going to have a weapons-mounted light, I would certainly carry a flashlight. I'd carry a flashlight anyway, a decent one. But dots are not magic, and they take a lot of getting used to if you're moving over from irons. But if you're willing to make that commitment, I think they're amazing, especially as a guy whose eyes are not getting any younger. I just can't see the front sight like I used to be able to. And dots completely solve that problem for me. But you really need to have your presentation grooved in so that the dot is there when the gun comes up. Because otherwise, if you have the gun angled in a weird way, the dot can be off the glass, and then you have to start hunting for it. So you have to be able to have your presentation of the pistol grooved in sufficiently that the gun comes up and the dot is there. And really, you should be doing the same with a front sight, except we cheat with a front sight, because when we bring in an iron sight gun up in our line of vision, the front sight's always there somewhere, and we make micro adjustments without even realizing it. You bring up a dot on a bad angle, and there's no dot on the glass, so that's a bit more complicated. Eric says he's looking at getting his first AR. Congratulations. It's a lot of choices out there. Some of them are very expensive. But routinely from Palmetto Armory, you can get what I would call a utility grade AR for under $500. Under $500. That's an amazing, what a country we live in. Let's see. Yep. Kyle says, I don't think Alec Baldwin wanted to kill Halyna Hutchins, but he did express exasperation in his interview with Stephanopoulos at Helena's constant adjustments. I bet he wanted to scare her. Yeah, I wrote a blog post on this, actually, did a legal analysis on this theory. If he wanted to scare her with the gun, that's aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. That would be an underlying felony for, say, a felony murder charge. Now, I vaguely remember that New Mexico's weird about its felony murder law. There was something odd about it. I can't recall the details now. But that would be really bad if a prosecution could convince a jury that Alec Baldwin was intending to frighten Halyna Hutchins with the gun pointed at her. Yeah, I think it's uncontroverted that it was David Halls who handed. I mean, he took a plea. David Halls took a plea. The first assistant director who handed Baldwin the Colt 45 revolver. Halls was charged with negligent use of a deadly weapon and sentenced in March 2023 to 6 months unsupervised probation as part of a plea deal. So if it's got to be demonstrable who it was that handed the gun. There were plenty of other people in the church, so I don't think there's any doubt that it was David Halls and not Hannah. Let's see. Yep, Alex talking about squibs, talking about blanks, talking about real guns, talking about been in 75 movies, many of which involved guns. In fact, the prosecutor could just step through the list of movies. You know, is it true that you were in this movie? Did that involve handling a gun? Yes, 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 yes. What, 50 times? Did you get training handling a gun for this movie? Yes. Let's see. Still waiting on the court. While we're waiting, I'll pop this back up. Not sure where that went away. Change my banner back to the lunch notes. Up. Let's see. Kent writes, on my 41 mag Ruger, he says, I can't see the brass rims from the side in that revolver because they are countersunk in the cylinder. I think that they protrude on the old Peacemaker. Not sure about the Italian replica. Yeah, the classic Colt 45 revolvers are certainly not countersunk. Kyle Cowden, when I was talking about CCW Safe, he writes, I bet that poor lady at CCW Safe spent an accumulated hour and a half answering questions and walking me through how they work. Yeah, they've got a really good team there at CCW Safe. Don West, lawyer for George Zimmerman, is their national trial counsel. Stan Campbell does a lot of kind of the member-related management of that group. Really great team. Let's see. Yeah, it's not a good look for everything to be so disheveled. Isn't it kind of alarming? So the prop truck is like a disaster area. Now I've done a little bit of work with TV stuff. I was a legal advisor to legal expert, subject matter expert to The Best Defense, which was on the Outdoor Channel. I did that for 2 or 3 seasons. So there were times I'd be on set when they were filming, gunfire and stuff like that. They always seemed way more organized than this hot mess to me. But that's about the limit of my experience with that stuff. But I mean, if I were an insurer and inspecting this property and decided whether I wanted to provide liability insurance, and I saw how that props truck was disheveled, or the same for PDQ. I mean, it looks like a hoarder's house. It's crazy. How can people even live like that? How can you work like that? How can you know where anything is? And what a pigsty. And when we're talking about stuff like guns and bullets, it pays to have your shit together. Let's see. Yeah, Palmetto Armory, but be careful. Once you're on their email list, you'll get an email from them like every day, and they have a ton of great bargains on stuff. They've taken a lot more of my money than I would have anticipated. I just bought another Holosun from them, and I think I just bought a weapons mounted light for a Surefire from them at a great price. It was a good sale. So yeah, sales definitely work for them. They knock $100 off or something. I'm like, yeah, I've been meaning to pick one of those up. Let's see. Eric says, I called CCW Safe a few weeks ago, and the lady was super helpful and knowledgeable. Quite impressed. Yeah. Kyle, if you're writing about the 41 Magnum, I believe that's a rimmed case. You can fire unrimmed cases in revolvers, but then they need to headspace off the rim, the mouth of the case. That's how the revolvers that fire 45 ACP, for example, do. Okay, they can use clips too, of course. Let's see. Will says, this may have only been her second gig as an armorer, but she's arguably been trained her entire life for the role by one of the best in the industry. Maybe not. I don't know. It's kind of weird, right? Because Reed is not actually her last name. We're talking about Thel Reed, is a famous armorer in Hollywood, has done all the big movies for decades in Hollywood. And she's, I think, his stepdaughter. And her legal name is Hannah Gutierrez. So she adds the Reed part, hyphenated, on her own. That's not her legal name. Doing it, of course, to get the reputation spillover from her father. But I don't know if she grew up with him or lived with him or worked with him. And frankly, that could go either way, right? The state could use that against her by saying she knew better. She'd been trained by the best. She knew better than to allow this to happen. Her dad must have taught her that if she sees safety violations like we're happening here, she needs to walk off the set. Or the defense can say, listen, we know she didn't screw up because look how well trained she is. Those live rounds must have been snuck in by somebody else. Well, we're 2 minutes past lunch break, so we should be getting going pretty quick. How many of you watching on YouTube and Twitter and Rumble right now have 99 cents to spend to become a law self-defense member for the duration of this trial, if the trial ends as scheduled in 2 weeks? Check it out. 2-week trial membership, 99 cents at lawselfdefense.com/trial. 99 cents, folks. And you'll be able to join us on the member chat where I can address your comments and questions. And after that, it's still dirt cheap to stay a member. It's only about 30 cents a day, less than $10 a month to be a law self-defense member. But at least you should try it out for this trial for just 99 cents at lawofselfdefense.com/trial, or just scan that little QR code there with the phone I know you have nearby. Let's see. Up. Oh, I saw something on the change on the court screen. I think a little lunch break text changed. Hopefully we're coming back shortly. Keep this going. Of course, the most recent witness, I should make a banner for this. Jason Hawks. That's ready to go. I'll start adding little witness name banners. Okay, let's see if there's more. Lawful to Shoot writes, Paul asks, of Lawful to Shoot, who lives in Florida, any general areas that are better to live in the area that are away from Orlando and Disney? Yeah, I think I'm going to be moving to Orlando. I don't know. I don't know when Alec's trial is. I don't think I would attend, though. I have to be honest. I mean, it would be interesting, but I couldn't do this in the courtroom. I couldn't be live streaming it, making comments like this. But it'll probably be a year before I'm in Florida. We have a business, we have kids in school, there's a lot to coordinate. But because we have kids, we're very particular about the kids' school. So first we look for good schools, and that determines where we're going to live. And it's hard to get a really good school out, very far from a population center. Right now we have our eye on Winter Park, which is really, part of Orlando. Oh, I looked at that SB2 bill out of Louisiana. One of the members had brought it up. So Louisiana looks like it's going to become the 28th, I think, constitutional carry state. So you don't need a permit to carry concealed for lawful purposes, as God intended. That's SB1, Senate Bill 1, moving through the Louisiana legislature. But I think it passed both houses on a party line vote. I don't know what the situation is with the governor. SB2 is they're describing it in the media like a liability protection bill for self-defense. It looks to me like it's intended to be essentially a self-defense immunity provision. So you're immune from prosecution if by a claim by someone who you shot in lawful self-defense. I just read the summary of the bill. That's what it feels like to me. I haven't read the bill itself. It could be a different kind of process. I mean, self-defense immunity normally is something you'd raise like in a pre-trial hearing, and there's usually a particular process that's applied. So I'll have to read the details of SB2. Yeah, anything that limits liability, you have to keep in mind. So, absent some kind of immunity or liability cause of action for the defender, you shoot someone and you may never be prosecuted because it was a lawful act of self-defense. But that person, they could be convicted for whatever crime you shot them for, right? They were committing an armed robbery of you. That's why you shot them. And then they get charged and tried and convicted of armed robbery. They go to prison. They've got nothing to do in prison except agree to have a lawyer file a lawsuit on their behalf against you, even if it's just as a nuisance. And the only way to really make that go away is if your state has some kind of civil immunity provision, or it looks like something like SB2. Will writes regarding Hannah Gutierrez. She's been around belligerent actors and producers before. That Baldwin is forceful and pushy doesn't excuse her from her responsibility. I don't know if that's true, though, that she's been immersed in this environment. If it is true, that will make things more difficult for her. Oh, Louisiana has a new governor. They always have a Democrat governor, it seems like. Who's the governor now? Oh, he's a Republican. Oh, you won't have any trouble then. Yeah, great. So 28 states are constitutional carry. It's so funny because I think of course, as you probably know, if you listen to me for any period of time, I think all the gun laws that preemptively limit the ability of law-abiding, mentally sound Americans to carry whatever kind of guns they want are facially unconstitutional because there is no history and tradition for most of our gun laws. Licensing laws, background checks, FFLs, restrictions on machine guns. In the Constitution, it has provision for owning armed naval ships, warships. But you can't have a submachine gun? That's crazy. You got to pay $200 for a suppressor? Where's the history and tradition of restricting hearing protection? Absolutely bonkers. Even sensitive places. There were sensitive places at the founding, but they were very limited in scope and particular in specifying time and duration. So, for example, polling places were sensitive places where they would ban possession of arms, but only while polling was taking place, not forever, not all the time. Courthouses, but I got to be honest, I don't have much of a problem with the sensitive place constraining the right of people to carry arms if security is provided and screening is done. Like an airport, although we could do all that without TSA. We used to. I'm old enough. And a courthouse. Let's see. Court is still out. Jason Hawk, cell phone expert. He's still on direct. He's a state witness. He's sharing a bunch of. They were just getting to a very interesting part, a text exchange between Hannah Gutierrez. It looks like her dad. They haven't said, I don't think, but it's an account called Dadcula in her phone book, and her lawyer, Jason Bowles. So one thing lawyers have to be careful about, they have privilege with their clients. But if they're having a conversation with their client, knowing that other people can overhear them having the conversation, that'll pierce privilege. So this text exchange between the lawyer, the defendant, and the father could well be stripped of privilege. I guess we'll see when we come back. They described the texting just before lunch, but they didn't get a chance to actually read the messages. But you can see that defense attorney Jason Bowles is not feeling too good about this part. I mean, he keeps objecting. So that would not be good. This came up in the Alec Murdaugh trial too, where right after the killing of his wife and son, there was some kind of gathering of friends and family. I can't remember now if it was at their hunting property or not. And one of the people there was a lawyer, but a lot of other people were not. And there were conversations had, and the state wanted to introduce evidence about those conversations. And the defense was objecting, saying, no, that's privileged because he was talking to his lawyer. But was it really an attorney-client relationship? Especially with all of the other people listening in? So, general rule is keep your mouth shut, folks, when it comes to anything having to do with legal jeopardy. Between this trial and the consult I'm doing for one of our platinum members right now, and some upcoming travel I have, I've got no free time for a month. It's going to be a month of 10 to 12-hour days. Oof. Well, you folks make it all worth it, because you make all this possible by being Law Self-Defense members. Lawful to Shoot says, the further you get from Orlando, the better off you'll be. Yeah, but it's that school issue. I mean, we did find a good school near Miami too, but I think Miami would be even worse. Let's see. I mean, I believe you folks, but I had 2 kids late in life, so they're still young kids. They're the priority. I know most of you guys my age, your kids are grown and out of the house. You'd have a lot more freedom in terms of where you can locate yourselves. Peter Wolf asks, as a resident of New York State, what out-of-state concealed carry license should I think about getting? I'd be careful about that, Peter, because most states won't issue a non-resident license to someone who doesn't have a license from their home state. For example, I've actually got my Utah non-resident license on my desk because in about 4 months it expires. So I'm getting ready to renew it. And I see on their website, it reminds me that a Utah non-resident, you have to send them a license from your home state before you can get a Utah non-resident. I think most states are like that. Yeah, I don't know if Utah will issue you a non-resident license if you don't have one in New York. Eric says, you seem like the kind of person who enjoys being busy. Oh, yeah, I do. But some of that busy is fun stuff, right? It's going shooting. It's going to jiu-jitsu. It's riding my motorcycle. I can't just sit down and do nothing. I'd get bored out of my mind. But but I won't have time for that fun stuff for the next month is what I'm talking about. Let's see. Oh, you have a license and a CCW. Oh, good for you. Yeah, then it shouldn't be a problem. The two non-resident. So I live in Colorado, so I have a license here. The two non-resident licenses I keep up are Utah and Florida, because that combination provides me. Last I checked, I'm not an expert on this stuff. Last I checked, that provided me with the maximum number of states in which I could reciprocity and elsewhere. And they're states. They both happen to be states I go to a couple times a year. So, yeah, no, I love my work. Don't get me wrong. I love my work. I am so blessed to be able to do something I love this much. It's fantastic. Let's see. The courts. I wonder if the state gave up. Not a chance. Not a chance that Carrie Morrissey gave up. She's so good. I so much like watching her. And that Bullion, Todd Bullion on defense, has been very good on cross. Very, very low key, so it comes across as boring. But you can see he's well aware of the points he wants to hit on. He's pretty good about making sure he gets there. I like him. The lead counsel for the defense, Jason Bowles, can't make up my mind about him yet. Sometimes he comes across as wishy-washy, but it's can be hard to tell. When they did that exhibits where they had multiple exhibits under each letter, like JKLMN, it wasn't until they got to the last one, N, where they were doing, all right, this is exhibit N1, N2, N3, N4. The judge was right in objecting to that. It made it very confusing. And if the record has to refer, what if there's an appeal? And the record doesn't indicate what exhibit they were talking about. Like J was like, what, 10, 15 photographs? That's just sloppy. But I can't help but wonder if they're being sloppy, not just because they're sloppy, but because they're trying to make the jury think about sloppiness. I don't know. Because there certainly was a lot of sloppiness in those photos. I did see a head move on the screen for the court feed, but nothing really is happening yet. Yeah, Florida was a nice non-resident to get because I could do it entirely by mail. I think I did Utah entirely by mail too, but I first got my permits in both of those states a long time ago. I mean, Florida soon after it was possible, and Utah immediately, like the first year Utah allowed non-resident concealed carry permits. I applied. That first year, they didn't quite have it organized. In fact, and one of the requirements was I had to get certified by like an NRA instructor. And I told them, well, I'm an NRA instructor. Can I just sign off myself? And they were like, yeah, sure. So that's what I did. And they sent me the permit. It was great. Yeah, there's not a lot of heat, friction, animosity between or at least they're not showing it, between the state and the defense. Now, I'm sensing it. And if you look at the motions pre-trial, there was quite a bit of snark in those motions from time to time. But there's certainly, I don't know if they were advised by this judge that she doesn't tolerate any kind of nonsense in her courtroom. But they're certainly being very polite and professional with each other. Yeah, it would be nice to live.
Absolutely bothered that someone went on court TV and then took pictures of the exhibits.
Uh-oh.
So you're not on court TV, period. So that happens, you're out of here for the rest of the trial. All right, thank you. All right, let's call in the jury. Did we get everything straightened out? Counsel, I don't want to rush it, but did we get that straightened out, or do you need more time?
Thank you.
Okay, wait. Also on the court TV, also on the record, another order is that court TV is ordered to redact the phone numbers that were put up on the text messages
Yeah.
because their phones are blowing up. And the solution obviously is redaction from here on out. But I'm going to say that the people that were taking pictures contributed to that. All right, thank you.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. I'm like, do they know these people
So let
don't
me
use
know
those
when you
phone
want to
numbers
call in the
anymore?
jury.
They already got new phones, new numbers. I mean, how many people we have watching this on Court TV? 5,000. 5,000. So they're getting, are 20% of those people a-holes who are going to call those numbers? Dear Lord. I'm going to grab something to drink real quick. All right, so looks like court is muted again. So someone took pictures of exhibits and put them on court TV, the court says. Now, I didn't notice that over lunch. I wonder if that's on a court TV, if they did like a lunchtime blog post or special, commentators during the lunch hour and showed those pictures, got those pictures sent to them. It wasn't part of the live stream from court. Or, yeah, I mean, the court can't be talking about the text messages that have been shown. That doesn't make any sense. Or did the numbers get recycled to others and now those people are getting calls? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Eric says 5,000 on Court TV and then every streamer like you who's rebroadcasting. Yeah, so I'm a small channel. I only have, maybe across all the platforms, 1,000 people watching. But yeah, if there's 50 people like that, it's another 50,000 viewers. Peter asks, Andrew, have you ever thought about hosting a law self-defense gathering at some location annually, like Mar-a-Lago? I've done a couple meetups when I've taken motorcycle trips, but I have to confess I cover controversial topics and I don't tend to be an overly polite guy when I'm dealing with jerks. So there's always a security risk I have to be concerned about. Yeah, I don't know. I get nervous about it. I mean, I'm not super comfortable doing my own. I have done, of course, gone to a couple of Nick Ricada meetups in Nashville and Vegas. But Nick arranges for security there. Eric says, Court TV has got to get their shit together. We barely got cameras in the courtroom for Koberger. Yeah, that's the Idaho murder case. Yeah, you just have to do it the way the court tells you to do it. That's all. Yeah, I have to. I don't know how to do it in a safe way. I mean, I guess if it was, like maybe only people who'd been a platinum member for at least a year. Because I think that's I don't think someone who's just transiently angry would make that kind of investment. Mostly in time. It's not that it's that expensive. In fact, it's only 82 cents a day to be a law self-defense platinum member and be guaranteed my legal consult if you're facing criminal or civil liability for having been compelled to use force in defense of yourself, your family, your property. If you're not a platinum member, you don't qualify for my legal consult. We only provide them for platinum members. The good news is it's only about 82 cents to be a platinum member. You can learn more about that at lawofselfdefense.com/platinum. I think I'll take this opportunity to get a screen capture of Hannah for tomorrow's thumbnail. She's funny. They've really made her up to. Oh, they're sitting down. We're going to get audio back, Court. They've made her up to look as attractive as I've ever seen her. Whoops.
All right, is that better? We're going to go back through real quick some of those text threads that we had on the Elmo, and we're going to have you read the content, okay?
Yes.
So I'm going to place on the Elmo what was previously entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 96. Can you go ahead and just read that and remind us if this is a message that was sent by the phone or received by the phone?
Sure. So this was a message that was received by Ms. Gutierrez-Reed's phone from the Dadkula contact that says, get someone to show her a single action gun and how it works. They don't go off by themselves. And then beneath that is an incoming message from Mr. Bowles' phone to Ms. Gutierrez-Reed's phone that says, yes, I sent her this manual I got today also.
What's the problem?
Do you want me to just read them?
Just read them. We gotta get this done. Thank you, sir. There's a.
Oh, technology, more technology issues.
Can you just go ahead and read it, explain to the jurors what you're reading, given that they've already saw it?
Yes, so this is Exhibit 96. The first page I've just read. The second page.
And Mr. Hawks, what's the date of these conversations?
Sorry, this is December 1st, 2021. The second page starts with a message from Mr. Bowles to Ms. Reed that says, I think I sent this with an attachment. Beneath that is an outgoing message from Ms. Reed that says, yeah, honestly, that gun won't go off unless he fully cocked it. And then the final message on that page is a message from the Dadkula contact. It said, if someone could just show her, she could see a transfer makes no difference. The final page starts with an outgoing message from Ms. Reed that says, yeah, we got some that just aren't long barreled. They're the same thing. And then finally, message from the Dadkula contact that says exactly.
Yeah, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 95. And would you go ahead and do the same thing with 95?
Certainly. So 95 is from November 8th of 2021. And the first message is an outgoing message from Ms. Reed that says, hey, I need you to check out my boxes and send me some pictures of our boxes of dummies. The second page starts with an incoming text from the Dadkula contact that says, will do. And then beneath that is another incoming text message with a photograph.
And at my request, did you separate that photograph? Did you isolate that photograph for me?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been previously entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 69. And we're going to do this the quick and old-fashioned way. Can you see that?
Yes.
Sorry for the dirty screen. What is that?
That is the image that was sent via text message, via iMessage to Ms. Reed's phone from the Dadkula contact.
Thank you, sir. May I approach? Mr. Hawks, in addition to doing some work on Ms. Gutierrez's cell phone extraction, did you also do some work on cell phone extractions from some other folks involved in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember their names?
There was a woman named Sarah. I don't remember her last name,
Okay.
and a gentleman whose name I don't remember. But
Okay.
I'm sure I would if you refresh my memory.
Well, I'm going to leave that to defense counsel, and I will pass the witness.
Thank you. Mr. Baldwin.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You mentioned you did some other extractions. Does the word Dave Halls ring a bell?
Yes,
All right. Is that the other phone that you looked at?
correct.
All right. And Judge, if I can publish just to his screen, please.
Oh, I was mentioning, yeah. So they made Hannah Gutierrez look quite pretty compared to the photos from the set. But her, when she stands up, her posture, the way she holds herself, is very masculine.
It'll be quicker to do it this way because then I can publish it if the judge admits it. Okay.
Here, why don't I just stand here
Yeah.
and I'll look over your shoulder? That's perfect. Sorry.
Yeah, that works.
Eric says he's been licensed to carry for several months and hasn't missed a date. I know some people start slacking off, but I found it hasn't been obtrusive. Yeah, I've carried every day of my adult life, everywhere, you know, unless I happen to be in a jurisdiction where it's not allowed, of course.
What's on that screen and on your screen is different. I'm showing you.
Someone sent me a message. Hella from Excited Utterance says she's interested in coming on in about 20 minutes. Sure, Hella.
I don't mind. No, sir.
All right. What are you looking at here, sir?
I'm looking at the first page of a PDF of a Celebrite report that was done by the New Mexico RCFL,
All right.
of the phone that you just asked me about.
All right. And can you scroll down to the second page?
Yes.
All right. So what is this device information? What does this tell you?
So this is a summary of the data that is in this PDF report. It involves chats, native messages, which are, in this case, iMessages, WhatsApp, emails, timeline, and then data files, which include images and videos.
Okay. Is there information about deleted information on this device?
There is.
Can you tell us about that, please?
So the report indicates that there's one deleted iMessage and one deleted WhatsApp. In addition to that, there are 5 deleted emails, and there are some deleted images, but without knowing what the images are, I don't know if they're things that he actually deleted or if they were cached images that got purged.
Yeah. How many images are notated on the report as being deleted?
I'm sorry. I didn't bring my
Yeah,
glasses.
help yourself.
Sorry. So there's 152,237 images total, and there's 1,438 that are deleted.
You can just hold on to that.
And then 3,214 videos with 7 deleted.
Okay. And when you're looking at a device and you see that something's been deleted, what does that actually mean? What is that telling you?
It means that it was deleted and recovered. So if I delete something from my cell phone and it's overwritten, or that memory is actually purged, then it's not recovered and there's just no evidence of it. So this shows that there were items that were deleted and recovered by the program.
All right. And you have no way of knowing if additional things were deleted because it just wouldn't be extracted. You wouldn't have the information to look at.
Correct.
All right. And in your experience, do you know that that sometimes happens?
I know that it can happen. I mean, if it's not there, I don't know that it was there to begin with and was deleted, but it certainly can happen.
Actually, I'll just leave this here with you. So if you can go to the emails page on that document.
I do.
All right. There's about 20 emails in Mr. Hall's extraction here. How do you know that these are actually his emails?
So there's incoming emails. The top one is an incoming email. Just to avoid what we had earlier, it's to a Gmail address. So that means that account was installed on the phone, and this is an email that was received by his phone, signed into an email address associated with him.
Okay, so that physical phone has access to that email address.
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I would move to conditionally admit defendant's exhibit O.
Counsel approach.
So this is a David Hall's phone. I don't think they mentioned that up front, but they just mentioned it in passing. David Hall's, of course, the person who handed the gun, the assistant director who handed the revolver to Alec Baldwin in the church, having received it from Hannah Gutierrez outside the church. Hannah not having been allowed in the church at the time, because I guess it was a small space and they had COVID protocols and all that jazz. Yeah, all these carry restrictions, place carry restrictions are ridiculous. So we say you can't carry a gun lawfully on a school property, yet we still have school shootings. No one who's unwilling to obey the laws against murder is going to obey the law against concealed carry in a sensitive place. I have to say, though, folks, in my experience, the people who get in trouble for carrying, I'm not telling anyone to break the law, but the people who get in trouble for carrying concealed where they're not supposed to tend to be people who are jerks and attract attention to themselves. After all, if you're carrying concealed properly, how would anybody know you have a gun? Unless, of course, you actually were compelled to present the gun and shoot somebody, in which case it's probably preferable to have been able to save your life than and accept the possible penalty of a gun offense. Yeah, when I lived in Massachusetts, even police were not allowed to carry on school property unless they were there for purposes of a legal duty that they had. But if it was like an off-duty cop attending night classes, not allowed to carry a gun there unless he got a letter from the president of the educational institution. Like, why should that guy determine who carries? Cycle Boy says, well, it could be a simple flash from bending over, reaching up, or some loudmouth Karen starts screaming. Well, don't do that. I mean, I've been carrying for more than 30 years, and I've never been made carrying a handgun. I've had to reach up and bend over and do all the normal things in life. But yeah, if you feel you can't do that, if you feel you may inadvertently flash your gun, then sure, I guess. I mean, do whatever you think is most appropriate. if you get caught carrying where you're not supposed to be carrying, you're likely to get in trouble, maybe serious trouble. For sure. That's why these laws shouldn't be on the books. I don't wear a CCW vest. I don't know what a waistband is. My typical everyday carry is in a keeper's concealment holster, which is a appendix in the waistband holster, and I don't have any trouble concealing that gun. Of course, it's not a very big gun. It's a 365 XL, but you can have 15 rounds on board, or 12 or 10. They make their magazines in a variety of sizes. But again, I'm not telling anyone to break the law. So, be an adult, make your choices. And be prepared to accept the consequences if it does go sideways. Ba-ba-ba. But yeah, I've never owned one of those photographer's vests, IDPA vests. I never used one of those. Back in the 90s when I shot USPSA and then IDPA, I had an old blazer jacket that I would wear that was all beat up. I would wear that to matches because it most replicated the business jacket that I would wear day to day.
Yes.
Yeah. We're back.
And sir, you had mentioned emails being deleted. Can you say with certainty that emails were deleted from Mr. Hall's phone?
We'll celebrate recovered deleted information. So yeah, so it was recovered from it's a recovered deleted email.
Okay. And the email that actually wasn't over that. Apologies. If I could approach again. All right. Sir, I'm handing you what I've marked as Defendant's Exhibit P. Can you look at the first 2 pages of that document, please?
Yes.
All right. What is that?
This is an iPhone 11.
Pro Max.
Is it Sarah Zachary's phone?
I'm looking for the device name.
Council approach.
And I may just be able to stipulate.
Well, no, I need you.
This is going to take hours. The judge is upset about this is not sufficiently organized or prepared. They just had a bench meeting. I'm sure it was exactly about this issue. Oh, God. Yeah, the only way I would open carry in public is if concealed carry was unlawful. Eric says, when I got my concealed carry, the officer who was taking my fingerprints said he has no idea why people get a permit when you can open carry and that he doesn't carry off duty because everyone here is armed. And if something happened, he would just take a gun from a nearby civilian. I promise he was serious when he said that. Well, some people aren't very good thinkers. Might be hard to take a gun off a civilian who had the forethought to arm himself against being compelled to do things he doesn't want to do. Some cops have crazy ideas about these things because they live a privileged life, right? Because they're cops. They have that automatic license. They've got that badge. You see this a lot in the gun control states. The most vicious gun controllers are often the law enforcement because it's a sign of their privileged status compared to the lowly civilians who are not routinely or at all allowed to carry guns for safety. And I'm not an anti-cop guy. A lot of my friends are cops. Best man at my wedding was a cop. I know a lot of great cops. But, there's a lot of cops and not all of them are great.
the state will stipulate that what Mr. Hawks is looking at is a cell phone extraction of the witness, Sarah Zachary.
Thank you. Judge, may I retrieve my?
Yes.
Thanks. All right, so with both Mr. Hall's phone and Sarah Zachary's phone, are the dates and timestamps listed in the extraction for text messages and emails, are those accurate?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
So everything in our phones in these SQLite databases is stored in UTC by default. What Cellbrite does is it converts it to whatever time zone we want it converted to. In this case, Mountain Time.
Okay, so the foundational testimony you gave at length regarding my client's phone would apply with equal force to both Mr. Hall's phone and Ms. Zachary's phone?
Yes, these are things that are written at the time.
Okay. Did you have any other role in this case? Did you do any other work in this case?
No, my primary role was to help the prosecutor sort of sift through various pictures and that sort of thing to make sure only images that were native to the phone came in, not cached images or things that were beyond her control.
You mentioned on direct exam that there are some things that you don't get in a extraction. Would one of those things be something stored on a cloud, like an iCloud?
It depends. Are you referring to a document or an image?
Why don't you describe both?
So if we have things on our iCloud, typically it can be stored also locally on the phone and on the iCloud, or in the case of photographs, your phone may keep a little thumbnail that is a link to your iCloud account. So in that case, the original photo would not be on the handset. It would be on the cloud, but that thumbnail is essentially a gateway to the original image.
Okay. If something is just on the cloud and you don't have a gateway, as you described, is there a way to actually go get that information?
You could get it with a search warrant.
Okay. Did you discuss doing any kind of search warrant to retrieve images or texts or video from Sarah Zachary that she may have in the cloud?
No.
No. Do you recall having a email discussion on October 12th, 2023 with Ms. Morrissey about this subject?
I don't. I know that Miss Morrissey, if you're telling me I had one with her, then perhaps I did. I sent her some various subpoena language. I don't remember this iCloud being part of it, but if you're telling me it was there, then I did.
Would looking at the email refresh your recollection?
Yes.
That could approach?
Can I see it?
Sure.
So far, this is a good expert in the sense that he comes across as nonpartisan. Of course, he was hired by the state, paid by the state, but he just comes across as being honest, not intending to be deceptive in the state's favor. Sometimes the experts you get are just really argumentative and resistant.
This doesn't have anything to do with the search warrant or subpoena.
Okay, this is for refreshing recollection, so you've seen it,
Okay.
yeah.
See if you can refresh it.
Take care, Eric. Law self-defense member Eric. He's got to go.
I should read all of it, correct?
Just the top one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If it's refresh your recollection, let me know, and if not, let me know.
Yeah, so this is what I was referring to as far as,
So you're gonna give that back to him, and he's going to ask
Yeah.
if this refreshes your memory to the question he asked you.
Yeah, did that refresh your memory, sir?
what I think I meant by that, and I'm not really sure, so I can't say with 100% certainty if I was referring to, I'm sorry, you have a question beyond that, or it refreshed my recollection of the conversation. Yes.
Okay. So on Miss Zachary's phone, you were requested to get text, videos, and photos from September 15th, 2021 to November 21st, 2021. And you indicated that there were some photos that were not on her phone but might be on her iCloud account. Did you have further discussion about how you might go obtain those photos?
No, I think what we're referring to the same thing. I believe my recollection is that I'm referring to the thumbnails. So if I were to download a thumbnail from a phone and you were to put it onto a television screen, it just gets blurry as opposed to the actual full-size image. That's my recollection of the full-size image may be on the iCloud.
Okay. And you said in here that there are no entries on the phone or image metadata, right?
Correct.
All right. I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Just real quick, Mr. Hawks. Is it possible for a person's phone to delete things without the operator of the phone intending for that to happen?
What do you mean specifically?
And I thought there was a discussion earlier when we were off the record that sometimes the phone automatically deletes certain things. That's what I'm referring to.
So you're referring to cached images.
Right.
So when we go to a website or social media, our phone will capture a series of images, and those images go into what's called a cache folder. And after a certain amount of time, that cache folder automatically will delete. But that's not from the person's camera roll.
And it wouldn't be from their email either.
Email contents? you
Oh,
mean?
I'm speaking about what Mr. Bullion was referencing with regard to Mr. Halls's deleted data.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
It wouldn't, no.
Okay, I just wanted to square that up. Thank you. I don't have anything further. Appreciate you.
Your excuse.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next witness.
And just for the record, I'm going to reserve just in case we need
Okay.
to bring him back.
You're reserved. Don't talk to any witnesses.
Yes, ma'am.
The state calls Catherine Rowe Walters.
You swear affirm under penalty of law that the
Come
testimony you
on.
give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. All right, have a seat, talk into the microphone. Thank you.
Go ahead and state your full name.
Full name Catherine Elizabeth Walters.
Thank you. And do you go by Rowe?
Yes, ma'am.
Alrighty. Ms. Walters, were you a member of the crew of the movie Rust?
Yes, ma'am.
And what role did you have?
I was the unit production manager.
What does a unit production manager do?
A unit production manager is the person on set who is making sure the day-to-day operations go smoothly.
All right. And are you familiar with Ms. Gutierrez?
I am.
Your role on set, if a crew member needs something, would you maybe be the person they would go to?
Yes, ma'am.
So I want to ask you, did Ms. Gutierrez ever specifically request from you additional training time with Mr. Baldwin?
Not to me.
Did Ms. Gutierrez request generally additional training days as an armorer from you?
No, not for me.
We understand that there was a prop truck on the movie set, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
During the filming of the movie, before the incident that occurred on October 21st, when filming wasn't going on, so in the evenings or on the weekends, how was that prop truck secured?
There's a side door on that truck, and the back door, the back roll-up door, are secured by padlocks.
And so that happened even prior to October 21st?
Yes, ma'am.
And who would lock the truck in the evening or for the weekend?
Either it would be the department heads or it would be the Teamsters who were maintaining the trucks.
And so were they combination locks or key locks?
I believe they were key locks, but I don't remember.
Can you tell us who had access, who had the keys, who could go get in the prop truck?
It would be anyone. It would be anyone who had the keys to do it. The department heads were the ones that usually had keys or combinations.
Who were the department heads? Can you just give us their names?
Sure. So for props, it was Sarah Zachary. For armory, and I believe that Sarah and Hannah shared keys. The other department heads would have been Sergey and a couple of others that I honestly don't recall, but they would have had keys to their trucks.
And they have keys to the locks that lock the truck?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you have a key to the locks?
No.
Well, did Ms. Gutierrez reach out to you a couple days after Ms. Hutchins' death and ask to meet you at the prop truck?
Yes.
And why did she want to meet you at the prop truck?
She was getting ready to head back home and wanted to grab some personal effects off the truck.
And were you able to provide her access to the truck?
Yes.
How were you able to do that if you didn't have the keys?
So after the incident occurred, we had the Teamsters pull all of the locks off the trucks and had a different set of keys so that the only people who would have access were myself and the Teamster captain were the only two people who had those access.
And why would the Teamster have access to the truck?
Because they were the ones, if they needed to move it for any reason, do any maintenance, any of those things.
Okay. You have actual Teamsters that are working on the movie set that are maintaining the trucks?
Yes, ma'am.
And driving the trucks?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when Ms. Gutierrez, do you recall the date that Ms. Gutierrez asked you to meet at the prop truck?
I do not.
Do you agree that it was just a couple days after the incident?
I do.
Okay. And do you know everything that Ms. Gutierrez took out of the prop truck?
I do not.
Did you see any of the items that she took out of the prop truck?
I saw a few things, but I don't remember exactly everything.
Can you just describe to us the few things that you did see her take out of the prop truck?
I remember a couple of gun belts, and I think I remember a couple of cardboard boxes, but nothing other than that.
Okay. And Ms. Gutierrez took these items from the prop truck prior to the police executing a search warrant on that truck. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. I will pass the witness. Thank you.
Cross-examine.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, in addition to Ms. Gutierrez-Reed, you allowed other people to get their personal effects as well, didn't you?
From the set?
Yes.
Yes.
So after the incident, the law enforcement cleared the scene and everybody thought it was clear, correct?
Correct.
And so you allowed multiple people to get their personal effects, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it wasn't just Ms. Gutierrez-Reed.
Correct.
Okay. Now, with regard to that set, I want to ask you, were you aware of the camera crew walking off
Yes.
and they were disgruntled?
Yes.
When did they walk off that set?
I received resignation emails the night before.
Okay. So this was the night before the incident, the night before the shooting. And these camera crew, and how many of them walked off?
My memory says 6, which was the full team.
So the full team, the full camera crew walked off set. So for the set next day, you have to get a new camera crew.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and were you in charge of that?
It was a joint effort between myself, my line producer, Gabrielle Pickle, and our producers as well.
Are you and Miss Pickle, do you talk, or on the set, did you talk quite a bit? Did you talk daily?
Yes.
Okay, so, and I don't want to get into hearsay comments, what somebody else said, but were you aware that Miss Gutierrez-Reed had requested additional training of Mr. Baldwin?
For Mr. Baldwin, no.
Okay, you never had that discussion with her?
No.
But do you know whether Miss Pickle did?
I honestly don't remember.
Okay, so let's go back. You and a couple more people are trying to get the camera crew. Is that right? And did you get them for the next day?
We did.
Okay, you had to scramble. I mean, that night, is that make calls that night?
Yeah, I was making calls at night and very early the next morning.
The camera crew that walked off because they were disgruntled, did they come to the set that next morning?
They did.
Do you know what they were doing the next morning? Did you watch them or did you see them?
Yeah, I was with them for part of the morning. They were retrieving their own personal effects off of the camera truck.
Okay. Did you see any of them walk around to other parts of set, or were they just getting their effects?
From what I remember, they were just around the truck.
Okay. The prop truck, during the day, that was not secured during the days of set. Is that correct?
As far as I know, it was not secured now.
Okay. So during the day that filming goes on, and what are the hours of that generally?
Generally, we would start anywhere between 6 and 7 a.m. and go till 7 or 8 p.m.
Okay, so for approximately that 12 or 13-hour period, whatever it would be, that prop truck was open.
As far as I know, yes.
Okay. Theoretically, everybody on set could have had access to that prop truck.
Theoretically.
Okay. Now, you said that it was you and the Teamsters that would secure that truck after hours. Is that right?
It would be the department heads and the Teamsters.
Department heads and Teamsters.
Yeah.
Who was the person, the Teamster in particular, that would do that?
I do not remember his name.
Okay. After the shooting, do you remember who that Teamster, who that captain, I think you said was?
I would honestly have to go back through my notes. I cannot remember his name right now.
Oh, that's all right.
Yeah.
And do you have your notes, or?
I do not.
That's okay. Okay, so you don't remember his name.
I do not.
Okay. Did you check every night before you left to make sure that prop truck was locked?
No.
Okay. Now, with regard to Miss Gutierrez-Reed, my understanding is that you never heard any complaints about her.
I did not.
Okay. And that was the entire time of the rest set.
Correct.
Okay. Let me ask you also, after the incident, after the shooting, I understand you went into the church approximately 2 days after.
That sounds correct, yes.
Okay. And you were going to remove media?
Yes.
Is that right? Were
Yes.
you trying to assist them to remove the media from the camera to see if anything had been filmed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was with regard to filming of the actual shooting, correct?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to remove that?
I was.
Were you able to determine whether there was any filming?
Of the incident?
Yes.
There was no filming of the incident that was recorded.
Okay. Do you know whether anybody may have had access to that camera after the shooting and before you removed the media?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. When you said there was no filming, are you familiar enough with that camera system to know whether, if they're looking through the monitor, that it has to be rolling?
They can look through the monitor whether it's rolling or not.
Okay. So your knowledge of that camera is they can look through it without it rolling?
Correct.
Okay. Now, with regard to that prop truck search, you were present for that search, correct?
I was.
And you also present for that search was Seth Kenny.
Yes, he was there.
Okay. And do you remember why Seth Kenny there? Did he go to provide the code?
No, I think he was there because a lot of the firearms that were there were his. So he was there to be with the sheriff's office.
He was there with the sheriff's office when they arrived?
Mhm.
Okay. Do you know whether he was let into the prop truck? Do you recall that?
I do not recall.
Okay. Were you in the truck or outside when the search happened?
Outside.
Did you look inside the back of that truck?
I did.
Did you see that prop cart in the truck?
I do not recall.
Okay. Now, if it was in the pictures, would you have any idea why the prop cart was in the prop truck?
I am confused by your question.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Let me ask you this way. If the prop cart was in the prop truck,
Uh-huh.
do you know who must have moved that into the prop truck?
I can make an assumption, but I do not know for sure
Yeah,
who would have
don't-
moved it.
No, don't guess. And
Yeah.
If you don't know, you don't know.
No.
Okay. All right. You indicated you got keys to the locks for the prop truck after the incident.
Yes, sir.
And you said the captain teamster had one too.
Yes.
Okay. Did you have the combo to that gun safe?
No.
Okay. Now, you talked a little bit about Baldwin and its safety training. Did you ever observe that training that was done with Baldwin?
I saw it from a distance, but I was not close enough to hear anything.
Okay. Did you observe that Baldwin was not really paying attention?
His back was to me and they were up a hill. I do not know.
You don't know that. Okay.
No, sir.
On the set, after it was over for the day,
Mhm.
you're aware that Miss Gutierrez-Reed, Miss Ackery, everybody had to basically clear out. They had to leave. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So at the end of the day, it's fair to say they weren't accorded time to clean the prop truck because at the end of the day, they needed to go.
Correct.
And during the day, Miss Ackery, because this set's pretty busy.
Yeah.
You agree with that? During the day, they're doing their prop jobs and their armor job duties, those kind of things, correct?
Correct.
So there's no time really to go back during the day, take a break and go back and clean everything. And there's not at night either, is there?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Hannah. I don't have it.
Redirect.
Ms. Walters, I want to be clear. Between October 21st and October 27th,
Mhm.
did anyone other than Ms. Gutierrez request to get items out of the prop truck?
Not to me. Not to my knowledge.
It was only Ms. Gutierrez that you gave access to the prop truck between the 21st and the 27th.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And on the movie set, did you guys hire security guards?
There was 24-hour security at the gate, but they did not walk around on set.
Okay. But if someone were to try to drive in,
Mhm.
they would encounter that security guard, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this location convenient to get to?
Not really.
Okay. I think you indicated on cross-examination that no one complained to you about Ms. Gutierrez. Do you recall saying that?
I do recall.
Isn't it true that one of the reasons that the camera crew indicated they were leaving was because of the accidental discharges from firearms on set?
Your Honor, I'm going to object on hearsay. That would be the basis for that.
Well, I'm basically impeaching her because she indicated.
Council approach, just you two.
The judge said just you two. Counselor, go sit down. Everybody came up. Yeah, I don't know that there's been any foundation for this. No one's mentioned accidental discharges yet in the course of the trial, to my recollection. Yeah, I'm going to try to be better about the banners at the bottom, folks, to keep everybody informed. I forget because, of course, I'm here watching the whole thing, but I know you guys are popping in and popping out. Yeah, what did she say her formal job was? It was unit production manager. Oh, I put it up there. Unit production manager. So I guess just a general on-scene manager.
Ms. Walters, do you know if one of the reasons that the camera crew left was because of accidental discharges on set?
They cited safety concerns, yes.
Did they specifically say accidental discharges on
I
set?
believe so, yeah.
Okay. And Mr. Bowles asked you about the camera crew coming the following day to collect their belongings.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you indicated that they stayed at the camera truck.
Mhm.
Is that right?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. And is the camera truck and the prop truck the same thing?
No.
In your experience, do people on the camera crew frequently bring their own equipment, stands, cables, stuff like that?
Sometimes, yes.
And did they on the set of Rust?
Yes, they did.
Is that your understanding what they were taking?
Yes.
During the day, when filming was going on, was the prop truck being overseen by a driver? A member of the Teamsters that you hired?
He might not have been there all the time, but he was around, yes.
Okay. And I want to just ask you a couple of quick questions about your experience. How many films or productions, or even TV is fine, have you been the unit production manager on prior to this?
Prior to this, 3 or 4.
And did any of those other productions have an armorer?
They did not.
This was the first production you worked on that had an armorer?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. I don't have anything further.
Are we going to recross?
Just real briefly, I asked you earlier about, you were saying that you don't remember, you couldn't see if Mr. Baldwin was paying attention during that training.
Correct.
You recall in your pretrial interview that you did indicate he wasn't paying attention?
I had been told he wasn't paying attention. I did not physically see it.
Okay, so, and I don't want to get into the hearsay comment.
Sure.
So, but you didn't see it yourself?
I did not.
Okay. With regard to the, with regard to the accidental discharges, were you aware that there was a discharge with special effects?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're excused.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next witness.
Give me a brush, Sharon.
All right. Didn't take too long on that one. Let's check out the comments. Remember, folks, we only address the comments from our members. You might consider becoming a Law Self-Defense member. It's only 99 cents for a 2-week trial membership. Covered this trial. lawofselfdefense.com/trial. Hey, Hella.
Hey, I was just there.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I'm not very good at this streaming stuff.
Really? You're really good at being a guest on other panels. Like, you know,
It's
like you
my
come
preference.
on. I know, and you come on and you're like, oh, look at the chat and all this stuff. You're doing great though. Like, honestly,
Thank you very much. Yeah,
And
I rarely do this as the host,
I
as
know.
is perhaps evident.
But even since yesterday, like it's really impressive. It's really impressive.
It's well, it hasn't been that impressive.
It's
Okay,
been
first of all,
a
Better
massive
than
learning
yesterday.
curve.
you need to
It's
fix
much,
again.
yeah. I was gonna say it's much better since yesterday. And you've been talking to chat heaps. It's been great. I gotta say, beforehand, court was out, and I really felt for you because you just kept talking and talking and talking, and that's so difficult.
Yeah, so I had the interrogation videos from Hannah Gutierrez and from Alec Baldwin, but of course I burned through both of those today, so I don't know what I'm going to do tomorrow. Maybe get some puppets.
Puppets. My name's Hannah. My name's Alex, and it's your fault.
Maybe I'll play that interview with. I do have that interview with Adam Baldwin. Maybe I'll play that one during the
Okay,
lunch
yeah, that'd be
break.
cool. There's a lot of sidebars.
There's a lot of what?
Sidebars, like side meetings.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
they
this
keep
judge is
chatting.
keeping a pretty tight control on everything.
Mm.
Let's see. I've got no, that's only half an hour. Well, we'll see. I'll figure it out as I go along, as usual. Maybe I'll just freeze the video and leave it that way for 5 minutes, like I did today.
Mm. My StreamYard's acting up a bit. I can't really, I can't chat in here today, but I can chat over here.
I think from the faces I see, it's a good thing.
Hello, everybody.
All right, but I
Nice to
have
see
one
you.
question that we're going to ask you to go back in to your room and answer this question, and then come back out and get dismissed, and we give you all the don't forget language. Okay.
You're going to be
It'll come clear
dismissed?
to you. You're all going to go out. He's going to ask you that question. He's going to get your answer, and then he's going to give me the answer on that piece of paper, and then you all are going to come back in. Okay? All right.
All rise.
Did we work out
I
who
wonder-
budget Kim Kardashian is?
No, I have no idea. She's better
Sorry.
today than yesterday.
She.
So this is really weird. This is really weird. This does not happen. Judges don't do this. So somebody is claiming the jury's been compromised in some way. And she's going to
that
have
the
the
court TV
bailiff
thing?
ask them.
All right, you may be
I don't
seated.
know. That looks like Stephen King.
Have they been tainted?
Someone's claiming the jury's been compromised in some way. That's what she's having the bailiff ask them. Whatever it is, did someone talk to you? Did you see something on court TV?
Is Becky
And
Hill
she-
there?
And she wants a written record. Bailiff's going to come in there, hand her the answer in writing. And then she said she's going to dismiss the jury. Which means she may be foreseeing argument from the parties, whether a mistrial should be declared.
I came in at just the right time.
Perfect. I think it's your fault. You did it.
I tainted them. Well, like, here's the thing. I keep talking about tainting, and then I come in and there's tainting going on.
Right.
It's all my fault. I'm sorry. And by the way, I do have a clip of you yesterday going, he said taint. All right, so back up. What exactly happened? Like, there was.
We've had no indication. So the last witness was perfectly normal.
Right.
And we took a break. Like the next witness was about to be called, and the judge says, "I want to talk to everybody." And this is where we're at. Next thing we know, there was a little bit of bench conversation we couldn't hear, and the judge does this: dismisses the jury from the room.
Right.
Says you're going to be asked a question out in the hallway. Give your answer to the bailiff, and he'll bring it to me.
You're going to be asked a question.
Make you kind of nervous. So it's been interesting. This lawyer here, the female lawyer, well, I should put it back up, I guess, with the blonde hair, very, very good lawyer. I don't know why that.
Was
bar
she the
comes
one
down
from the
to me
Cummins
like that.
trial?
She is. She was one
Yeah.
of the co-counsel defense, maybe the lead defense for the Cummings trial.
Yeah.
And I looked out
Yeah.
over my notes from the trial, and I remember writing regularly about what a great job she was doing.
Mm.
A really, really good lawyer. In fact, I said, if I'm
Yeah.
ever charged with murder in New Mexico, that's who I'm going to hire
Yeah.
to defend me. She's
Yeah.
by far the best lawyer in this group. Her co-counsel, the male at her table, gave the
Yep.
opening statement, and he was terrible.
Yeah, I saw you say yesterday that the prosecution did a terrible job. I was like, well, isn't she there? And because I was watching it, I was asleep,
Right.
obviously.
What they'll often do is they'll have one co-counsel give the opening and the other co-counsel give the closing, and she may have
Yeah.
effectively reserved the closing, which of course will be much more important. The jury's
Yep.
not going to remember the opening by the end of a
Opening,
2-week
no.
trial.
No, yeah, exactly. So I have to do a big catch up on this over the weekend. It's my Saturday now, so I'm going to be doing a big watch. Of the whole
She's reading
thing
the note.
back.
She's got it back already. The defense counsel, the two guys on the right, the lead counsel is the bald guy, and he's just been, I don't know, he feels wishy-washy to me. I can't make up my mind about him. The shorter guy with the facial hair, he's been pretty good on cross. I mean, low key, there's no drama in this trial at all yet. But he's
Till now.
effective at getting, knowing what questions he wants to ask, and getting to the answers he needs to get to, if it's possible to do that. So he's certainly been competent. But yeah, clearly there's some drama now. Yeah, and the state and defense have been very cordial to each other, although they seem to get a little friction just in the last hour or so. And they were sending zingers to each other before the trial in motions. They were being quite snarky.
Snarkarama. Here we go.
Well, it looks like the judge was smiling.
Maybe it's smiling because she's about to hand out a zinger herself. Let's see.
Well, state doesn't look happy. They look grim. Look at them. That's not a good look. That's like someone just found out they got cancer.
For the jury, and Haven and I are, shooting the breeze, that it was being picked up on court TV. So, people knew that I walked my dogs when I got home, things like that. And so we just want to make sure we were all kind of squirmish on which things trigger us going on court TV. So that's why we went in the hallway. We didn't mean to be secretive. We just wanted to take a breather on feeling, a little, tight up here. That's why. Okay. So we wanted to share that because we didn't want to leave that impression. Okay. So they were supposed to write it down here, but you can tell me.
So do I need everyone to individually?
No, I mean, just.
Yesterday, this judge's hair looked very post-coital. It was
really?
It was it was a rat's nest. Another female legal professional who doesn't own a hairbrush.
Well, I mean, the defendant looked lovely, I have to say. She's very.
She looks a lot better than she did with the purple and yellow hair, huh?
God, yeah. I mean, the only thing I would criticize is those horrible cat eye things she's got going on with the makeup. That's just too much.
She probably thinks that's a conservative look.
Yes, she does, I'm sure.
I mean,
but she looks like that's a drag queen look. I'm sorry. Like, please, just tone it down a little.
Maybe the girl next door did her eyes.
Yeah. But apart from that, she looks pretty. Like the hair.
Yeah,
is
I
nice.
think she looks pretty too. They should have had her lose another 10 pounds. I think that would have been better. But
Andrew.
Oh, a big part of her defense is going to be, she's a young woman who was out of her depth and not being allowed to do her job correctly. And if this was a white middle-aged armorer who had several movies experience, he'd be cooked. But they're going. She was just 24.
Agree with that one.
She was surrounded by much more powerful people. She was the least powerful person on that set, and they're just throwing her under the bus.
Yeah.
So the more she can look feminine,
demure.
Because I tell you, every time she stands up, the way she postures herself, she postures like a dude. I mean, she'll like put both hands in her pockets, and it's very male like.
Yeah, true. That's interesting.
And if I were
Yes,
counsel, I'd want her to present as feminine as possible.
she should be in like a floral dress. She
Why does
does
the
look
state look so
very,
grim?
I don't know. Yeah, maybe, is it going to be a mistrial?
Maybe because they have that giant white router of death on their desk. They're getting irradiated.
And I'm sure you all are doing it as well, counsel. You're doing the same thing I'm doing, right?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
You're reminding your witnesses not to watch court TV?
TV.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, okay, no, it's not over.
Experts, but other than that.
No experts were included.
Experts were included in the prohibition not to watch court TV. In most
Shouldn't they be
criminal
anyway?
trials, the restaurants are allowed to watch other people's testimony. The expert witnesses, because it can inform their own expert testimony.
Okay.
But normal witnesses are not supposed
Okay,
to
Jerry,
watch
so like I
testimony.
said, it's
Right.
Lucky Friday.
But this judge just says, no,
So,
even the experts, I don't want them
we're
watching court
getting
TV.
recessed, and please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the
Oh, an
evidence received
early
in
day today.
court. Don't be looking at any news media accounts or any type of account, and anybody,
But I was having fun.
TikTok or whatever.
Maybe,
And,
maybe they'll have some argument after the jury leaves.
Don't
Okay, yeah, that'd be
Google anything about the Rust situation, the production, or anything, or about the trial, and don't do any research. Okay, all right. Have a very rested weekend. We'll see you Monday at 8:30. Okay, all right.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it is only 2:30 though.
And you know where to go on Monday.
Maybe they're having a siesta. Sorry, it's New Mexico, not Mexico.
There's plenty of Mexicans in New Mexico.
All right. I don't know. I'm foreign. I've got no idea. I don't even know what guns are. I'm learning though. Sean's been teaching me.
Guns are fun. You ever come to the U.S.? You got plenty of guns here.
Plenty of people who teach me how to fire a gun if I come over. Sean's been like, come over here. I'll show you,
Don't forget
show you
to
stuff.
get those exhibits. What were they? K2.
Yeah,
Okay.
Josh.
Okay. Thank you. We're in recess. Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
All right, that's it. Good gosh.
Damn.
All right. Well, I get to go home and spend the next couple of hours recapping what happened today.
Are you
for the
going to do a
law
recap
enforcement
video?
community. I think so.
Yeah.
It depends on how tired I get. It's
Yeah.
but I don't really have an excuse. I'm out, 2.5 hours earlier than I expected, so I probably will.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So can I ask you, because I've been like asleep, it's my first thing in the morning here. It's 7:27 a.m. And I've been talking all day. But what do you think was the highlight of today in terms of testimony?
Well, they're covering a lot of minute details that it's easy to get tripped up because, of course, both sides are making different implications about what they're talking about. But things like whether there's a patina on the brass and the color of the primer and the shape of the bullet and the implications this has, I think what they're trying to argue is for how easy or difficult it would be to tell if a round was a dummy round or a live round. One of the things the defense is trying to do is suggest that obviously there was a live round. It killed Halyna Hutchins, but how did it get there? Was it something that Halyna Hutchins could have foreseen, or did someone else bring it onto the set without her knowledge? And if it was brought on without her knowledge and it looks identical to the dummy rounds, that you can't readily distinguish it, then how could it really have been her fault if it somehow got into the gun? This gets complicated by the fact that this was supposed to be a cold rehearsal. There wasn't supposed to be anything in the gun. But there were a couple steps between Halyna Hutchins and the gun discharging. She gave the gun to David Halls, the assistant director, who carried the gun to Alec Baldwin, who, of course, fired the shot. And none of those guys... See, it's the simplest thing in the world because you didn't even need to check and say, oh, I just want to make sure these are dummies and not live rounds. The gun was supposed to be empty. There's supposed to be nothing in there. So even if you saw a dummy round, you'd say, wait, there's not even supposed to be dummy rounds in here. And on that particular gun, It's as easy as cocking the hammer halfway, opening up the loading gate, which is a little hinged like a door.
Yes.
That's where you
Yes.
slide the bullets in and out, and you spin the wheel, and it just free spins, and you'll just see empty chambers. You can see right through them.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it would be like a 2-second process to confirm that there was literally nothing in the gun. So, but obviously there was stuff in the gun the whole time. I mean, unless we believe David Halls inserted rounds into the gun. Did Halyna give him an empty gun? What happened in between?
I didn't realize that there was a person in between. So
yeah, Hannah did not give Baldwin the gun. She was not allowed in the church because it was a confined space and the cameras are all set up, and it was COVID protocol. So they were trying to limit the number of people in close proximity. So she gave the gun to David Halls, the assistant director. He brought it into the church and handed it to Alec Baldwin.
And is he the one who's pled out, or has he?
David Halls took a plea. Right.
What was the plea?
6 months unsupervised probation.
And
so really
and so was that the manslaughter or?
No, it was for negligent handling of a firearm.
Negligent, right? Okay.
But they just would have made something up. They just wanted him to take a legal hit. Yeah. And they minimized the legal hit in exchange for, I'm sure he's going to be a cooperative witness for the state here.
That's what I was about to ask next. Has he testified?
Not yet. No. So far, we've heard from a couple of 2 investigators on the scene, 2 responding police, a crime scene investigator who was terrible, just not a very bright person. The guy who extracted some cell phone data, but we didn't see much of the data. I think that'll come later.
Bright.
The Cellbrite guy. And then what else? Was that the last guy? Oh no, this unit production manager woman who talked about how the trucks were secured and who was let in after the event to collect their stuff. And
Martin Van Mellon just said Alec had live rounds in his belt. Why would he have live rounds in his belt? Like, why are people walking around with live rounds? I don't get this. This makes like. Okay,
so
I know you're allowed to have live rounds. You're allowed to have guns. It's America. You're free to do that. However, it doesn't make any sense to me. Like if people are just getting around on set and shooting for fun, but then also there is the situation where you have blank rounds as well. It's just a really dangerous thing to mix them. Surely there should be some. And there are supposedly protocols to stop these kind of things being possible to happen.
Yeah, one big problem is there's a lot of ambiguity here besides Hannah and Alec Baldwin, especially around Hannah, because there's other parties involved. So like the company that actually provides the props, meaning the guns here, that wasn't Hannah. She's just the onset armorer. There's a big company that provides the props, the guns, the holsters, the knives, all that kind of crap, and the ammo. And that company is supposed to supply, obviously, the scene only with, dummy rounds and blanks. But that same company had been involved, like in that month, on another Western set where they had brought some live ammo for training the actors. So the company was in possession of live ammo, the prop company. So one of the defense arguments is, well, it wasn't Hannah who brought live ammo on the set. It came with the props from the prop company. But the prop company was allowed to enter the scene after the shooting and touch stuff. So we don't know if they had boxes with their live ammo there on the scene and they just collected it surreptitiously and left with it.
Okay,
and there was a prop company employee on the set to be the props manager, basically working closely with Hannah Gutierrez. So she had access to everything that Hannah had access to.
This might be a silly question from an Australian who knows nothing about guns. However, what's the difference between training with dummy rounds and live ones? Like, do they act differently? Do they not make the bang sound? I don't understand.
Yeah, so a dummy round does nothing. It's inert, so it doesn't detonate. It doesn't do anything. It's just cosmetic, so it looks like there's a bullet in the gun, but it has no functional purpose or capability.
Okay.
A blank round is a cartridge that has gunpowder and a primer, so it'll ignite, but there's no bullet. So all you get is the flash of the gunpowder coming out of the gun.
Right.
That doesn't produce the same level of recoil as a live round.
Okay.
What they'll do is they'll put there are springs that help work the slide back and forth on a semi-automatic pistol, for example. They'll put
Yes.
lighter springs in it, so those blank rounds, the little bit of power they produce is enough to cycle the slide. So it looks like working. But you won't get the same recoil effect that you would get with a live round. So you may want the actors to simulate that recoil effect. But the only way they'd know to simulate it would be to experience real recoil by firing preferably off the set.
Right.
To a range with a few hundred rounds of ammo, and you'd have them shoot for half a day, and then they would get a feel for how the gun actually works with full power.
Got you. Okay, that makes
And
more
if
sense.
they've never had that experience, they'd have no reason to know, does the gun recoil a tiny bit? Does it recoil a lot? I mean, they wouldn't be able to replicate it accurately for the movie.
Okay, so that would be why the prop company would even have the live rounds in their possession as part of their professional equipment.
A prop company really shouldn't. I mean, this prop company appears to have taken on an additional responsibility in this other TV show, whatever it was, to also provide training. They should not be the same things. It should never happen because of this very risk, right? That you end up with a company who's supposed to be providing only dummies and blanks is actually in possession in their warehouse of live ammo too. It looks largely the same. It's not hard to imagine how it gets mixed up.
Yeah, and so then they end up on another set, potentially with live ammo,
and someone gets shot, and they don't know they brought live ammo on the set. Let's assume that they don't know. They just brought a box of shit with them, right, to use on the set. And unbeknownst to them, somehow some live rounds got in that box of shit, and it ends up getting put in as if they were props into bandoliers, into gun belts, into guns.
Yeah.
And someone gets killed. The owner of that company, whoever owns that box, is going to say, "Holy shit, could that have been one of mine?" And he's going to dig into the box and go, "Oh my God, there's a box of live rounds," and take it. He doesn't want them found there because that would tie him to the killing.
Oh God, no.
And the owner of the prop company and his employer on scene had access to that stuff. So the defense is suggesting, hey, for all we know, they provided the live round, whether they knew it or not, and then they simply tampered with the evidence after the fact to, walk away with this stuff.
If someone's tampered with the evidence, that's like they're criminally culpable as well.
If you can prove it.
If you can prove it. Okay. So
and generally under New Mexico law, they'd be liable to a prison sentence of whatever offense they were trying to get out of.
Yes.
So the severity of the sentence for tampering is basically whatever the sentence would have been for the crime committed. So actually, Hannah Gutierrez is charged with tampering. That's a second charge they brought against her just last June, so many months after the trial itself, on the grounds that she had a bag of cocaine with her, and she tampered with that as evidence by having another member of the crew take it away for her, so the police wouldn't find it in her hotel room. And the crime would be, the manslaughter she's trying to get out of is a 4th degree felony, good for 18 months. So if she's convicted of the tampering, that would be good for a 4th degree felony, 18-month sentence. But they'd run consecutively, I would imagine. So it wouldn't really make any difference.
I'm still okay, sorry for the term blown away. But I'm still blown away by the fact that there wasn't ever even supposed to be anything in that firearm. I thought there was supposed to be a dummy round in that firearm. But
yes, we watched
nothing.
the interrogation video with Alec Baldwin over lunch during the lunch break, and that's what he said in his interrogation. He said it's supposed to be absolutely cold, nothing in it at all, nothing.
So why
didn't he see that?
Why didn't he see that? I've seen what the firearm looks like. It's tiny, it's a very small firearm. You can see where the holes are.
Yeah, but you can see through the cylinder easy. No, it's a good sized revolver.
Oh, revolver, but it's that big, right?
Probably, yeah. It's hard to know the scale over a web camera, but
yeah,
that's what she said.
I think that's tiny. Sorry to take up time of people asking questions.
Yeah, no worries. I'm not sure if they are. Let me take a look.
Yeah.
I'm only looking at the chat on my for my law self-defense members. But if you see a good question on what you're looking at, feel free to bring it up.
I'm looking at the YouTube chat, so yeah, sure.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah, sorry, folks. Every once in a while, I say Halyna Hutchins when I mean Hannah Gutierrez, but hopefully we all understand that those are two different people. I try to correct myself.
Because they both have H's, and I've got a H too.
Right.
I'm Hella.
Right.
Let me have a look. Let's see. Great success. Oh, come on, great success. Cocking sounds nasty. Oh, please. I can't bring chats up on screen because I don't have admin controls. Someone.
Oh, how would I do that?
I'd
have to do that on you. I'd have to do it on YouTube, I guess, right?
No, you do it on StreamYard.
Oh, okay.
But you have to send me an email.
I have to send you an email.
Yes, you have to go into your what do you call it? I'll do it. I'll do it backstage. I'll show you. I'll show you later.
Okay.
We do these things every now and again. I show Andrew how to do all the techie things. Dave Mum is here. Hey, Dave Mum. If she beats this, the state has no choice but to go after Baldwin. If she beats this, oh, you mean if she gets away with this? Like if she's acquitted?
Well, that's not getting away with it. That's
No.
That means she didn't do it.
Yeah. I'm just looking at it. Okay. She looks better. Everyone put questions in. If you've got questions in, now's your chance, guys. In the YouTube chat. I'm looking.
Whoops. Trying to move stuff over here.
So have they brought up that the crew was shooting when not filming?
No, and
Shooting
I don't
as
know
in
if that's
shooting?
true or not. Yeah, so there's always been rumors that the crew were recreationally shooting firearms when they had time off on the set. And by the way, that's not uncommon especially in these isolated locations, because you can drive 30 miles off set in half an hour and be in a place where you can shoot guns safely.
Right.
But I don't know that that's true here. I haven't heard any direct evidence of that, so I don't know if it's just supposition. And every time I do hear about their workday, there is no free time. I mean, they're working 14 hours a day, and then they're going back to their hotels, which are, I mean, there's time, I guess, to smoke weed in the hot tub. Apparently, that's how they spent their relaxing time. But there wasn't a lot of free time, like a whole afternoon off to go shooting guns or something. So no, I don't know. I'd have to hear actual testimony about that happening to believe that's the case. And frankly, I would have thought it would have come up in opening statements by the state. This
you would think
production was so reckless that they were actually recreationally shooting guns in the middle of shooting this film. And she didn't say anything like that. So it keeps coming up in the comments. I don't know if it's the same dude saying it over and over again, or if it's different people. But I don't know. I don't have any evidence to believe that's true.
Right.
It could be. It wouldn't surprise me. But
Great Success says, is this trial on a schedule? How long will it take?
They said 2 weeks from yesterday is what they scheduled, which means, I mean, that's a long trial. So most murder trials are 1 or 2 or 3 days. The trials we watch on Court TV they're high profile, so they tend to be long. But if that's all you know about trials, you have the expectation that all trials are weeks long. That's not normal. But there were like 200 people on scene, so there's lots of witnesses. There's going to be lots of experts, and it just takes it takes hours to go through a witness. So it adds up.
Yeah.
Sting says here, I don't know if the actor can check the gun. If Alec Baldwin would have opened it, the armorer should cut the scene over and start over. Well, the SAG-AFTRA rules say that the actor, in fact, Alec Baldwin in his interrogation said the armorer would routinely offer me the opportunity to show me in front of me that the gun was not loaded. And he said I would just wave her away. I didn't want to embarrass her, he would say, like he didn't trust her. But the consequence of not checking, Alec, is that people die.
And sorry, isn't he the executive producer?
Yes.
So he's not just the actor.
He's the most powerful man on the set. The single most powerful man on the set.
It's not like
And
he's just some like hired dude who's come in and he's got no control over things. Like
he has all the control.
Yeah.
Nobody else on that set. The only reason the movie's being made is because his name is associated with it.
Yeah. Yeah. That's not an excuse.
So no, he just, he said in his interrogation he's been in 75 movies. Many of them involve guns, and everyone that involved guns involved gun training. So yeah, I mean, in his prosecution, I wonder if the DA is going to take a much harder line with him, because he's not easily presented as a young, naive, powerless woman in all of this.
No.
And you could just step through, the 50 movies he's done where he's handled guns. Say, were you in this movie? Yes. Did you handle guns in this movie? Yes. Did you get training in that movie? Yes. All right, let's go to movie number 2. Were you in this movie? Yes. Did you handle guns in this movie? Yes. Did you get training in that movie? Okay, movie 3. And just spend an hour doing that and say, and you're trying to tell us you were incompetent to determine whether or not this gun was loaded? Everyone said they had no issues with Hannah. There were no complaints about her.
Really?
I would argue there should have been complaints. I think that's a real problem for the production. I saw her, that props truck is a train wreck. And her ammo cart is, armorer's cart was also a train wreck. I mean, there's no organization there at all. I can't imagine living like that. And by the way, the prop suppliers, what didn't look like a warehouse. It looked like a regular house, but it looked like a hoarder's house. There was stuff scattered everywhere on every surface, boxes of ammo just laying around, no organization. I mean, if you hear about an unintended shooting like this and you see a place like that, it's like, well, all right, doesn't surprise me. This is a formula for disaster.
I mean, she didn't seem to know the difference between the different rounds. When she was being interrogated, she was the officer was putting these things out in front of her. She's like, oh yeah, that kind of looks like that, maybe, or could that be not? I'm not sure. She was very unsure. She didn't come up as very confident about what was being put out in front of her. It was extremely disconcerting as someone that was her job as an armorer.
It's either that or she's just a very poor communicator, or didn't know how to communicate this to the police, who were presenting themselves as completely ignorant. But yeah, I mean, again, she was 24 at the time. I mean, she grew up with a world famous armorer, stepdad, I think he was, Thel Reed. And some people have suggested, well, she had a lifetime of training in this stuff because she was with him. But I don't know if there's any evidence of that. I mean, if this was a stepdad, I don't know how much time he was spending with his daughter.
Yep.
Is this Branka's secretary? No.
Ah.
Hella has her own very good YouTube channel. You should all go subscribe right now. Open up another tab on your browser and subscribe. Is it just excited utterance?
Yes, it is. And I'm almost at 2,000. So if I can get over 2,000 today, I'd be super happy. That'd be awesome. In fact, Branka pops on my channel so often. It's so great. In fact, you haven't popped on this week. I know why. It's because of this. I'll forgive you.
Iris is asking, would her last name not help the defense because she's trying to connect herself to famous armorer, but at the same time trying to say she was forced into it? So it could go either way, right? So her actual legal name is Hannah Gutierrez, and she calls herself Hannah Gutierrez-Reed to get some, sympathetic reputation from her father, Thel Reed. But Reed's not actually in her last name. She just adds that herself. And of course, that might help her get a gig. She could say, I'm the daughter of the famous armorer, Thel Reed. But in this trial, it could help her or hurt her, right? The state could basically argue that anyone who's a daughter of Thel Reed should have known of the dangers of having live ammo on set and done whatever was required to make sure this couldn't happen. So she can't possibly have an excuse with that familial background. And the defense can argue, well, that's true. She shouldn't have an excuse. And in fact, it's not her fault. because she would have recognized the live round if she had seen it. It was someone else who brought that live round onto the set in such a way that no person in her position would have known it had been brought on.
What is her
it's tough.
training?
This is her second gig as an armorer, and I don't know that there is. I don't know that she has any formal training.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Like, is there a place you go to learn this stuff? Like, is there some certification you can get, or?
I mean, I guess there is. You could. So, of course, we have a lot of guns in America and a lot of concealed carry in America, and a lot of times states require you get some kind of training. We have NRA certified instructors. I'm an NRA certified instructor, so I'm certified to teach people how to shoot pistols, rifles, shotguns, what the components of a cartridge are. I've taught those classes hundreds of times in my youth. So I guess that would be relevant to applying for a job as an armorer. I don't know that there's any kind of like, you can get an undergraduate degree in Hollywood armorer. I've never heard of that. I think it's mostly like stunt guys. I mean, is there a school for stunt guys, or do you just kind of, you're athletic and you look like an actor and you just kind of throw yourself off of buildings? You kind of learn on the job.
I would think there's got to be something. There has to be some certificate or something that you can get. Like, this is an important job. This is pretty important.
I mean, to someone like me, it's really weird to hear hear police officers and hear, scene people talk, like not understand the fundamental terminology of firearms, like what the parts are actually called. Because I've been around guns my whole life. I was shooting competitively when I was a child. And so for people don't know what a magazine or tube or chamber or they just don't understand what they're talking about, which of course the jury doesn't either. So that lack of clarity is not helpful to the jury getting to a just verdict. And it's always so off-putting, but it reminds me that in fact, most people don't know anything about this stuff. Even people who have a badge or whose job it is to handle firearms, their depth of understanding is very superficial.
Someone in chat just said, who was it? Yes, Jaron Creed. Yes, there is a school for stunt guys. It costs up to $20K for tuition. So that's such a stunt guys. All right. So, and I can believe that. Like, in order to prepare your body and be able to do all the different things that are required to pull off the kind of things that stunt people do, I would think that, there would be a lot of training involved in that. There'd be boot camps and all sorts of things. You'd probably have to go away and all that kind of thing. So I can see why there'd be a $20K course for that. I think there's probably lots of different tuitions that are sort of niche areas in Hollywood. And I don't see why there wouldn't be something for armorers. If she has any training, you would think it would be.
I mean, how much could she have had? I mean, she's 24 years old. It's not like she spent 10 years in the military or something handling weapons. It's.
Well, I'm not talking about like a 10-year or even 4-year degree or anything like that. I'm just talking about maybe a 6-month course or something. Like at 24 years of age, most people have done some sort of college or something, haven't they?
Well, she's got an undergraduate degree. I think it's something having to do with Hollywood. But I don't think it's armor specific.
Yeah. So I mean, we'd know about it though, wouldn't we? I mean, wouldn't it have been brought up at some point if she had some training?
I would think so.
Certifiable training.
And it has been. And frankly, it makes me think that it's just not available, because if it was available and she didn't have it, I think the state would have talked about that. Right? She was so incompetent, she wasn't even properly credentialed to take this job. And no one suggested that at all.
Yeah. Well, in her interrogation, she really didn't come off. She did not come off as knowing much about the rounds, that's for sure. And not confidently able to speak about them, which doesn't inspire confidence in me if I was going to be giving her a firearm and letting her loose with them. Anyway,
well, it's like the kind of job where it's all fine until something goes wrong, right? And then the moment something goes wrong, people die.
Exactly. When it comes down to it, the thing about it is, like, Alec Baldwin, as you said, he's the most powerful guy on the set. And sorry, but and he's in charge of. I mean, I don't know if he hired her. I'm sure he didn't just hire her himself, but isn't he in charge of hiring and firing completely? Like he might not have been the person in charge of human resources, but he's in charge of everything.
I mean, in theory, yes, he has the authority to do any of that, but in practice, he wouldn't want to do any of that. So when you come in as this executive producer role, you have all the power, but you don't want to do any of the work. So you delegate all the work. And if it's a low budget production, you're not hiring the best people. You're saving money everywhere you can. That's one of the reasons they're filming so many hours a day, is they've got enough money for like 2 weeks of production of filming. That's it. The whole movie's got to be done.
Yeah.
So they can't say, all right, well, we'll quit a little early today because you won't make it in the 2 weeks and you won't have a movie. So you're pushing really hard. That's why they're giving people dual jobs. Like Hannah's job was not armorer full time. It was like halftime armorer and halftime props.
Got you. I just don't. I don't see. I mean, I can see how she's culpable, but I just think that Alec is. He's the one who.
There's no question about him. There's no question. There's no legal question. Absolutely. He said in his interrogation, "I knew this was a real gun," and he pointed what he knew to be a real gun at a human being without ensuring it wasn't loaded, and he killed her. I mean, that's manslaughter every day of the week. His only defense, in my view, would have been if he'd been able to say credibly, "Oh my God," the instant the gun goes off, he goes, "Oh my God, I thought this was an inert prop, that this was just steel, impossible to fire.
It wasn't a real gun.
It wasn't a real gun." Well, then he would know he's creating a risk of death by pointing it at someone because he thinks it's an inert object. But in his interrogation, he just says outright, "No, these are real guns. These are real guns." That's why both these people, they get sat down by these two female detectives who act all friendly and don't worry, here's a Miranda waiver. It's just, standard procedure. It's nothing you need to worry about. Hannah Gutierrez-Reed is like, "Oh, maybe I need a lawyer." And they're like, "Well, you can wait to get a lawyer if you want. That's fine. We don't object, but could you answer just a few questions?" And she's like, "Yeah, I guess so." And Alec Baldwin just gets suckered by these two female detectives who just start giggling at him. And he becomes, he's this like alpha, his alpha crown comes out.
Yeah.
And he's just impressing them with being the famous Hollywood actor.
Yeah.
I've been in 75 movies and I know what I'm doing when it comes to handling guns. And these are real guns, of course. It's like, dude, you buried yourself. And that's what people should. Yeah.
Yep. What do you think's going to happen? I want to know what you think.
If he'd had a lawyer, if he'd lawyered up and not done the interrogation, the first thing his lawyer would have said the next day would have been said, "Well, my client didn't know it was a gun."
No, yeah.
So there can't be any liability here.
He dug his own hole and he stepped right in. And I thought this had gone away. I don't know how it went away for a while. I don't know how, but
it took them a year. It took them a year to charge him in the first place, and then they screwed things up for themselves because the local DA didn't want to take the case. She said she didn't have the resources for it.
Yeah.
So she had a special prosecutor appointed, and then it turned out that special prosecutor decided also to run for political office. And it turns out in New Mexico you can't do both. You can't be a prosecutor and running for political office. So then they had to drop the charges. And then they said, "Well, we're still waiting for test results from the FBI. We'll take a look at those and make a decision later." And then months later, they charged Hannah Gutierrez and still not Alec Baldwin. And then a few months after that, they decided to charge Alec Baldwin again. Just, not very long ago.
I know. When that came out, I was like, finally, like if he were anyone else, like if he weren't who he was, he would have been just charged and gone to trial and all that kind of stuff would have happened. I feel.
It
anyway.
should be his trial should be really good because Carrie Morrissey is a really good lawyer as a special prosecutor, and I can only assume Alec Baldwin's going to have world-class legal defense. So those should be two really sharp lawyers in a very small courtroom. I mean, this courtroom is pretty tiny, and there's nobody in there. You see like 5 or 6 people sitting in the benches. I don't think that'll be the case when Alec Baldwin is on trial.
I know there'll be people like lined up. It'll be like Johnny Depp's sort of people lining up on the street kind of thing, and it's hot there, right?
Depending on what time of year, they do get snow there. It's high desert. They're skiing not far from there.
Oh, really?
In the winter, but in the summer it turns into an oven. Yeah.
It has a date been set?
I don't know, actually. Do a quick Google search.
Getting the popcorn out.
Well, it's going to be impossible to find anything in Google because this trial is taking place right now. So all the covers of this trial. Yeah. I'll have to go to the
get my squirrels on it.
The New Mexico. See, I've got the see if they'll let me search it. New Mexico courts. I promise to only use this information for lawful purposes. Check.
Yes.
Let's see.
Mikey 1979 said, I heard June or July. No, if an actual date's been set, I'm sure we'd probably all know the exact date of that.
Oh, let's see. See if I.
Any squirrels in chat who can find out for us? I'd be mad. Awesome. Trial date for Alec is August 6th. Ariel. Yes.
All right.
You win 5 gold stars. Ariel.
August 6th. That's April, June, July, August. Oh my gosh.
Tell us you'll be around.
No, that's in the middle of my British Columbia motorcycle trip, which I now will have to reschedule. That's all.
Cancel.
Yeah, I've got to schedule around it.
Yeah.
I'll have to move it up a couple weeks.
Please don't let it get continued or something like that. Then, it's so frustrating when you move everything around a trial and then they go, "Oh, you got to continue it or something." But life happens.
But now we know. That's good. Thank you very much. Alec Baldwin.
Ariel, dropping the date first. Thank you, Ariel.
Hey, ask her if she has the case number. If she was able to find that date, maybe she's got the case number. It's available because there's obviously been court filings on this, but and I'm sure I have it in a folder someplace on my computer, but I don't know how easy it would be for me to find.
Yeah, I do not have it. Ariel said. Okay. Never mind. Yeah, if anyone can find the case number, that would be super great. Hey, John, how's it going? Retrial is done for the day. Yes, they had an early day. They've gone for a siesta. So we've just been chatting, and if anyone has any questions, now is your chance. Now is your chance. Hey, how are you? Hannah's done for the day. Indeed. There was a little bit of drama, though. There was something happened just near the end. The jury got called away and given a little talking to in the hallway, wasn't it?
Yes.
About something about court TV. You're going to have to remind me, Andrew, because I was making coffee at the time and then I came back in.
I don't know what it was about.
Well, and also the expert witnesses were told they can't watch court TV either Someone in chat, could you please remind us what happened? So, well, sorry, we don't know what was, who was looking at it or what, but the judge brought up that
I got the case number.
oh, you got it. Sorry, you was distracted by the case number. Okay.
Yep. Sorry.
That's
So
okay.
Court TV kept
yeah, the
showing
Court TV
stuff
thing.
the judge didn't want
Yeah.
shown. But
That's it.
it was a little unclear to me because, of course, I've had the stream going all day, so they weren't showing it on the stream. But I'm sure during lunch, Court TV did kind of an impromptu lunch update, of this morning's proceedings,
Yes.
separate from the live stream from the courtroom, and they may have included images there that their staff had taken, like snapshots inside the courtroom that captured stuff the judge didn't want shown.
What's a phone number? Ronnie.
There was also phone numbers disclosed
Yes.
of people in text exchanges, and
Yes.
the judge came back after and said those phones are getting blown up now. So we have to redact that stuff moving forward. Yeah, it's going to be the same prosecutors for Alec Baldwin's prosecution. Kerry Morrison and Jason Lewis, and then they have his defense counsel of record here as well. I'll have to check those guys out.
Yeah. Yeah, so that was a little tiny bit of drama there at the end. We had thought for a second that something more dramatic was going to happen because there was a sidebar and the prosecutors looked like death.
They did.
They walked away from the sidebar like that, and the defense table looked fine. I was like, is there going to be a mistrial or something? Like, what's going on? But then it was like, nah, yeah, nah. As we say in Australia, yeah, nah. And judge just called an early day. I was like, all right, fine.
So it's funny. I'm looking at Alec Baldwin's grand jury indictment to get the case number, and they added an extra 0 into the case number, so it doesn't work in the database. But you just got to take out one of those zeros, folks, and it works just fine.
So you got all the info?
The court filings. Yeah. So on the New Mexico court case lookup, yeah.
Sweet.
So if you have the case number, you can ultimately get everything. It's a little different database than we have for this case. I don't know if they update it as they get closer to trial, but we'll see. All right. Well, I think I'm going to wrap the stream up so I can get home a little early and start working on a end of day summary.
Nice.
For our Law Self-Defense members. Thank you so much for coming in. Ping me anytime. I'll be happy to send a link, and I'll try to be more attentive to when you pop in. It would be nice if there was like a doorbell function or something.
There is. I'll show you. Yeah.
Okay.
You can make it so that there's a little sound that happens when I come in.
How do you do
I actually
that?
set it up on. You just go to your settings. But yeah, I'll.
All right. Well, let me sign everybody else out, and I'll keep you on. And
yep.
Okay. So everyone but Hella, it's been great. Glad you were here. Thanks for all your support. And I'll just remind all of you that if you carry a gun, so you're hard to kill, if you carry a knife, if you carry pepper spray, if you study jujitsu, so you're hard to kill, I do all those things so that I'm hard to kill, so my family is hard to kill, then you also owe it to yourself and your family to make sure you know the law so you're hard to convict as well. Until Monday, 10:30 a.m. Eastern time, we'll rejoin this trial for day 3. Have a great weekend, everybody. Take care.